범 선수 S를 정말 오래 버텨. 잘하네요.
네, 최종 누른다는 거 감이 왔기 때문에
네.
잡아냈고 이러면 변수가 잘 안 보입니다.
그렇죠. 시간 15초, 14초 남아있고.
그리고
자, 니키 궁극기 돌았나요? 돌았는데요. 이제는 마무리가.
엔사이터 이번.
쪽에서 교전이 날 것 같거든요.
자, 별사자 보이조와 명랑 스파클.
자, 변이 보면서 순간적으로 오브젝트가 나왔기 때문에 그쪽에 삼작살로 이렘의 체력을 많이 깎아놨습니다.
네.
자, 위쪽도 이거 이렘이 다운될 것 같거든요. 그래도 고양이 먹으면서.
자, 그런데
이거
카르미스
먹으면서.
선수가 앞쪽으로 파고 들어주고 뒤에서 힐 레니에게 잘 받다 보니까 생각보다 너무나도 잘 살았습니다.
이거-
경남 스파클
죽었는데요.
각인데요. 불빛에도
죽었는데요.
있는데
자, 근데
쓰는 위치에.
오, 다행히도. 자, 근데
근데
그쪽으로 나가면 양조 웨이즈가
그렇죠.
반겨줍니다.
이거 카메라로
너-
봤기 때문에 나갈
투면이네.
수가
투면이야. 조금 더 버티고 싶을 것 같습니다만.
오, FN 세종 지금 리오가 색 잘 쌓아놨거든요.
오.
그래서 리오가
너무 잘 넣어놨거든요. 이거 비상인 상황.
와, 이거 블라스트 웨이브가 진짜 대박이었죠. 원서클.
젊은
하나 더
향기까지.
잡아냈고요.
자, 혼자
자, 까마귀를
남아있는
잡았기
리오입니다.
때문에 T5 선수의 위치도 보였고요.
그렇죠.
자, 이러면 리오 금지구역 시간 후에라도 혹시 시간 차이로 뭔가 등수가 바뀌는 그림이 나올 수도 있을 것 같습니다.
그렇죠. 충분히 나올 수 있는데 FN 세종의 위치 자체가 T5 선수에게 큰 사고를 당할 수 있는 위치.
일단
거든요?
어떻게든 익스클루시브
오,
결국 6점을 빠진 거거든요.
시간 똑같아요. 자, 커리, T5.
자, 근데 방금 퀸이 빠졌던 T5 선수이기 때문에
네,
위험하고요.
4초.
근데 페나도 잡힌 상황이긴 한데 범선수 체력이 너무 안 좋네요.
네, 이러면 그냥 도발 걸어내고.
자, 근데
도발.
포커 뚫렸고
와우.
셀렌 잡아냈고.
자, 2대1도 마이가
아, 무빙
세요.
너무 좋은데요.
살리러 가네요. 예, 먼저 마이가 이렇게 자, 범 선수가 살리는 위치에 있고요.
지만 않으면은 위에서 살려서 오거든요.
3대1입니다. 3대1이에 벌써 살리고 8 선수
네.
정리하기 위해 내려옵니다.
자, 이거 빨리 잡아내야 되는 게 아티팩트 좀 조심해야 되거든요.
자, 그리고
근데
시체 빨리
이렇게
잡아야죠.
세졌으면
지금 혈액 샘플 시킬 거 알고서 오는 건데 오히려 FN 세종.
자, 또다시 리오부터 불면요.
마이가 멀어요.
또다시 리오부터 불면요.
자, 인사이터 특유의 소식이 나왔습니다.
먼저 허를 찌르는 기습 그대로 성공하면요. 요거 3대2구도 역전각이 보이지가 않습니다. 인사이터.
진짜 노래 한번 보여주고 있는데 근데 원서클이 한번 해주나요? 자폭. 근데 체력 차이가 너무.
여기
마무리
네.
다시 한 번 더 체크메이트 보여주는 인사이터.
그런 것들을 살려주는 팀의 조합의 특색에 맞는 플레이 해주고 있고요.
자, 여기는 그렇지. 다시 한 번 더
좋네요.
우와,
이팔선수에게
병이.
타면서 쉽게 들어간 거 너무 좋았고요.
자, 엠마.
아티팩트가 없기
갑자기
때문에
이거 뭐야?
잡았고.
불청객 등장.
자, 근데 불청객이 키를 추가로 주는데요.
그렇죠. 이거 에스텔 그런데 페나 위험한데 페나
그렇죠.
액터레이션
다시
다시 한번 브레이크 약속의 위치.
뭐죠?
브레이크를 두 번 당했어요.
아니 두번 양.
그래서 혈사자 보이즈 10킬.
야.
네. 자,
오. 진정한 스파이커의 질주를 보여주지. 근데
미안하다.
예.
미안하다.
대교수까지
아니 말고 미안하다가 아니에요.
바톤 터치마저 마치 매그너.
자,
매그너.
혈사자 보이즈. 자, 혈사자
바톤
보이즈
터치.
12번째 킬이 나올 것 같은데요. 타던데 카르미스 타던데.
마이비를 쏟았.
하지만 무서움 전폭이 들어갔다가 더블.
네.
이 정도는 벌어놔서 수혈팩이 나와야 되는데.
플레어건이 발동된
때문에.
상태에서 네.
네, 불꽃 반응 좋았고요.
자, 이거 일단은 한번 열어보나요? 혈사자 보이즈 카르미스의 위치?
상장을
피해냈어요.
두고 있는 상태에서의 원서클 선수 셀린의 영역이라면 너무 편하기는 합니다.
네.
자, 근데 이게 뒤쪽 라인에
네.
한번 카렌스 선수의 큐 스킬이 적중하게 된다면 진입까지 나올 수 있는
이렇게
이렇게.
리오적으로 들어가서. 자, 그런데 너무 잘 봐줍니다.
하지만
자,
반동으로
근데
소울로
이렘이
버튼,
들어가서
소울로
잡아내고.
와,
제대로 들어갔고요.
이러면
와.
법까지도 터미네이트 나오게 했는데 혈사자 보이즈!
스타 플레이들이 진짜 빛나는 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 자, 7팀 남아있는 매그너스가 바이크를
우리 향기 선수가 잘 막았어요.
하고 있어요.
오,
네.
근데
그렇죠.
무지개 들어오니까 들어가면
그렇죠.
커리 선수
제끼 습격?
죽겠는데요?
제끼
그래도
습격?
그래도
자, 그래서
잡았어요.
잡아냈고요.
자, 이어서 헤이즈까지도 볼
오,
수
이게
있나요?
기절이 들어갔습니다. 전보대.
그렇습니다. 와, 사슬.
사센.
자, 이거 띠아랑 교환 만들어냈지만 여기서 제키가 살리고
자, 일단
근데
나왔고요.
연하 등장.
인사이터
누가 파포존 안에서 도란을 내었는가?
그렇죠. 자, 이거 학교 시야가 인사이터 거였거든요. 장기까지도 잡아냅니다. 인사이터입니다.
그래서 입장에서는 많이 빠진 게 없거든요.
네.
웹의 경남 스파클 헬교차 아직 쿨다운.
자, 8초 뒤에 들어옵니다. 8초 뒤에 조금만 버틴다면 다시 한 번 더. 자, 김수 밸류 보여줄 수 있는
자,
경남
자,
스파클.
5초.
와, 자폭이 터졌어요.
진짜
통하랑.
순식간에 정리하면서 이러면서 그린애플도 마무리가 되겠죠. 터미네이트 경남 스파클.
심란할 수 있기는 한데 그나마 막 영역을 투사할 수 있는 그런 객체는 아니거든요.
네.
스포 선수 지금 위치가 너무 무섭고.
그렇죠. 타자의 위치 너무 까다롭고요.
자, 그래도 피아스코가 일단 짧았고
웍돌
경선수 목덜지도 짧았어요.
자, 오히려 그냥 안쪽으로 파고
아,
들어간다.
근데.
깔끔해요. 싸움이 성립하지 않습니다.
그렇습니다.
결국에는 이렇게 만약 탱까지 잡아낸다면 사면 체크메이트를 보여주는 인사이트. 오늘 경기 승률이요 무려
Hello, and welcome back to the Eternal Return Masters Season 8 Phase number 2. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight on the Eternal Return game channel. If you were here earlier for ERCS, well, the action still continues. This time around, it's going to be on the other side of the map for the Korean region. My name is Shubi Senpai. I'll be taking you through all the games that we're going to be playing here today, and alongside me is not staring at your soul, Cast Cross, but Professor Cast Cross. How are you doing today, man?
Yeah, I had a little bit of a mix-up with the Fuji tech earlier on the first stream. But, call us worldwide on the Eternal Return game channel. We got the East and the West collaborating, and we got a little bit of our West coasters coming in to complete on some East Coast gameplay.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a fun one today as well. I think for phase number 2 so far has been a little bit of a tumultuous run for a lot of teams. That means if you guys were keeping track of the teams that are going to be playing during the break, right before we started, the timer was counting down. The list of the teams that are also going to be playing were written on the right. You can definitely tell that this is not going to be your standard ERM knockout stage setup. It's going to be a lot more fun. So many teams that are supposed to not be here, being here due to several reasons. We'll see if they're able to climb out of that situation. But for the overview, we are done with the group stages at that top left. A, B, and C, D are all done. We are now here for the knockout stages 1 and 2 today. After that, 3, 4 next week, starting Friday, a little bit later than we are starting today, and then yada, yada, yada until the end of phase number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. A lot of interesting teams coming in, like you mentioned, a lot of upsets that we might have not foreseen when you're looking at the rosters of teams available. Some teams maybe having a slower start to round 2, maybe some teams not showing up in round 2, and then just completely warping what we're going to see coming out today.
They got to start focusing really, really fast. We can see the brackets. It is looking very, very rough for the road ahead. All the teams that are going to be playing in knockout stage 1, no matter how good of a team we know they can be, it is not going to be an easy road ahead all the way on to the finals. The teams that are here are ridiculous. The path is going to be tumultuous, but each of these games could set up as practice for a lot of these teams. And I think that's what has to happen for a majority of these teams right now for knockout stage 1. We have C&J Esports, Order, Odyssey, Gyeongnam Sparkle, the 7th place teams in each of the groups coming in from the past couple of days. Daydream, Freya, Achilles, as well as Super Ultra Dino, the 8th place teams in each of the groups from yesterday as well.
Yeah, and we're going to see some spicy compositions coming out. I mean, we were seeing it last night, and I think we're going to continue seeing it today, and I think that's going to cause some exciting gameplay.
A couple of these teams too, though, I think in the time span that it's taken for, well, the teams that played yesterday as well as the teams that played a couple of days ago, it needs to be an improvement. This is one of the ERMs so far that I've seen a lot of teams kind of messing up, and they're getting rightfully punished for it, which is the reason why these teams are put in knockout stage 1. This is where you need to show me that in the past couple of days, or maybe within the past 24 or so hours, you put in the effort to start fixing your mistakes. You played the game, you know what you did wrong, you know what is going on top of it. Have you talked with your team? Have you figured out what's going on? Have you fixed it? That's what I need to see today, Kaz.
For sure. We were seeing some uncharacteristic mistakes coming out last night from both groups, but I think coming into today, they had that time for that mental reset, maybe a little VOD review, maybe even talking with maybe friends or coaches, whoever, for feedback. And I think they're going to be coming back a lot stronger coming into the knockout stage because now it's do or die.
Yes. Absolutely. With the knockout stages, every single time a set of 4 games are played, we lose 4 teams. The other 4 are going to continue moving on, which means by the end of today, 8 of the teams that will be playing for knockout stage 1 and 2 will be gone. So it's going to be a rough ride. Once again, once you get to the knockout stages, I think you said it perfectly. It is do or die, absolutely. There are no more second chances. Group stage was all you got for that.
And at this point, if you're somebody who wants it, which obviously anybody coming into Eternal Return Masters is, it is, you're definitely going to come in with a much more aggressive approach to like whatever mistakes you made, you can't make them again, and they're going to be a lot more critical of their gameplay mistakes previously. And as they continue on, like I think every post-game discussion is going to be a lot more clear and directed, and they're going to be a lot more analytical about how they're approaching the game.
For sure. There's going to be a lot of things that these teams are going to look at, but I do know that they have the potential for it. I think that's the biggest thing here. A lot of the teams that are put into knockout stage 1 today are ones that we would normally expect to be in those knockout stage 4, 5, and 6 placement immediately after the group stages, but we saw a lot of things going wrong, whether it be too much action that some of these teams weren't able to focus, maybe the third party was a little bit difficult to deal with here and there, continuous third party over and over and over on top of it. There's a lot of different factors for these teams, but once you start getting into knockout stages, now we have a little bit of an even distribution on where these teams are supposed to go. Maybe there's a chance to start turning things around. And as I said, these knockout stage games, yes, you have to play it, but if you can play these games well, it can also serve as practice. We've seen that for a lot of teams that are able to make the golden runs. They just improve continuously throughout the course of the knockout stages. Hopefully we can see that from one of our teams today too.
I'd love to see some adaptation, especially coming out from our teams that maybe had a little, less than lustrous performances in their group stage. I think maybe some team comp adaptations are in order for some teams. Some play and micro adaptations are in order. But if they're using these games as well as a starting point for improvement, that's just fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at one of some of the teams that are going to be playing here one more time. I think it's taking a little bit for our teams to get loaded in. So Kaz, any teams that you're excited to watch at least specifically for today?
Absolutely. I'd love to see. So we were watching groups C and D yesterday. So obviously we were seeing Odyssey, Gangnam Sparkle, Achilles, and Super Ultra Dino. And these were teams like, I think, especially Super Ultra Dino, I think is going to be pretty fun for our viewers here who like more not traditional team compositions. They were definitely playing those and off meta picks. And I'd love to see that actually pan out for them. Or maybe take it a little step back, maybe play some off meta, maybe the Jackie, keep it, but then start to actually deviate into compositions that really play into enabling that Jackie or enabling the off meta, like the Daniel, or really allowing like the Tia to come out from Brush, like things like that would be nice. And then from Gangnam Sparkle and Odyssey, I felt like they were playing more traditional comps, but maybe on the day they just weren't executing as well on a micro aspect, or maybe they were getting unlucky. There's a lot of myriad reasons that you can find yourself in the knockout stage. Sometimes it's just not your day. That's esports, right?
Yeah, that's just unlucky.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do believe that these teams can come back, and I mean, Daydream and Freya we've seen before in previous ERM stages, so I'm just excited for the games tonight.
For sure. For me, if I had to take a pick here today, I think it's going to be CNJ Esports. This is a team that both Superior and I have been hyping over in the past couple of seasons because they've kind of changed their identity around from what we used to know from back in the days where they just played their mains. It was a little shaky when they first started back, I think in somewhere around season 6, maybe season 5, when they started to put players like Peksu on the Mai just to go for a little bit more of the traditional style of compositions. Now they were a little bit more adjusted. I think we were able to see a pretty solid performance from Team CNJ Esports during phase number 1, which is why all the more I'm actually surprised that CNJ Esports is in knockout stage 1 here today. It just doesn't feel like a team that should be here, especially with the amount of expertise that they've been showing in the past couple of tournaments. But here we are today. I need to figure out if they solved everything. They just didn't have too much impact during Group A. They're able to have impact here today. I think this could be a very, very solid chance for CNJ Esports to make a golden run. They have the expertise and they have the players to do that. So CNJ Esports is the one I'm going to be keeping track of for quite a long time today. If they show us something good in games 1 and 2, then I'll really start putting my hopes on this. But if they don't, we really need to start analyzing what actually goes on, what actually goes on with this team. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit rough for these guys to continue further, even if they get past stage 1.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be really interesting. Again, we keep mentioning like adaptation and improvement, and a lot of these teams are teams that can make a run. So really, it's whoever took the couple days off, or however much time they had, right? Because some teams had a little more advantage in that, right? They had a little more time to watch these VODs over, right? Our Group C and D teams didn't have as much time. So who is making the quickest adaptations, as I think we are going to be in test subject select? What are you looking at? I mean, I'm already seeing Gangnam Sparkle playing Scarlet today, which is a big change.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely a big change for this team. Has been bringing out the Nia every single time Scarlet has played for this roster. Also, considering the Chloe, I don't know if this is going to stick. I do remember them playing Scarlet on the Nia before, but I don't remember what they actually paired with that. We'll just go back over onto their signature compositions. Hong Hanong sitting on it. Scarlet is yet another one of our signature KR Emmas. Alto is going to take up the helms with that Chloe just to go for a bit of that Yangju Whales composition. On the other side, I do see Piggin subbing in for Daydream here today. No starting out with the Nikki. We're going to start out with the Vanya, which is a character that they have played in the past. The performance on this was a little bit shaky in previous tournaments, but I can see what Daydream is going for. They figured out that the Nikki and Theo composition just isn't working at all. They're trying to test things at the early portions of Knockout Stage 1. If it doesn't work out in games 1 and 2, I think they're going to go back over onto the Nikki because it's just a signature composition of theirs. But I like this kind of strategy change up for this team. It's a good time to do it.
Yeah, but I'm really concerned with I'm not saying you might not have the right read that they're testing things out, but you're in knockout stage. You don't really have that much of a window. If games 1 and 2 go really dire, and then you have to switch comps, you have to have some phenomenal games 3 and 4.
100%. This has to really make or break. And again, yes, you're right, correct. The time that you have isn't really that much, but in the grand scheme of things, you still have 4 games. If you're gonna do things, you might as well do it early instead of waiting until it's too late for that, which is why I kind of like the timing on this one. It's alright. But here we go, folks. Game 1 of knockout stage is finally going to begin. Which of these teams are going to continue to move on? Which of these teams are going to show us a solid chance saying that they deserve to continue being in ERM phase number 2? It's all going to start right here in game 1.
Yeah, and I did like that you mentioned it was a Gyeongju Whales comp, when really Gangnam Sparkle, this is their signature comp, but now I feel we were seeing it from Fauna before we were seeing it from Gangnam Sparkle, but I think a lot of that is just Scarlet wasn't playing on the day, and Scarlet is like the glue on the Emma, right? And again, it's just some of its parts composition. I think really all the parts have to be in place. So if you're not having your Emma pilot, as actually we're going to see Shino Naome getting caught out by Daydream pretty early, that is going to be a pick going relatively early. I've been seeing this a lot from some of these players in ERM. I really respect it. The commitment to the call-in for cameras on for early kills. We saw it from, was it Karmis calling in a camera to chase on Luke also, things like that. I think that's just one of the things that really separates ERM players from maybe other regions players, is their confidence and their ability to farm well and be willing to just secure a kill in the early game, as we do see Keon actually going to get caught out, but a decent amount of return damage onto Gilbuck, but I don't think they're actually going to go down, as actually Piggin's going to go down to JKR. And this is what Super Ultra Dino was missing a little bit yesterday, was its early aggression, as Bulbo is going to get caught out by Complex. We do have the 1-up enabled. Are we going to try to pick? Oh, we're not going to wait it out, and is going to be able to dodge out and probably make it out. Nia's Gaming World coming out, but a little wide on it because the double agent coming out to dodge out on it. Really well played by Complex.
I think really well played by Pablo as well. They intentionally took enough damage at the +1 proc. And I see what you're also going for as well, using the vision to make sure that maybe you get an extra proc or two off of Nia's Game World. Complex just plays better, that's all it is. Not seeing really too many mistakes from any of our players so far. It's just the casual early game day number 1 picks and, picks and struggles here and there for these players that are just individually spread out. Daydream will take a full wipe, a little unfortunate for that team, but I think most of those players ended up dying right around the same time. That extended death period doesn't really mean that much if that is what ends up happening. Gong trying to find Song Harang, the trumpet misses, but the final auto attack is there. Yeah, this seems like KRERM if I'm gonna be real with you. This early game, it sounds about right.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these teams actually kind of rely on getting a little bit of mastery lead, so it makes sense for a lot of these teams to be playing so aggressively. As Scarlet is going to get caught out by Order, able to pick up some kills, and I actually want to I'm really interested in Order's decision to play this style of Lenny composition, because usually when you have a Lenny with a Jenny or something, you have like a Bruiser or like a pretty, like, usually it's like a Marcus, right, or a Ekion in previous ERM seasons, so the decision to go with another range in Sisela, I think it's playing a lot into the pick potential, but obviously if somebody mispositions or if there's just a really strong dive, which you can see, right? We have C&J Esports, Super Ultra Dino, even Achilles having decent dive potential, and then Daydream has a catch potential with the full stop from Nathapon. There's a couple of ways to actually cheat, I think, the neutral that they might be looking to play. So I'm very interested to see how they're going to pilot this composition.
It's all about the neutral with that, really. I think you're marking out a really important part about this. Whenever you have a Sisela, that midpoint neutral is always what you're going to be looking for. Trying to find picks with the Wilson, trying to find some extra damage with the Wilson on top of it. If you can't do that, then it'll be a little bit rough, especially if the fight starts out like this. Talasi just about to fall down. They use the spring trap, but it brings the enemy along with it. The problem is it's an Emma pretty early on, doesn't really get that much value out of anything. Song Harang is already down, and I think the trade might still be there. Talasi is still alive. The healing pact giving way too much HP to a Lenny. She is going to be able to stay alive 2 for 0 in favor of Team Order. This is what we need to see from this team composition early on. We do end up finding it. Gyeongnam Sparkles really rough. The fight ended up splitting, and there was no pick. They got Achilles. On the other hand, though, they don't get the luxury of staying alive either. Full wipe right before we go into day number 2. That's a long death timer right when really important objectives at the beginning of the game start spawning in.
Yeah, it's pretty disastrous to eat that timer because you're also going to be delayed on your farm route now a little bit, because things are going to start getting contested as people pick up those objectives. But I guess it's a bit of a miracle because they could have easily wiped because the timers are really close. As we do see Peksu going into Song Harang, going to pick up the kill, and pretty separated both of them from the rest of their team, honestly.
It's still the split farm route. I genuinely think, even if it's something that you and I were kind of bashing for the past couple of, well, not even the past couple of days, but for the past day or so, the value of the extra credits that you get for split farming is just way too good that we can see teams really relying on it. Even if they saw the results in the past couple of days or so for the groups, it's still a strategy that these teams are willing to take a bet on. We're seeing the punishments come in correctly on top of it too. That's what really makes this nice. I don't think in the past couple of seasons when people were doing the split farming, the punishment was enough. This is a phase where we actually get to see teams really getting punished hard for continuing to split farm, taking the risk over and over again.
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned it because we did see it punished quite a bit. And honestly, usually we wouldn't even really comment on split farming because it's such a prolific strategy. But it was just the manners of way in which people were getting caught out was just really uncharacteristic, even if you're playing with the intent of split farming. It just felt like a lot of the zones they were looking to contest were already like under control, and the other thing was the split farming was often going into day 3, and that's when I think it gets borderlines on a little too greedy, right? Like it's a very hubristic play, you know. You're really hoping that you don't get punished, and if you do, you're eating that minus 200, and then it doesn't matter how many credits you are getting extra from the split farming. And KCW is going really aggressive on Tahong. And we do actually see the Nia's Game World follow up. I really like how they're playing this fight. Peksu is getting the pick up from Gurpunk, and I think this actually is going to be a wipe because of fantastic block on the fire escape from Boba is so good, and that will be a really early wipe onto Team Freya from Team CNJ Esports.
Oh no, this is not the first time this weekend we've seen a Helitax that actually end up repositioning the Estelle into a terrible spot. Really nice catch from CNJ Esports, and man, what a blink in from Scarlet to actually catch out the Estelle. She tried getting out, but immediately predicted. Well played from CNJ Esports to knock down one of their adversaries for game number 1. That's not how Team Freya wants to go either. They're playing such a late game scaling team composition. To fall down in the weakest spot of your game is definitely not what you're looking for in game number 1. Just well played to CNJ Esports, but we do still have more things that are going to be going on. Chronosphere starting to close in. There is the Nia's game roll coming out. The massive damage over onto the backline. Songarang is immediately executed. Down goes Alto as well. One more left. Scarlet gets taken down on top of it. Well played from CNJ Esports. These guys are reaping everything from night number 2.
Yeah, and I love how they're playing it. Honestly, this is a really cool comp to watch because you'd almost think that, like, with how much dive there is, that maybe the Nia is like trying to play to live, but no, she's like immediately following up, and there's so much like execute potential, right? Because I assume that probably there's gonna be, oh wait, as we see Rami getting caught out by Scarlet. Actually, not really. It looks like Altail's getting a great turnaround, great bola landing onto Songarang, and then the F-stop.
Good.
Oh, and then the combo into the, that was great. Fantastic timing coming out from Team Daydream to completely CC chain, and Dugaris is getting caught out as well. And wow, CNJ Esports are picking up everything right now. And you did mention earlier on the cast that this is a team to watch, and you can see why.
I love the fact that CNJ Esports is playing so confident. This is one of the biggest aspects of Team CNJ Esports. Ever since they started bringing in that I want to play my main team composition, it was all about the confidence. We are seeing that right now. 11 points already in night number 2. These guys are on point. Their engines have been revved and their morales are high from the looks of it because they are just taking every single fight to perfection. Strategy-wise, it's correct. Play-wise, perfect. Execution is also on point on top of it. Yang goes in, Nia's there to follow up, Jackie's got the damage, everything works out fine. Day 3 though still goes on. We have 2 teams that are potentially looking for this Tree of Life. Super Ultra Dino versus Kyungno Sparkle. Barber's gonna slowly walk up, but the tree is already gone. I think both of these teams ended up trading objectives. Chone trying to get out. Can he though is the question. The parry is there, but jumping across the wall, can he actually find the kill on the Gravaya? No, he cannot. Melee versus the Demon Child. Down goes Chone.
Demon Child, the Demon Child of all melees. As we do see Lily getting caught out, and Achilles bleeding out really hard, and like we were mentioning, the split farming was just like a weird not grouping going into day 3. Look at Achilles, both Chone and Lily getting caught out. Pretty much entirely, like, look at where the Alex is. Uptown, right? We're seeing a pick going on in Pont, and we're seeing a pick go on in Chapel. I maybe the Alex was close enough, but maybe just bad timing on the vision. But Chona was already caught out. Was able to. Was that the res coming out? Was that a? Yeah, that was a credit res, right? Because yeah, it was a minus 400 for Team Achilles. That's really awful because your power curve is just so bad now.
Especially on this team roster, you need items. We are already looking for desperate items right now as the, for the Hisui, we just built the weapon, which is not something you want to see this early on. You need to go for some of the other weapons on top of it. Yes, the slow coming out from the transition is very, very nice. But now you're starting to like damage and the resources from all of the other transitions that Hisui really wants to go. Team Achilles is in trouble. They need to turn things around. Maybe going up against Super Ultra Dino inside a beach may be the chance. But I'm not sure if they have the damage or the burst / surprise damage to knock down JKR. We'll have to see if that fight actually ends up coming to fruition.
I think it's, for at least Chun, it's not just, it's actually the survivability. I think a lot of the Hisui transitions end up giving you the ability to go in and have a little bit more leeway, right? They do have the Aoyai online, but usually you want the Boots of Hermes, you want maybe the Twilight also to get slows, to make it, or like get some extra support when you're going in. And then often it's, yeah, without the Boots of Hermes, without a lot of this extra damage, it's gonna be really hard because you're missing both survivability and damage. Big dodge out from both of them, and look at the damage onto Brush. Was that mostly complex?
Yes, it was.
Putting that out, like, that's very impressive considering no items coming from that Alex. Very well played. We do see a red box call in, and we're a huge fight between Kyungwon Sparkle and Team Daydream. They're actually smurfing these fights, though. I think they've been doing really well. It sounded like that. Did the F-stop go up? It sounded like it went a little wide. But you're gonna take that free pick. You're gonna get onto, I believe it was Scarlet. Yeah, Scarlet. Are they running Flash or Blink rather? Or are they running Totem? I can't tell from the icons right now. It looks like it was Totem, so probably just a good follow-up on follow-up CC after the Totem cooldown.
Burst compositions are all seeming to work fine for a majority of these teams. The execution, again, is looking pretty good. These teams have definitely improved compared to the past couple of days we've seen them play in the group stages. This is really, really awesome. Seems like a lot of the mistakes when it comes to team compositions or even the communication between these players have all been fixed. It's all about genuinely. I know I'm repeating this a lot, but the difference today between all of these teams is the actual execution. All the other portions have been pretty locked down tight. Lily.
Save the line, Shuby. Save the line, Shuby. Save the line. Save the line. Save the line. Save the line.
Save lives, my friend. The oldest trick in the book, right? Just sit inside a bush and let somebody walk in close towards you. That's rough.
Well, I'm like a Simpsons character, you know, like I'm doing a little clap. Say the line, Shuby. Say the line. But yeah, no, I mean,
there for you. Go, Shuby, go.
Yeah, but I mean, you'll keep repeating it because I mean, sometimes people just don't learn. We cannot be.
And the thing is, it's even in Adriana. You have the easiest bush checks in the world.
Absolutely. No, I was about to mention it. Yeah, it's a little suspect when you're walking into a zone you don't have vision of, that you're not checking, especially the CCTV brush. Like that one is like the most likely to get cheesed because people are gonna wait for you to try to go for vision.
There's no animals on the right side of Uptown either because of the way that Team Daydream ended up walking in. There were no pings that were made by that team. It's just the right play, right? Well, what was it? I think it was Team Achilles was making pings all the way from the left side. There was the dog pack that ended up spawning too. So really nice catch from Team Daydream. They're continuing their way into the mate game very fluidly, sitting on 6.5 points right now, which, you know, in comparison to some of the teams that are in this game at the moment, seems low. But 6.5 with a composition like this is good. They're just taking their time. They're going at their pace. Transitions are looking good for that team too. I just wonder if that's Blackfire Cannon for the Bernese. If it is, I'll be super happy, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Blackfire Cannon would be awesome in this setup though.
And we did just see Bovo get the high noon online. This is a really strong Mia. And CJ, I mean, I think KCW also getting a VF transition of their own before Wiccaline. This team is mega stacked. I'd be surprised if any team actually wants to walk in and contest Wiccaline without, you know, like player C coming in. I just think it's impossible. This team is just gonna stat check you. And look at the item comparison from Team Gimgum Sparkle versus Team CNJ Esports. Absolutely gonna concede that zone because we just don't have the. You cannot go ban for ban with this team right now. They are gonna wallet check you pretty hard.
Yeah, once this kind of a team has a snowball potential and the fatter wallet, it's really difficult to actually stop that roster. If you make a single mistake, that's what is gonna end your life up against against CNJ Esports. That one single mistake, but the fight is gonna begin. Oh my god, down goes the Nathapon immediately. Could not even react to anything as the crowd control stack was fantastic. CNJ Esports gonna jump on top of the Wiccaline. A lot was invested from Team Odyssey, so they're actually just gonna back away from this. Nobody there to contest, which means another blood sample going into the hands of Team CNJ Esports. Wonder where that is gonna go. Probably Rose Steps? No, never mind. He is actually gonna opt to go for the... Okay. Gonna go for the Glacial Shoes. Jackie gonna go... Oh, that's fun. That is fun. Alright, fight up on the top side. Kaz, how is this one going?
All right, so we are. Well, I mean, you kind of jumped in at the play with the free at last, rather getting a huge amount of value. And look at that, a really aggressive play from Shinonome going for the double carpet, or the carpet pulling in both the. Oh wait, actually, Scarlet going down to hot. I mean, you don't see that very often, but going down to the Lenny also is able to make it out by going like trading out and then being able to proc the play dead from the Jenny, but. You did see, like, the carpet did a lot of damage to both Nina and Chloe at the same time, even though usually Jenny's often going to be doing the single target with the auto attacks. At this point, with a lot of amp on her build, her abilities do quite a bit too. And it was very, very close to a full wipe. I think Alto played pretty well to be able to escape, just understanding that you can probably trade autos and with this ultimate up and still kill just because there wasn't enough follow-up. As Tron is getting ready for the flash cut, but there is no available target as Team Super Ultra Dino is going to back out, and now CNJ Esports looking for the engage. Tetragon coming down. Nia's game work. Look at the damage of Shinonome. Just absolutely obliterated, and that is where the play dead cooldown that also took down is actually going to end up paying a lot of pain for Team Order because it wasn't available for Shinonome.
It's just so clean from CMJ Esports today. 13 points on their side. There's only Team Freya still taken down early on. That is the only team gone. A lot of rats remaining now, but it is still day number 5. You still have a lot of time to play around with. BLS taken from a team to get on out of here. It's going to be Team Super Ultra Dino who says, nah, we don't want to stay here any longer. Same thing for Team Achilles. Odyssey just has full control of Beach at the moment. Daydream going to look to contest it as this is one of our temporary zones. Forest, well, as a matter of fact, be our final zone. School going to be our second temp zone. Lily going to be able to get out of the full rainbow. They are out for the time being. It's an Adriana too, so range advantage is in favor of Team Achilles. We just saw the I think that's Chloe of Alto. Yeah, Chloe of Alto falling down for Team Killingham Sparkles. The res just doesn't mean anything. Emma left alive by their lonesome now.
I mean, if you really, you know, just like copious amounts of copium just like, you know, inhaled through the lungs and like, you know, technically Scarlet is a better rat than Alto.
Yes.
But that is like, you know, that is like the most down bad like, oh guys, it's okay. I mean, like I can rat a little better for plays.
Yeah, you're
That's
trading
really the
out
only
a rat
plus
for like an eel.
Yeah, it's a really, you know, the most dire of straits when that's your, you can't even say win condition, just your like, I don't want to FF on this in the middle of a competitive game position. But we are going to see Daydream trying to wrap around. All right, safety drone finally coming in. But look at this. They might actually run into Team CNJ chasing down. Yup, look at it. The Talassi going down from Team Order, and then Pexu still has a Chainsaw Massacre up. We're gonna have to walk through Bobo. Is the Nia's Game World available? It is, so even though they were giving chase, didn't have to use too much to wipe out Team Order. And now, KCW looking for the prep. Look at the damage on Piggin. Piggin going down really low with the Nia's Game World follow-up. KCW really chasing hard on this. Great knockup coming out. And now we see Pexu going onto Altail. Lots of damage coming out from the Chainsaw Massacre. And it's just gonna be an absolute devastation as at the same time as Pexu diving, Bobo is just picking up so much damage on the other two carries.
I'll be real with you. I know this is very cope as well, and we're huffing a lot of copium today, but Blackfire Cannon may have helped that fight. Here we go, another one on the southern side. It's the other Jackie. JKR trying to jump into the fight. Complex in a little bit of trouble as he's going to get the blink on out of there. Healing for JKR. He is burning down, but is that going to be enough to kill this Jackie? I don't think so. Health bars are there. Choen, can you get the trade is the question. Tagged with the yellow. Blue on the line. It's going to miss thanks to the Getsuri slash. Choen alive, but he just walks up against another team. Down goes Choen. Last one alive is going to be Complex on the northern side. Third party still yet a problem in knockout stage 1.
Yeah, we got that. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but we'll see if Complex is able to rat it out. Alex is quite strong at running away. I mean, again, with a little bit of a cope, but we do actually see a full engage out coming out from Jungaris. Not getting a lot of value out of the Theodore ultimate. Possible re-engage angle coming out from Super Ultra Dino.
This is a problem though. It's thin corridors everywhere for Super Ultra Dino. I think they need to take the multiple paths, which is why they're splitting up like this. Brush needs to find some kind of aggro from the top side. This is good. Keon and JKR will walk up a little bit. Nice blink coming out from Keon, but they need to start going up, right? We got 10 seconds until the temporary zone will pop. A lot of time are just eaten by Team Super Ultra Dino. If they recover from this, it will be an absolute tumultuous ride they're going to have to go through. Up on the northern side, CNJ Esports versus, I think that's Achilles and Killingham Sparkles that are just chilling up there, which means Team CNJ Esports should have the northern side locked down. Odyssey pulling back a little bit, giving some space, waiting for that energy blast field, which is going to be up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, and we're seeing the CNJ Esports is reaping the rewards of the Prince build and the Poverty Scarlet and the in the other zone, as we are going to see Brush going for the flat combo. Full Rainbow coming out. Good engagement onto Jungaris, but the exclusive is just too good. Able to pull out and completely save. Any dive attempt coming out from the Jackie is just too... I think they're too strong. both in like there's just not enough damage to burst out the target. Scarlet's gonna take the -1. Surprise.
It's fine. He didn't end up getting the -1. Kill predict does go in favor of CNJ Esports.
Oh, it did? Okay.
Yeah, we didn't see that little banner on the left side, which means it's completely fine. The damage ticks were there. I'm pretty sure the Jackie also had the bleed going on there anyway, so it would have been safe. It's okay. No -1s here in game number 1. It's all good and dandy. But look at CNJ Esports. Look at the amount of points they have. 26.
Absolutely.
Going into our final zone. They're looking for 32 off of game number 1, most likely already punching their ticket into knockout stage number 2. They're trying to make a statement. Can they further that is the question. This is a very difficult team composition with CNJ Esports to try diving on in. Mai sitting up at the front side. What can they do? KCW taking a little bit of auto attacks here and there. They're just going to try to go for a really nice combo over on towards a Theo. He gets taken down immediately. Kinyar trying to stay alive, but the Nia is there to reciprocate. Down goes Ghost to clean 3-0. 32 points for Team CNJ Esports to round out game number 1.
And KCW, it didn't matter if the exclusive was available. It didn't matter that Jim Garvis was cutting back. Just immediately finds the angle. It's really funny when you see, like, because we always cast a curse, that kind of stuff, where it's like, oh, it's going to be really hard for them to find the angle. And, like, before the Chronosphere even had an opportunity to shift, the fight is over.
It seems so easy for CNJ Esports too. The confidence really matters. I think one of the biggest things that I saw from CNJ Esports on Friday during their group stage is they were a little hesitant on some of these fights. If you're running something like Yan, you can't really be hesitant because the other team actually gives, by being hesitant, you give the other team time to actually react to you. But if you're like this, where you just decide to immediately send it out of nowhere, that's where the Yan really becomes lethal. The Tetragon didn't really catch the Theo at all. The responses were perfect, but because of that on-the-spot decision-making from KCW, he got enough combo off to get that stun into the wall, the leaping knee to knock up both the Mai and the Theo, which bought enough time for the rest of his team to get the kills.
Yeah, really well played. And yeah, the immediate follow-up from Bobo and Peksu as well, which is really, really clean. They're really playing on point. Like, this was a fantastic game from CNJ Esports. And if they're going to play at this level and this tempo, I think they're going to roll most. I think they're already looking towards knockout stage 3. They're probably okay, it's looking good.
Exactly. This is why I was so surprised to see them in phase 1. Sorry, not phase 1, but knockout stage 1, right? This is exactly what they did during their group stages in phase 1. One of the reasons why we saw them towards stage 3, stage 4 for the knockouts. It's really surprising that they're here, but about why they're here, I apologize. It's really surprising that they are here in the first place. But we can see this as a team, as soon as they get the tempo, as soon as they know what their team composition is supposed to do and actually execute it, it looks so beautiful. KCW looking on point today. The EM performance looking very, very solid. Just keep doing it. Keep it consistent.
Yeah, and it is a fun comp to watch, I think, for the viewers too. Like, because you see the engage from KCW, then you see the flashy Nia's Gaming World effects, and then boom, Jackie Chan's on rampage. Boom, 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 reset. Fight's over. Like 5 seconds.
On a very technical scale, this is very reminiscent to the Lenny plus double frontliners, except Lenny just kind of sets up a field. Sorry, not Lenny, but Nia sets up a field in which those two frontliners can actually fight, whereas Lenny just continuously opens up the fight and creates hazards all over the place. Nia is just so good at locking people down, and that's why KCW playing so unpredictably like this really makes things happen. Yan can lock people down in one place for quite a while, after all. If they're inside that Nia's game world, pretty much guaranteed to die this late into the game.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing really, really strong builds coming out from the entirety of CNJ Esports. And it wasn't like the other team didn't have items too, but just another VF across the board, I think, for CNJ Esports. And I think the other thing is they were really tanky as well, as we do have our scores coming out.
Oh my goodness, a 19-point lead for Team CNJ Esports. They are over double that second place's points and the total kill score. This is ridiculous. Absolutely amazing game from Team CNJ Esports. But with that, it does create opportunities for everyone in this lobby. I know Team Freya didn't have that great of a run. Oh, and I see what ended up happening. Do you see something wrong with Team Freya's point totals? think they might have gotten in a little trouble at the beginning of today. That's probably why we were delayed. Team Freya most likely had some delays joining in the lobby. They probably got a penalty for it. Starting out game number 1 like that in knockout stage 1 does also not help them out at all. They need to start recovering extremely fast.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a tilter when those any kind of circumstance like it is like you gotta play by the game, you gotta show up on time and things like that. But if you want to have teammates that showed up on time or something like that, it can actually sour the mood. So I hope they're being able to take a deep breath and lock in for the next couple games because you still have a chance. Like you mentioned, CNG Esports like point vacuum that game, so there's a lot of opportunity to pick up points in the next couple games and make it a top 4 and make it to the next stage.
There you go. All you need to do is make it to top 4. Because a team created that vacuum, everybody else is very close to your points despite not really making any good results out of the first one. It's okay. You've got yourself a couple extra chances to go. For Team Freya, they need to make it work. So let's see what they're going to end up doing. Here we go. Game number 2. Character selections are now underway. No bans after game number 1 as well. Everybody just kind of playing their own stuff. I saw a couple of double picks here and there, but nothing concrete ever since then. I think everybody just really wants to be comfortable with what they're picking. Team Daydream, on the other hand, they're just running Iron Man at this point. Look at this. Picking on Kiara, Adriana for Alteo, that in and of itself already sets up pretty well for damage throughout the course of the fight, and they're gonna round it out with a Sylvia to boot. Will it keep this is the question. I kind of wish they did, but now we're just gonna go back to our default comp. It's all good.
One thing I wanted to say on that composition is also, I think in the lobby, I think it's actually pretty strong because you have Adriana to kind of cheat some of these frontline comps, and then I think when there is like dive, I think Vani does a pretty good job against dive as well, but definitely Kiara is pretty good against a lot of melee characters, right? And if there's a lot of melees like trying to brawl it out with you, like you see with Super Ultra Dino's comp, CNJ's comp, right? Even Achilles' comp, you have a decent amount of melees. It does help to have somebody who is just constantly getting value from fighting melees.
Maybe they're just not comfortable with it. Who the heck knows if we do end up seeing that comp later on into the series or maybe even the tournament. Now that we get to actually analyze what ended up happening. But for game number 2, it's not going to be a factor. They're just going to go back to the same old. We're going to move into game number 2 like this. All players loaded in. Here we go, folks. Loading into game number 2 for knockout stage number 1. After this, of course, we will have our break and decide on whether or not some of these teams are going to have to start considering those substitutions on players. Hopefully none of them actually have to. Alteo, it happens. Maybe when you right click on this wrong spot, you don't get that white lily bonus now. Unfort.
Yeah, I've definitely never done that and gotten myself killed or a teammate killed. That has just never happened in my entire career over Tunnel Return. I'm a perfect player, and so are you.
Yeah, you lost about 2-3 seconds here. On top of it, Bernice doesn't have any mobility skills, so those white lilies actually kind of come in clutch. It's going to be a little annoying for the Bernice. All good and dandy though. Daydream, it's not like the 2 to 3 seconds being lost are in situations where you're in trouble. It's just early game. Maybe it might trickle into something important later down the road, but it doesn't matter too much. Gong, I like this decision here too. I'd rather you just kind of die, but they're trying to live instead. White lily out. Can they take it? Yes, they can. Saving their lives. Gong moves into police station. Nicely played.
Yeah, but I do like that you mentioned you'd rather die because it's like kind of like sunk cost, right? Like you run away and you like committed to running away, so you're gonna keep running away, but then you lose the object. Like by eating the death timer, you get back to looting a lot faster. You spend a lot of time just running away. Like sometimes you might want to play point denial in tournament, but I think in this stage it's okay to just take the death and get back on your route, because you definitely lost some extra maybe 15-20 seconds on your route from that play. Huang going into a trade with actually gonna get the... Yeah, that's actually pretty well played considering that was Solo being able to burn out the big cooldown of the heli attack stat coming out from the Estelle for Team Freya, which is something that you probably want, honestly, to fight with going into night 1, but that is going to be down for most of night 1.
It's a long cooldown, especially when it's only level 1. EMP Barrage going to come down. Team Odyssey in a little bit of trouble. Junrag is creating a little bit of space, but there aren't really any bushes to play around until you get further left inside a pond. Exclusive coming out early too to try keeping Kim Yo alive. Blinks on in, actually gets himself killed for it. Choen on the back line. Junrag, this is still level 1 on the energy blast field. You don't get that much bonus from that energized shots. Ghost trying to run away, probably should be able to. A clean 2 for 0 for Team Achilles. This is a great start to game number 2 in comparison to the little shoddy start they had for game number 1.
Yeah, especially if they can keep this tempo and not take maybe an isolated pick, because they did end up beating -400 really early into that game, basically the start of day 3. And in a composition like the one that Achilles is playing, you really do want at least some items on both your carries, so you can start itemizing the Alex, because we really did see the Prince build, like full purple rain coming out at the end of the game before. Oh my goodness, as Peksu is gonna get a pick off Jungaras versus Lily. Is Lily actually gonna be able to run away? No, Ghost is gonna be able to dash in with the catwalk into the Quake, as you do see Super Ultra Dino actually picking up some kills at Research Center against Team Daydream.
It is
Oh
chaotic.
wait, the fight does not stop, because Jungar is actually gonna get hit by the flash cut, but a little... Oh, never mind. Complex is actually gonna pick up the kill after a little bit of sneaky gameplay coming out with the Sapphire Protocol for Jungaris to try to escape. It does have the flash cut stacked with... Nope, not gonna do anything with that, actually. Never mind.
When was the last time you saw a Gauss pistol kill from an Alex, man? That thing does no damage.
Absolutely, it's actually a pea shooter.
Yeah, it is so weird that we ended up seeing a kill like that. Shinonome falling down, unfortunately. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though. Huang's gonna get taken down. Interesting that Telasi opts to go for the res right here. Oh, Karabok joins the fray. They're not gonna be able to get the res over onto Shinonome. Telasi trying his best to run. Cho on the chase. Karabok with that grenade launcher will knock down that Lenny. Overall, 2-for-1. Very interested in why we ended up sticking the res in front of an Estelle, but you know, it is what it is. Good attempt from Team Order. Not going to be able to find anything, at least going into the start of day number 2. 5 seconds left. Some teams in position to grab these transitions. Junrag is by himself around the Tree of Life as Amai is going to finally join him. Teams are still split though. Look at this. A couple of them are kind of hanging around. I see 2 people up on that northern side. There's a Cecilia and a Tia randomly chilling with each other. Order is completely split right now, so yeah, Gong needs to get out.
And we are going to see some of the transitions starting to come out as some of these teams got their meteorites or trees. It's pretty uncontested across the board. I don't think we saw a single fight break out into day 1 or day 2 rather. So either teams found their isolated objective, maybe some just on bad timing to contest something, maybe settling for the archery mutant wolves or factory mutant wolves. But yeah, it's kind of rare, I feel like, for us to not get a camera pan at the start of day 2, you know? Like, it's a pretty quiet day 2.
Yeah, very slow in comparison to everything we've seen so far throughout this entire phase, really. Shinonome trying his best to stay alive too, but blinks straight into Choen. No, Shinonome, he has played dead, but the cooldown is gonna go through. Shinonome, whenever he has play dead, just seems to get caught out almost immediately. Really rough for the Jenny. Is gonna take the fall. Achilles picks up a kill for themselves, sitting on 3 points already going into day number 2. This is fantastic for that team. Again, the early game snowball is really required for some of these teams with unconventional team comps. I'd say that's pretty unconventional, wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, I really like... I mean, it's fun, though, because we've had some different teams coming out for knockout stage than expected. We are seeing kind of, like, different meta reads, if there are meta reads. I don't know, I feel like sometimes Super Ultra Dino or, like, Daydream might just be playing, like, characters they like playing. But it is interesting to see, like, you know, when you have, like, compositions like Odyssey, or like, you know, Odysseys or Freyas that are really just cookie cutter eternal return at this point, right? Like, this is just what you expect from like an ERM team. And then compared to teams like Super Ultra Dino or Achilles, you know, it really is interesting to see how they play into more textbook Eternal Return.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, well, we're going to start going into night number 2, still next to no action after all of the teams just kind of hovering around each other. We might see something as Jinrock is completely split by himself, doesn't have the Sparknade split, down he goes. A third party coming in from the other side as Team Achilles looking for kills of their own. Cho going to miss out on the flash cut on towards the backside. Cho still sitting in the front, another missed flash cut, but there's the Tsubame Gaiashi to lock things down. Kyarbok needs to run, but look at this, the Rifts, no! Complex gets taken down by Kyarbok, gets a free trade from the Haze. Really unfortunate. It's a 2-for-1 overall. Team Achilles, they do not have to fight a team. That's a free rift for them. Huge.
Yeah, it would have been pretty petty to make them lose the zone after. But we do see the full rainbow coming out. Top skill, actually, I think from KCW was not available. And we are going to see lots of damage coming out. Pexu going as far as they can, but I think Bobo's already down in this fight, so it is going to be the 2v2. Great knockup from KCW with the follow-up from Pexu. Immediate onto JKR. This is a really special Jackie.
God!
Oh my goodness, it's so close. Brush is doing a good job of kiting out the Jackie, though. This is actually winnable with the Vampiric fully stacked, possibly, but we do have the full swing now down. Is going to look for the yellow, blue coming out. Oh, great kiting still. Red to get away, yellow landing again. Silence. Oh, so close, though. Really good try from Brush. That is actually, you know, it's not cope though. Like in those situations, Tia actually against double melee can definitely make it work with the Vampiric fully stacked.
We've seen it in NA, right? Passant has pulled it off numerous number of times. We know how good this character can be. And quite frankly, Youngman also pulled off some similar things, especially on the KR side too. Tia's capabilities are really endless as long as people are chasing into you. It's just not going to work in that situation. And also, KCW, by the way, was very close to falling down to Primordial Hex, but was able to get the execute on a body, which is the reason why he ended up living. It was almost frame perfect, if I'm going to be real with you. As soon as the execute health came in, that's when the Primordial Hex popped. Otherwise, he would have died to a very, very close fight for both of the teams in the Rift.
Yes, and we're seeing more. KCW is just so on point with these engages. Immediate blink into knockup onto Keon. Just so fast, so decisive. I love it from Team C and J. I don't know if the comps or KCW is just like, I'm sending them, but they're definitely getting off everything. As the flash cut comes out, does get caught up a little bit onto the Brush. Are we going to be able to see an EMP barrage? Now, we do have some cooldowns down for Team CNJ. This is actually the window for Achilles to possibly punish this team down a couple cooldowns, but great cutting out from Bubble, as KCW actually is not going to be able to kite it back. But the Nia's game ward, but the Nietzsche. Did you see that? Nietzsche recut? Getting value in an ERM stream? I've never seen that one before. But actually, the iframe coming out to deny the damage and the knockup from KCW rather into Bobo's damage follow-up, actually saving the Hisui. I'm pretty sure maybe Perry was, maybe they had Perry actually. I don't think Perry was down, so I think they were fine anyways. But it's cool that it was Nichi Rinka. Anyways, did you see the engage coming out from Ghost as the energy field is coming out from Junragas?
Oh, shoot.
Huge fight. Look at all the damage. So much damage from the Theodore autos, and these mutant bears are absolutely trolling right now. As we do see the heli attack stat trying to section out the fight. Great taunt coming out from Ghost, and that is going to be a full disengage coming out from Team Korea.
Kerbo messed up. He accidentally started tagging. I think while he was trying to move his character down, his mouse accidentally clicked on the blast plant. It actually ended up dealing damage to the bears, which is one of the reasons why they ended up having to leave the fight. Order, Shinonome still trying to chase people down. Soul Stealer also activated. Can Scarlet get out is the question. No, they cannot, despite the change coming in. They're all fighting in the red. Kyungnam Sparkles in a whole heap of trouble. Swongarang trying to run, but he just used the blast wave. Down he goes. Can Alto get out? Gong still chasing in. There's a Cecilia coming as well. Down goes Team Kyungnam Sparkles. The entire wipe coming in as the Terminate for Team Order is in order.
Yeah, I mean, Gangnam Sparkle, they're just not that strong. They're not at the point where they need to be this like really oppressive composition that we've seen coming out from them. And maybe this is some growing pains from the lack of Fauna as well. It just did not look as coordinated on the ability to play this triple range composition that really Fauna was often the glue that engaged a lot of fights and just peeled for the rest of the team, and then like Scarlet would be able to often follow up for the one shot, and Sung Karang was just doing a great job on the Celine. But now that they're missing Fauna, it looks a little bit sloppier than usual.
It's so hard. Fauna had some of the most important, I think, roles on this team composition. the Chloe needs to do a lot. Surprisingly enough, it's not the double backliners that actually needs to be proactive for this team composition to work. It's actually the Chloe that needs to make things happen. They need to send Nina in, get the knockup onto somebody, or at least the slow, so that the blast wave range maybe is there from the Celine to pull people back, and then the combo can come through. But none of that is happening for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. In both of the games that we just saw for this team, the full combo to just burst a single person down, we haven't seen it at all. It's a rough time for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. They're gonna have to change things up for game numbers 3 and 4. I don't know if this team composition really is it with Alto on Chloe. I mean, I'm sure he's a fine Chloe player, but when it comes to ERM, I just don't see it right now.
Yeah, I mean, again, we both were like fixating on how important Fauna was, and you really do see it as Chon getting cut out, and now great Tsubame Kaiichi to turn so much damage on Shinonome. I think they have to disengage at least a little bit, as you do see Complex going pretty deep onto Gong and Selassie, and now we're seeing a little bit of the pains of this composition. Oh, Lily, are you going to be able to pick up a kill? Does pick up a kill, but Shinonome, I think the play dead is available, so if they want to go for the turn, no, they're not going to. Going to be giving up that red box, and you dirty high roller Chon, I swear, every time I see this guy get a red box, it's always arm slot to get that Blood Ripper online.
It's either that or they called it in. Oh, they can't even call it in because it's only night number 3. Yeah, no blood samples can be called in at the moment. You're absolutely correct. That's the second Blood Ripper we're going to be able to see in night number 3. Very, very high roll for Team Achilles. For Lily, though, I want them to be a little bit more careful. I think that was a very, very risky blink in, especially because the Alex was a little bit too far. CNJ Esports are waiting for it. They can hear the footsteps right around. It's the reason why KCW hasn't made any plays yet. Oh, it's right around the red. They're actually opting to E to the red timer for this on top of it. And they just blast field out. Piggin is in a whole heap of trouble. They're just going to try to jump away, but it doesn't even matter. Straight into the hands of Peksu. The problem is, what is it? Not energy blast field, but the chainsaw murder activated for the Jackie means their window of damage is gone. But it doesn't matter. Odyssey doesn't want to mess around with this at all. Free purple box going into the hands of Team CNJ Esports.
And that is Bobo getting a little stronger. We don't see the insane amount of credits they had last game to get some of these bloods online, because by this point we had both KCW and Bobo on BF weapons, but they are still quite strong. But look at Team Daydream, they're actually a little stronger. Like, they are quite strong in this lobby, so definitely not fancy to fight. Look at this flank angle from KCW. Huge engagement coming out. Touch coming out with the follow-up from the Nia's Game World. That's so much damage, and the rest of the backline just immediately ditching their stealth. You're gonna take minus 200, but that's better than a full team wipe, because that was how that fight was gonna pan out. Junraga's getting the Spark Grenade is gonna be able to get the snare, but the White Lily is going to be able to save Peksu and KCW. Just such a great engagement, though. Immediately looking for the flank angle from KCW, rather.
Good call from Team Freya to immediately get the heck out of that fight. Immediately, as soon as that Estelle gets caught out, they just all dip. Love the fight, too, because for Team CNJ Esports, yes, they might have been down cooldowns since they just came out of a fight, but this is not the TP they were looking for. Huang's about to go down. Down they go. There's the execute in, and look right above them. The Haze is in trouble as well. There's 3 teams hanging around. The fight's going to continue. Rush goes down. JKR in a whole heap of trouble himself. Complex trying to go for the chase. I think he might be able to at least run the Jackie out. Not sure about killing that, but Keon is now the one in trouble. The Barbara is probably gonna fall. There's the Barbara trying to run away, but all she can do is move her little legs. Everybody else's mobility skills really rough for Team Super Ultra Dino. Loses 2, minus 400. They don't even have the credits for that. Unless the Tia can get the self-res.
Even if Brush gets the self-res, I think they might just lose out on the timer. Like, I think they might just boom.
No,
but we do see the Nia's Game World coming out with the Blast Energy Field. So much damage coming out. Peksu, all of the backline, and Junragas cannot kite this out. I think that is the tactical armor, maybe the execute coming out from the Nia passive. Not sure which one. I think it was actually the execute from the Nia. Great follow-up from Bobo. But yeah, Peksu just going in 1v2, and even through, I have to assume that my exclusive was able to pick up the kill, and this will be another wick line going to CNJ Esports. They're looking like they're about to make a repeat of game 1.
Contested this time around, but they are able to actually hold their ground and make sure they're able to push the other team out. Takes the wick line afterwards. It's more of a reward than a risk that they ended up taking. Nicely done from CNJ Esports. I see the blood compa coming in for KCW. Massive, massive damage increase for that roster. Team Order trying to condense Team Freya in towards the corner. Cho trying to buy his backline a little bit of space. Will just end up going away with the shield, but this is not a good place to be at all. Look at the zones. It's about to close. They need to push out so far if Freya wants to get out of this zone. When do you have the time to do that? It's just a VLS option. That's gadget points, though.
Yeah, definitely. And we do actually have to mention gadget points as a resource, because once you get into these final zones, those safety orbs are everything.
Oh,
especially
my God.
Lily going down really low to Gearbach, rather. And we do see Achilles a little sectioned off, Freya a little sectioned off. And we're going to see this again. It's a story of a really squishy frontliner funneling their teammates. It's only one transition. Probably the solar system miniature. No. Bunny hat, I think. Has to be, yeah, it is the bunny hat for Cho. But that is just an incredibly squishy Estelle going into some of these final fights.
By the way, I will also say this. I said it yesterday, and I'll say it one more time. If that was Season 3 Haze, that 100% was a kill onto Lily. So you can definitely tell that the DPS mark on Haze has decreased ever since her heyday. Here's another fight. CNG Esports trying to play aggressive, but the problem is Perry is gone. There's a third party on the backside too. Peksu down, Kinyo down. Odyssey loses a member on top of it. CNG Esports, yeah, they might have lost a member, but they're so far ahead, has so much credits to work with. These two members are strong enough as they are. Odyssey trying to teleport down towards the south side. Look at this, Lumi's here, but the number of teams hanging around this area is also absolutely insane. Team Odyssey doesn't have timer to work with. They're in trouble. Ghost trying to run out. They've got the White Lily, but look at who is on the chase. Going on the chase. Can they get the pole? Yes, they can. Down will go Ghost eventually. Minus 400 for a team that quite frankly doesn't have any credits to work with. That might be it for Team Odyssey.
Yeah, even more than minus 400, it's day 5. Like, where are you gonna call it in? At this point, it's so hard for teams to get reses off. You have to make like a miracle play. Usually, oh, Junraga's getting super caught out. Great use of the F-stop, actually just canceling out any potential pathing, rather. KCW getting a great third party. Was that 2 kills actually? That they were able to secure for themselves. As we do see Peksu down, we're gonna see if they are able to secure. Oh, Bubble is gonna be able to secure the res for Peksu. That's huge.
Wow, that is insane, because KCW acted as a third-party agent in that situation while the Nia was off trying to get the res onto the Jackie. I think it was a bit more of trying to buy space for the Nia to get the res, but inadvertently it turned into a possible kill point going in favor of Team CNJ Esports. Really nice recovery for that team, but the fights in Cemetery still continues. Team Freya pushed into the corner. Not a good situation to be up against a team like Team Order, because that can happen right there. Caribou needs to run immediately. Helifax that already invested over onto Hong, but the free at last frees the soul of Caribou. Down they go. Haze is gone. Down goes Cho. They're gone. The D needs to run up. 10 seconds left on their timer. Left without their teammates. That free at last was devastating for Team Daydream.
Absolutely.
Daydream?
And
No,
we do
Freya.
see. Yeah. Well, Daydream is also devastated. It's going to be a. Now, this is not a fun zone to be in, though. If you're super. Oh, never mind. Unless you just have another beautiful flashing or blinking gauge coming up from KCW. This guy is the absolute go. Pexo going down, though. Actually, fantastic turn from Keon and JKR. They're going to win the zone.
Oh, no. That sucks. Peksu and KCW did the classic mistake against Barbara, jumping in onto that character. One team is really good at diving. The other is really good at receiving that. Super Ultra Dino playing that perfectly. JKR, not really in that much trouble either, right? Sorry, not JKR. But Brush, really not in trouble much either. They did eventually get taken down, but the amount of pressure that it stole off of Team Freya. Freya? No, what? Bro, there's so many teams here that I don't know what's going on. CNJ Esports was absolutely insane.
Okay, Bubba's gonna. No way. No.
There is a team to the right.
Okay. There was a team in the zone. I was about to be like, if this guy finesses this zone.
They can still go up. I mean, there's VLSs everywhere, but they should know for the team in Cemetery right now that it's pretty clear. Order has kind of been sitting on the right side this entire zone. If they take the VLS out of here, CNJ Esports is getting away with murder. There is no way that's going to ever happen, is there? I don't see them.
Think so. They have the open information of 5 teams 11 because it's only 5 teams, so they should know that there's a lot of rats.
Yeah, there we go.
So they're probably just gonna play for their consistent zone control, and I don't think against this combo really has a chance. So maybe just gonna hopefully you can actually get I think a decent amount of placement though, because there are a couple rats. It just comes down to timer. Do you have the gadgets? Do you have the safety?
We were just playing around. For Pubba, this is actually a little bit more dangerous because the amount of information that you're giving away to somebody inside of the zone is a bit more than if you do it inside of Fire Station. Piggin is trying to move around as much as they can, but found out by Super Ultra Dino. Remember, Piggin needs to stay alive for about 10 seconds, but can they do it as the Vanya? The silence, no!
Bubble goes down first.
The silence denies it. Did Bubble end up going down first? Oh, that's unfortunate. CNG Esports, you're absolutely correct. 12.5 points for that team. Same thing for the Vanya, but at least they were able to secure that third place.
Yup, you're right. And actually, I think it's fourth place. Yeah. So we're going to see Achilles versus Super Ultra Dino, and this is going to be really interesting because Achilles really does want to try to dive, but you saw the cons of trying to dive this composition, right? It looked like a great fight for CNJ Esports, but Keon's a damage turning. But look at the timer. They're going to have to make a play. And Keon is going so low. Look at JKR's timer. They're just going to blow.
Yeah. No safety drones left. That means JKR gets taken down. They will eventually knock down Chone, but Brush is the last one alive. All Team Achilles has to do is just wait for that timer. A lot of good healing, but your health bar doesn't matter. When your head goes pop, pop goes a weasel. There it is. Team Achilles will be able to walk into the final zone wielding 21 points so far in this game. Absolutely massive for these guys. Team Order, same thing. They have a really solid game this time around too. 16 points for this team, both looking for 27 and 22 respectively.
I think we're gonna have to really look at Gong here. I think this is gonna be a lot of the playmaking potential is gonna be on the neutral from the Sicela plus the play with us, right? If the pull lands on Lily, or even on Chon, wow, look at. There's a lot of circles going on my screen as we see a lot of damage onto Chon, but it's going to be able to get the trade onto Gong, and I think, ooh, this is going to be rough because Chon has a lot of the actual consistent damage for Team Achilles. We do see Shinonome getting comboed out by Complex. Complex doesn't really have the highest damage builds, but there's a lot of HP down. The fight is going pretty quickly. We do want to pick up the kill on Gong. Did the boom already come out? Wow, the turbo Shinonome is huge. Are we going to be able to have an auto off? No way does Complex win this with...
No, he missed everything.
Oh yeah, the damage is way in the favor of the Jenny at that point when you trade out from. Yeah, I think it's just Chon going down and then getting traded out is really unfortunate. Even though you were able to pick up Gong on the Sicela, there's a lot more consistent damage and utility coming out from a Lenny and Jenny versus an Adriana who's already ran out of gas. We talk about that a lot. Once those Molotovs are down, there's not a lot left that Adriana can offer in the fight. And a lot of it came down to the auto attacks coming out from the Alex, and when the Alex is building Titan armor and Commander's headset, and maybe a Helix, those aren't pumping really that hard. So it's gonna be really hard to win that fight. It's definitely an uphill battle.
Really good presence of mind for Shinonome to figure out in which way do we end up winning this fight. It's to take out the damage. The risk is there, of course, but the play dead is still available for Shinonome. The first time we actually see it where he needs it and he has it, right? So it allows him to stay alive. Complex, good decision on him to try going for the Lenny afterwards. Talasi playing it right though. Jumps back towards his teammate as soon as the play dead is about to pop, and the spring trap to counter any reinitiation afterwards. Just chef's kiss for that team. Again, very nice attempt for Complex. The amount of damage he did over onto Shinonome to at least put them into play dead was fantastic, and the decision to go for the Lenny afterwards was also nice as well. It's the reactions that are working very well for these teams. I think, though, that is the name of the game for a lot of these teams, now that I think about it. The reactions to something being done correctly against the other team. That has kind of determined a lot of how this entire phase has gone. We've seen these Nikki Adela compositions getting dealt with the same hand. Everybody's just dealing with it correctly. Now it's a matter of how do you deal with them dealing correctly with your correct play. It's a lot of play on words.
Yeah, often I think in competitive, especially once you get to these 1v1 team situations, reactive is often gonna be the best way because you just give yourself more option select, right? A proactive approach, you're usually going to often have to. I mean, it depends, right? It depends on the composition, but you saw proactivity come out from Team CNJ Esports or KCW found a pick, but look at the reactive play from coming out, right? The triple Barbara turns immediately deleting Peksu and KCW. Sometimes it's just if you have the answer to what your opponents want to do, you can easily just turn a fight immediately, even down numbers.
For sure. Let's see how this game actually ended up resulting in the leaderboard being as it is. Who is still in first? Of course, it's going to be C&J Esports. Not that massive of a game for these guys. Of course, 12.5 points. Nothing too crazy. But the result from game number 1 still allows them to maintain that lead. 44.5 is going to be that first place team. Order coming in second with 31. That result just now allows them to push their way up into that second place. Again, 13.5 points behind C&J Esports, but now it's seeming doable. Achilles in third place with 27.5, and we go down from there. Odyssey, Super Ultra Dino, very close to each other when it comes to their overall points. 19 is what we are looking at to break through that top 4 after game number 2. But Kaz, that was game number 2. It's an even number of games, so you know what that means. We're going to go on the break. So go grab some water for all of you guys in the chat. Go grab some snacks and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of Knockout Stage 1.
사망했습니다. 누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 생생하고 있습니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다. 생존자 잠시 후 안전지대가 서둘 예정입니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다. 잠시 후 안전지대가 이동합니다. 생존자가 체크메이트.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이잖아. 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 고리 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
선수가 앞라인 잘 맞아줬고요.
자, 보급 상자 싸움은 런터레벨 조와 부산 베스파.
하고 돌면서
네.
선수 선수.
좀 위험하긴 하거든요.
자, 이거 진주의 굴림.
다운이 됐고.
자, 이거 3일차 데스라서 좀
이러면은 로즈너 선수 이거
치명적이네요.
도망갈 수 있을까? 이거
아,
정말
네.
것
안
같은데요.
갔어요.
네.
이러면은 부산 베스타 터미네이트 위기인데요.
자, 런터레벨 끝까지 가면 이거 선율의 투착 마지막 절대 안
이렇게
되는데.
막아버리면 쉽지 않습니다.
아, 로즈가 그래도 버티고는 있습니다만은 3일차 데스 나머지 2명이기 때문에 툭툭 진행도 안 되고요. 자, 절.
바로 그가 힘으로 밀어냈거든요.
오.
2대1 상황을.
정민 선수의 천룡잠이 완성이 되었고요. 자, 스텝백.
이제는 더 이상 물러날 수
그렇죠.
없다.
이제는 뭔가
아
정말
근데 정밀 폭격이 잘 들어가면서 뒷라인이 아무것도 못하고 있긴 했어요.
자,
한번.
근데 이게 로저 선수가 너무 잘 버티고
그쵸.
먼저
라인이
캐시.
포지셔닝을 했거든요.
와, 이거 실비하기 때문에 더 쫓아가진 않지만 결국 2명을 잡아냅니다. 부산.
굉장히 복잡한, 굉장히 불안한 위치다 보니까 계속 밀려는 것 같아요.
그리고 아직 본인들 밸류가 그렇다고 올라온 건 아니다 보니까 이거 잡아먹고 크겠다라는 생각.
자, 2대1 구도. 자, 심세 선수가 먼저 잡힐 것 같죠. 로즈너의
로즈너
나르코.
너무 잘 버텨요.
자, 이거 다시 한번 캐실까지도 로즈너 선수가 잡아내고요. 남아있는
이러면
300.
사출.
네.
큰일 났습니다 진짜.
자, 올웨진전 그리고 섀도우 골든라이트 그리고 서커스까지 또 2초월 아이템을 아니 서커스 3초월 아이템입니다.
네, 좁은 곳을 몰렸기 때문에 오히려 걸어보는 오디세이인데요. 괜찮은 상황인 것 같습니다.
하지만
먼저
센스 너무 좋았고요.
그렇죠. 순식간에 2명을 정리해버리는.
체크 안 한 상태에서 나머지 인원들이 오른쪽으로 오는 것도 다 파악해줄 거고요.
자, 3대3 구도에서 올웨지 인천과 부산 베스타. 하지만 조금
근데
더 강한
체급이-
건데 이렇게. 자, 그리고 다르코가 뭔가 한번 메이킹을 해보려는 것 같거든요. 로즈너.
자, 그렇기 때문에 지금 아티팩트를 좀 깔끔하게 빼냈는데
오,
성공했거든요.
게다가 민 선수의 포지션이 너무 좋기 때문에.
자, 그리고 여기서 기적 실현 뒤늦게 한번 같이 들어가 주면서 맞물리기.
자, 이러면
이거는
인천의
근데
승리가.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. Hope you guys had a good one. It's now time for games 3 and 4 for knockout stage number 1. It's been a pretty standard, I would have to say, ERM game that we would normally expect. Some of the good teams are definitely kind of dominating the lobby as they are. We have a top-heavy scoreboard, a middle-of-the-pack heavy scoreboard, and then the definitive bottom of the pack as well. Got 2 more games remaining to determine the 4 teams that are going to be moving onwards after knockout stage 1. The other 4 will unfortunately be eliminated because, as the name states, we are knocking teams out.
Yeah, I mean, again, do or die, baby. Do or die, right?
It's going to suck for a lot of these teams. Again, a lot of good teams are in knockout stage 1 today. It's painful that this is the situation it is, but because of the result that came through in the group stages, it is what we get. I can't really put it any other way. These teams have gotten themselves into this situation. Even for the teams that shouldn't normally be here, the performance during the group stage is very shaky. There's a couple of times in each of the phases where I would normally say that just because a team is in knockout stage 1, it doesn't mean they did bad. Because maybe the entire group stage was just super competitive, and eventually a team has to be in knockout stage 1, right? It's inevitable. Maybe they played well, it just wasn't lucky. But for this phase, that wasn't necessarily the case. So to see a lot of teams start to improve already is really good news. But for a majority of them, time is running out. 4 teams will move on, 4 teams will be gone after this. Which of these teams are going to stake their claim for the ticket on to knockout stage 2?
You know, I gotta say, I'm surprised the NJ's esports is subbing out Pexu.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Alright, this is... I can see why. 8ㅅCU is a very solid backline player. I don't think they're going to lock in Kathy. That's probably not going to happen. They're just kind of hovering it just to see what's going on. If they do end up locking this Kathy in, I will be very surprised. And we are going to see it. This is something we actually saw from them during the group stages. Kathy with Iron... what is it? Ironclad? There we go. I kept thinking Ironhide for some reason. What's going on with me? Ironclad. It's Dagger as well. I already talked about this with Super, but I'm going to ask your opinion on this, Kaz, in just a bit. So hang on to that train of thought. Everything else, double Nadine coming out from this lobby. I do see the Mize popping out. Any bans? I still do not see any. I think we're going to go into game number 4 with 0 bans this entire series.
One thing I want to mention, I am glad to see Daydream. Unfortunately, it wasn't working with the picking on the Vanya, so they are going to play Altail on the Theodore with the Nikki and the Johan, rather. Sorry, brain lag for a little bit there, but I think Altail is just Sorry. There's a little bit of Cocomelon going on my screen. I'm like a baby getting keys jingled in their faces. I see KCW just doing the Jackie reset. But as I think Altail was just fantastic on the Theodore, so I'm really glad to see them back on it.
Let's see how it goes. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 is now underway. Final 2 games to determine the 4 teams that will move on to knockout stage number 2. CNG Esports has been doing pretty solid throughout the course of the series so far. Team Order also picking up a win in game number 2 meant that they are going to push themselves into that second place spot, set up that pedestal and the foundation to potentially mark their position in knockout stage number 2. I'm going to jump back onto the topic that I mentioned earlier while we have a little bit of downtime because it is way early in the game. Kaz, Ironclad on Dagger Kathy. What do you think about that?
So I'm glad you mentioned this because I don't think anybody really does this. I think when you want to go for a more Bruiser Kathy, you do go for the Ironclad on the dual swords, right? You go for the Revenant, you go for the Moonlight Embrace, like it's still like, I think Bruiser Kathy's pretty good. I'm just curious why Dagger, because I feel like if you're going Dagger, like you'd benefit more from the glass cannon style. At least my assumption is, but you know, I mean, again, we say it quite often, but there's a reason we're on the casting dash.
Yeah, I don't know. I would see why if you kind of use the dagger skill similar to how I guess Jackie uses it, because a lot of times when Jackie uses cloak and dagger, it's just more the additional damage plus the slow at the beginning of a fight, right? You can jump in and then immediately use cloak and daggers. There's a slight slow added onto it as well. Bonus max HP % damage on top of it. It's kind of nice. But when you're playing Kathy, you typically tend to use it to initiate, right? You want to get the additional distance from staying invisible, and then you double bypass in to use the suture, in which case you're wasting a lot of time from that Ironclad. I still am a little bit shaky on this, but we'll see if it works out for CNG Esports. They've improved a lot since the group stages. Maybe this is going to be a bit of a byproduct from that as well. This Ironclad, it could work, but I just need to actually see proof of it working first before anything else.
Yeah, I'm glad. It's funny that you like took note of it and wanted my opinion, because I looked at it and kind of squinted at it a little bit, because I was also confused by the decision to go dagger over dual swords, as you do see a lot of action going on, by the way. You know, sometimes, I'm not even gonna lie to you, and the viewers here, we just decide to color cast over some of these early day 1 fights because you should just expect it. Like, you know, we could say, oh, they're, you know, hitting each other with auto attacks and abilities at day one, but it's like, you know, like often, like, I mean, you see the Charm getting the pick on Hessel, you are gonna see the Genreki slash follow up into the flash cut, but like, you know, like there's just too much of that, alright? Like we're human beings, and we also want to talk about our points while we get the opportunity before the really spicy fights come out, so.
If you wanted to watch some of that actually happening, I think if you watch the SEA qualifiers for ERM, you might have been able to see a ton of that, because love the man to death. Mirai, dude, that man was casting day one fights like the war was beginning, dude. He was going absolutely bonkers during his cast. For me, you know, it makes sense. It's definitely fun. I think this was one of Mirai's more first kind of official casting experience that he was able to get on Nimble Neuron's side. But day one fights are always going to happen, right? Typically, it's going to be a lot of these individual picks. Same thing happening here as well. Kion getting tagged by everything on the Tsubame Gaeshi. Choen just landing everything. It's just 1v1s. Great fight, and we will make point of when some of these plays are absolutely incredible, but we don't need to go over every single one of them. I don't want to tire myself out. There's still so much VR to watch in this game alone. Down goes Delaney. Same thing for the pick, and then everybody else just kind of doing their own stuff. Brush getting picked on by Team Order. Shinonome, can he get the secure? The slow plus the bleed. Oh my god, the Jackie jumps in, and oh, okay, that is a hungry shark just leaping in for the strike. See, that's a fun one. We can catch that one. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little goofy just because you just see the Amazon Jackie just like a dog, like, you know, like a dog fight, like getting like fetching or something, you know, she's like 3 kills, like foaming at the mouth like she has rabies. But we do see a little bit of posture, a lot more posturing on these archery wolves than you might expect usually. But it will be Team Super Ultra Dyna giving it up to Team Daydream, as we do see teams starting to pick up the neutral objectives that were free for the taking. Again, I'm actually, okay, this one surprises me, because I do believe Gumdrum Sparkle did get the Meteorite from Factory. I'm surprised nobody else contested a Meteorite Factory, because that's double objectives, basically, because you get access to the Mutant Wolves as well. As Chon is actually on double tree already.
Yeah, this is a lot faster pace for some of these teams than I thought it would have been. Complex trying his best to run away from CNJ Esports. KCW just using everything in his arsenal to get in range. Complex doing everything to get away from range. Nice double agent to lock down 8ㅅCU, but everybody else on team, oh, Achilles is there, but Choen joins in late. This is a good possibility, though, although the parry and the suture, not that bad. Ichiri got actually getting some really good value. Gets certain slash, not going to buy him enough space to get away from KCW. The auto attacks are still there, and you can't dodge those. Nice attempt from Cho, and it's going to be a 1-for-2 trade overall in favor of CNJ Esports.
So, while we have CNJ on the screen, I want to say, as somebody who, you know, has played MOBAs in the past, I think Arda is one of Eternal Return's coolest characters. Like, I really do like what Arda does for competitive, especially because it enables calm positions like this, and I think that's just cool. Like, I always really like when Arda is in the meta. It might not be funny for a backline player, you know, but you know, but I do think being able to see calm positions like Kathy, Jackie actually be very, like, actually pretty viable, because you get to cheat the back, as we see Jun Ragas just getting enough free pick on. Chon probably just respawning from that previous fight with Team CNG Esports, but that's a lot of time off the map now.
I will kind of continue your point as well. I'm also an avid Arda enjoyer myself. I genuinely think that playing him is so rewarding if you play things right. You have so much opportunity and versatility in what your character can actually do that playing it correctly just seems so right. Shinonome, unfortunately, yeah, not checking for vision, will end up getting caught out. Well played from Team Daydream, diverting back over onto their original team composition, by the way. We are going to see the Nikki, Theo, Johan composition come out. A fight inside a cemetery. Complex is going to begin it. Oh, and that's actually a pretty good double agent as well. Sun locks up 2. The fight still goes on. Nobody's dead yet, but Gyeongnam Sparkle's in a little bit of shambles with their health bar. Lily dashing in one more time, very aggressive, but the taunt just lands over on the Complex, and down he goes. Team Achilles, they're stuck in the middle of nowhere. Choen needs to get out, but he misses the Getsurin slash, and now he's stuck in the corner. Team Achilles, I think they're gone. Oh no, the fight looks so good at the start for them, but they over push. I said Lily needs to play careful with those initiations, and they just kept going. Isolated Complex, down goes the team. Rift for Team Order, not looking that good, as down they go. It's going to be team, what is that, CNJ Esports to take away it? I have no idea. Nope, they get a free one of their own. But, oh, come on, Team Achilles, you can't do that anymore. Lily needs to be so much more careful with some of these fights, because there is the example of what ends up happening if the Adrian uses her mobility to go in a fight, and you can't guarantee a kill off of it.
Yeah, you heard my reaction. I was like, oh, I don't know about that one. And then, yeah, immediately getting punished as the Pure Rage uppercut immediately out of the combat rift is going to be Team Daydream. Hessel going to start to pick up some items. I know. Oh wait, as actually we're gonna see another pick from Team Order. I'm not as familiar with what Team Daydream rather decides to go with its composition. Do they go a more bruiser like damage Nikki? I think so, right?
No, they typically tend to build, I think it's more tankier. There's a lot of Nikki's. No, actually, I think Hessel is the one that tends to build damage now that I think about it. I'm pretty sure they're going to actually transition this into Racing Helmet and the Tellurian, so that's going to be a fun one. Hessel trying his best to run away. Nice guard. It's only going to guard the Quake part. The reverse only takes him straight into the truck. Down he goes, unfortunately. Is that an ambulance or a truck? I think that's a truck. Yeah, down goes Hessel. Not going to be able to find anything in this one. Guard and reverse was pretty good. Again, the Quake actually ended up proccing it, but the reverse only pushed him in towards the corner of the van. Yeah, it's a truck. I know. I meant to say van. I'm sorry. My bad, my bad. At least it was a Night 2 death, so Hessel will come back, but this is a bit of a stunt onto what Daydream has been able to achieve in this game so far. Already sitting on 6 points for themselves, the point leaders of this lobby. Just gonna get stunted a little bit as day number 3 is going to begin. Peng isolated, but the rest of his team is behind. Good check from Team Daydream to wait and not go too far on this initiation.
So do you see Hessel really cut out, and Peng is going to be able to... Yeah, this is the yeah, I don't think we're actually going to be able to do anything if you're all tail here. Would be some miracle work. Luckily, there's not a team they're going to be running into, I think, in hospital. Trying to call... Can I back... Wait! Yeah, that... I'm actually surprised that Peng was able to get that close to getting another taunt off, as the intimidation tactic is going to come off onto Talassi, I think, was it? Or Gong. And Shinonome super caught out, even with the plate dead, you're going down again. And that's really unfortunate, as I just think the value of Cho being able to get that intimidation tactic really made the fight quite awkward, as Junrag is looking quite strong for... Not Freya. Rather, Odyssey looking incredibly strong going into this game, as we do see Bobo throwing out the Nimrod's gate, and now we're going to see the dive, and the fight is so sectioned off, and this will be Team Order going down.
That's so brutal for Team Order, man. I mean, what is going on? Our second and third place teams are both eliminated from the game extremely early on. This is actually going to open up opportunities for our bottom 4 teams to start making their way up, and it wasn't even that many points either. Yeah, Daydream losing Hessel one more time. They are spending credits and bleeding their wallets dry at this point, trying to get the res back onto the Nikki. This is a comp that needs to snowball. This is actually what we ended up seeing during the group stages too. Team Daydream constantly losing and bleeding credits dry from rezzing one member or another. It's the same situation. It's just not working out at all for these players. I don't like their prospects right now in this game specifically. I don't know for game 4, but the pattern is continuing from what we saw in the group stages.
Yeah, it's really bad, because I think, yeah, if you looked at the inventory, it did look like Hessel was trying to go for more damage. But the problem is, if you're playing like a damage Nikki build and you don't actually get the transitions, you don't have the Ghost Bride dress utility to fall back on if you're like only on one item, right? You're gonna be quite skill-ishy once that diamond chart goes down.
Okay. Odyssey ends up picking up the Force Core. Unfortunately, the knockup doesn't actually allow anybody to capitalize on this, so Super Ultra Dino missing out on the objective. Same thing for Team Odyssey. They secure everything they wanted for it. I guess not the same thing, but the complete opposite of what ended up happening to Team Super Ultra Dino. They get the additional buff, they get the Force Core, and maintain all of their lives intact. Beautiful situation for Team Odyssey. These rocket launchers doing a lot. 8ㅅCU, the emergency surgery is going to push Team Freya back, but they were already on top of the jump pad. A little unfortunate. That's an ultimate gone from the Kathy, and I haven't really seen too much from CNG Esports. Still, sitting on 7.5 points for themselves, they are almost the kill leaders and the point leaders of this lobby, just not there yet with Kyungnam Sparkle sitting on 8.
Yeah, really scary fight though when you see the Kathy next to when you're trying to jump that out, because that suture can cancel it and then separate your team, and then the fight is over, especially with all that burst. So a little bit of a lucky break coming out.
See, is this shoes? If it's shoes, then the Celine can grab it. It is shoes! Look at that! Perfect for this team. Unfortunately, that does mean Pang will not be able to get a transition. This man is in shambles. It's a tank life in 2025 for Eternal Return competitive. Zero transitions for the longest of times.
It's really sad though, because sometimes I see a lot of Twitch chat like flaming tank players for like, you know, like getting but positioning as a tank when you're so squishy is really hard actually.
Because you have to remember, yeah, in solo queue, even as a tank, you're still getting transitions because you're playing for yourself for the most part in solo queue. Here, you're dealing with 5 transition backline damage dealers that could potentially have something like a blood sample weapon that has armor penetration on it while you're sitting on default items. What are you supposed to do? Just kind of sit there and take it until your backline is set to do something. It sucks as a frontliner. It's one of the reasons why I still think it's really important to get your team accelerated enough that you can now start buying items for your front line. That's where the real advancements to your team composition begins, because then you actually have somebody that can sit up in the front lines, start to buy you some more time, maybe look for more of those opportunities. Until then, you're running dry on opportunities to find. You just have one, and that's until your front line dies.
Yeah, I'm really glad. Yeah, that is the benefit of getting those early fights, really, is that it ends up translating into more gold on your tank. And if the tank is ahead, that's when like the comps look really, or team fights look really one-sided, because there's enough damage, and there's also not enough damage being returned, right? And that's really high value.
Yep. Well, it's a pretty quiet mid-game, I'm gonna be real with you. Day number 4 and nobody's really started any fights. A lot of kind of positioning and gaining pressure around certain locations, but no one's really investing into actually beginning a fight. That's mainly because also Wickeline's gonna be spawning in about 25 seconds, yes, but with Team Freya sitting around this location, they have that CCTV advantage. They'll start moving over towards the right. CNJ Esports waiting and biding their time. They don't have info on Team Freya, but they know there is somebody around here. How are they going to operate this, and how are they going to actually execute this process? They have no idea about Team Freya. Same thing for Team Odyssey, but do they know about Team CNJ Esports? Yes, they do. This is a bit of an awkward spot. Arda, Nimrod Gate in, on towards the backside. 8ㅅCU uses everything. Cloak and Dagger gone on top, but I just saw that Ironclad out. That means CNJ Esports needs to play it slow for just a little bit. Jinragus? Yeah, let's not do that, buddy. Oh, Rush. Oh, what is going on? Everybody's doing their own thing.
Yeah, you see the Nimrod's Gate coming out, but no desire to take it. Maybe just not confident in their ability to like secure it with the steel. Maybe the emergency surgery though might have been able to actually secure the Wicked line. I mean, it's a decent amount of burst damage, but maybe then they're worried that 8ㅅCU will not be able to get out.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? If you use the emergency surgery to secure some objective like the Wicked line, it needs to be multi-purpose. It can't just be to kill Wicked line, assuming there's teams around. That suture needs to land onto somebody. You can use the emergency surgery after to not only get the execute onto the Wicked line, but you also need to do damage onto somebody else. The value needs to be quite high. That's the problem with playing Kathy, especially this high of an elo. Everything needs to go right in order for this character to actually not look completely useless. So 8ㅅCU has a lot of things that he needs to do. Not that many mistakes so far, if I'm gonna be honest, right? Still 7.5 points. They're doing pretty well for themselves, but it's all about the later stages of the game. Kathy is extremely hard to play when everyone else also has their items on top of it, because one mistake, you're dead.
Yeah, and also at this level of play, like you mentioned, like people are just really aware of the suture. You're not gonna get those like really free. Also, this is we were saying Daydream is on poverty, but outside of Rami, they're actually pretty strong at this point. We were seeing a full build on the Nikki. Definitely a doable fight if they find one coming their way. Wow, the engagement coming out from 8ㅅCU.
See,
wow.
like...
Nope.
That's
no, never mind though.
Okay.
Great return damage. KZW is not going to be able to get the kill, though. He's going to give the Nimrod Z to get out. Are they going to be able to cancel the rest? They are going to be able to cancel it once. KZW prepping the dual swords rampage on the boards, but now you're in between two teams. You are seeing Odyssey coming out. But look at that. The res on 8ㅅCU is actually available.
Oh, they canceled the res onto the haze.
Huge. Are they going to be able to suture the res? No, another res. canceled by the Nimrod's gate. Are they gonna try to go for it to cancel again?
Well,
Yeah,
they're
they're actually gonna have Girobok gonna go for the head boom actually.
Oh, okay. CMG Esports. Presence of mind, as I said before. Nikki's going to send it all the way in, but she's completely isolated away from everybody else in the blast field. Also invested 4 stacks straight onto Altale and the Johan. Down goes Rami. Great response from Song Hanang, maintaining those bomb stacks on the ground. The 1-for-1 trade comes in, but it's already too late. 1-for-2 overall in favor of Gyeongnam Sparkles. Northside is also an absolute catastrophe as Freya loses down 2. Super Ultra Dino and CMG Esports, it's always these Jackie comps. They're making things work.
Yeah, I think the snowball factor, right? One mistake when you think you might have had a fight win can turn so quickly, and you kind of saw that with KCW. Was able to pick up a kill in return, as we do see the Spark mid lane. Oh, Bubble, you are so gone.
It's spread. The Spark nade spread. Oh, 3CU is gonna fall down too. There goes CMG Esports. Nice try, but that Spark nade spread is just way too good against these triple melees. Or, well, not triple melees, but 2 backliners, one backliner that needs to stay in the back, and then 2 frontliners that wants to jump in, so they stay in the back instead.
Yeah, as we do see decent neutral, and it's really going to be quite hard to walk into Super Ultra Dino because you have these Barber turrets set up. It's going to be a lot on Sung Harang, I think, to break these turrets so that Alto and Peng are going to be able to walk up a little bit. Turrets down though right now. Lots of bombs set up. Definitely going to be JKR going to be struggling to get in, I think, because you can be jumping into a lot of bombs. Peng getting a little antsy for the engage, though, does create a decent amount of space, and now the fight is really sectioned off, actually.
Yeah.
It might be a little awkward, but now we see JKR actually popping the ultimate, is going to be able to jump onto Alto. That's going to be down.
Oh my god.
We were talking about how sectioned off Team Super Ultra Dyna is, but look how far actually the Nidin was from the rest of the team. That was really bad because JKR was able to jump on the side. Really great patience coming out from JKR and the rest of Super Ultra Dino, understanding that if the team tries to push in a little too far, you can actually take advantage of that.
I see what Ping was going to go for, but sectioning yourself off too much also is going to hurt you in the long run. Nice try from Gyeongnam Sparkles. They're going to go for a res. Do they have enough to get both of them?
Oh, look at the
yes,
team
they
above.
do, actually. They do have enough. And yeah, Team Odyssey is starting to make their way down. 13 seconds left. Pang just finds out and it's too late. Down goes Alto. Pang's going to get taken down in just a couple moments as well. Wolf follows through, but can this Mai get out? I think yes, just barely. Team Odyssey saw that BLS land down right near where that Lumi was going to spawn. Unfortunately for Pang, gets the 1 res, but it's only an extra point going to the hands of Team Odyssey. That sucks.
Yeah, good heads-up play from Team Odyssey, though. Having a pretty accurate read, right? They did invest quite a bit, too. They invested the gadget credits of the safety to be able to check this Lumi just in case some team was rezzing. Just really good presence of mind at the point of the game. And that's taking advantage of when there are more than 3 teams alive. You actually have the numbers advantage, and you can probably read that maybe a team's going to go for the res.
Yeah, this is going to suck for Hessel too. He just used a safety drone to get himself into that temple hyperloop. Hessel is going to die first. That's just going to be fact at this point. Pang with Gyeongnam Sparkles, at least we'll be able to secure that 3rd place spot. We're going to have Odyssey and Super Ultra Dino duking it out in that final zone. I believe it's going to be Pond. Sorry, it's going to be Stream, I apologize. We have temporary zones of Police Station and Hospital. Positionally wise, it's going to be Super Ultra Dino that has the advantage, but the composition for Team Odyssey makes it very difficult for Super Ultra Dino to fight this. I'm wondering what the plan is for Super Ultra Dino to make this work.
That's passionless from Pang. Doesn't even try. No ability, just stands there and just takes the death. Doesn't even try to get your 1.
He wants that tactical timeout, man. He just needs these next couple of minutes to start talking to his team instead of being in game.
Passionless gameplay.
Maybe he needed to go use the bathroom. I don't know. You never know.
But we are gonna see this looking pretty favorable for Super Ultra Dino, especially if we saw it yesterday, the paid agent Chronosphere that moves to the right. Walking through this Barbara, walking through brush can be a little rough actually.
Typically, this will move to the left. If it moves to the left, Team Odyssey is going to be a little bit happier about this, but the positioning they found themselves in is actually not bad. Quite surprised that Super Ultra Dino actually didn't opt to buy more time, but the flank is on the way. Are there any cameras? There's one inside of the bush, but it might be a little bit too late. JKR does not have any ways to deny this camera. Now Team Odyssey should know what's going on. It's going to deny the flank for JKR, and once again, the Chronosphere moves away from the bridges. Here we go, Energy Blast Field out. Blast Blast trying his best to follow up on this. JKR is going to run away. Oh, the double twins, double rainbow. Going to land over onto two members of Odyssey. This is going to deny that Energy Blast Field ultimate, but the positioning is still now in favor of these players. All they need to do is hold the ground, wait for maybe another Energy Blast Field. Super Ultra Dinos needs to make their play fast before that Theo ultimate comes out, before every single one of the cooldowns, important and vital to Team Odyssey, comes back to JKR. Still looking for that flank angle, but they're so isolated. Ghost is going to be able to catch this. There is a camera on the backside to deny that flank. Who's going to go for it? It's going to be the Tia. She doesn't have the flank. Kim Yul gets obliterated. Well played from Team Super Ultra Dino. Down goes one though. The trade is there. Brush is going to go down. The Theo getting tagged by JKR will end up getting taken down on top of it. JKR trying to stay alive, but the damage from Ghost just not gonna be enough. The heals are there. You can do all the damage you want in the world as a mine. But Jackie just laughs in your face. Nicely done from Team Super Ultra Dino. 17.5 to round out game number 3.
Rosh carried that fight so hard, being able to find the lockdown on Kinyo, which gave the opportunity for the Jackie to jump in and finish it off with the tactical armor, allowing for the reset. And it still was kind of close, right? But I think just being down that Nadine so early, losing out on that damage, Brush doing so much work while down the cooldowns, really, because we saw the Amdrone, or the Chainsaw Massacre initially used her Amdrone movement speed to get out, and then we saw the full Rainbow also go out. So they were really playing with not a lot of resources left, and they just made it do with what they had. Really, really clutch play.
Looked very shaky though. Pang was putting down all the really right cameras to make sure JKR couldn't ever get a flank in. It's just the amount of investment I think Team Odyssey ended up throwing down at the beginning initial fight, right? Energy Blast Field plus the blink from the Nadine. They had the targets right down pat. Super Ultra Dino definitely keeping a heads up on what kind of cooldowns were invested in that beginning of the fight. And I love the fact that they didn't fight into the Theo ult, right? They didn't have to. They didn't have to, just immediately backed away. If this was phase 1, I would have assumed they just ran straight in. There were so many teams that decided to fight into Theo's ultimate. It just mind-boggled me. But this time, Super Ultra Dino plays it correctly, waits out the cooldowns of their own, which is way lower than the ones that are important for Team Odyssey. Once that is back, immediately pounces on the opportunity. Well played from those guys.
Yeah, really, I'm really glad to see them coming out strong today, because they were having a pretty rough night last night. So seeing them come back, bounce back, and win a game in knockout stage and really boost their prospects of making it to knockout stage 2. Super, super happy for them, because they are a fun team to watch.
Yeah, for sure. But the problem right now for Team Super Ultra Dino is I don't remember what their scores look like, but it wasn't that amazing so far. They haven't had that many kills in the series so far. Their placement points have also been very, very slippery and shoddy. That a 17.5 point game for them at this stage might not be enough to guarantee them a spot in the top 4. It's going to help them get there, but I still think one more game is in line if they want to punch that ticket into the next stage. We'll have to see when the leaderboards come up, but Super Ultra Dinos, they've given themselves the chance to make it to the top 4. I genuinely don't think it's guaranteed yet.
Yeah, just looking a little better. I mean, it definitely looks better. Whatever, no matter what, like, I'm glad they're just coming out and playing a little stronger than they were.
Another thing that helps, by the way, for this entire lobby is that we actually ended up having Order falling down very early, our second place team, and it was, I forgot which our third place team was. Was it Freya? Was it Freya that fell down early?
No, was it?
I forget who
CNG.
It was. No, CNG Esports is in first place.
They went out a little earlier, so who was it? I'm trying to think.
Chad? Oh, Achilles. You're right. It's
it was
the
Achilles.
Alex
Thank you, Chad.
That's going to shake things up quite a lot. That second and third place dying very early on with a point total of 17.5 coming in from one of our lower rated teams. It's going to change things up. So let's see how much it actually did change things up, Kaz. Take it away.
Yeah, so we're going to have Team CNJ Esports in the lead with 39 kill score and 54 points. And then we're going to be followed up by Odyssey and then Super Ultra Dino. That's the difference, right? That's the difference maker. Order and Achilles going out so early. We're slingshotted them into third place. And now this top 4 is getting really spicy, Shuvi. I think that any team from six. I mean, it's gonna be rough if you're Gundam Sparkle with Freya, but sixth to fourth is like anybody's game right now.
Yeah,
Really.
100%. They can do it. Daydream, I mentioned it before yesterday, right, during the group stages. This is a team that got knocked down pretty early on into phase number 1. They got pushed into knockout stage 1, couldn't even move on from there. It's the same story this time, but for Daydream, they need to turn their fates around. Otherwise, it's going to be LCQ for these guys. I don't think you really want to go through that. LCQ is not a fun time, even for KR. It's going to be a rough road ahead for these players. One more game left to determine the 4 teams that are going to move on. Kaz, how has this series been so far? What's your overall thoughts on it before we go into the last one?
Really, really great games coming out today. I'm super glad. Again, we usually don't talk about this, but like game quality was a little questionable last night, but it looks like all these teams are really, really patched up coming in today, and I'm really happy to see it.
Yeah, same as well. The amount of improvements, as I've been saying, continuously improving for the past couple of games already that we've seen so far tonight is incredible. We've seen way too many shaky plays from these guys during the group stages that I really wanted to see improved. And the fact that I'm seeing at least those micro mistakes being improved on, same thing for the macro mistakes as well, love to see it. It's all about the execution. I talked about that earlier, so I won't dive into it any further. But I love that we are seeing improvements, even for the teams in knockout stage 1.
Yep, absolutely. We're queuing up into game 4 soon-ish, I think. Maybe... do you think there's
another
it's a little bit of a
penalty?
delay. Yeah, I'm wondering why there's a bit of a delay right now. I'm hoping it's not anything too major, but we are here to buy a little time for y'all. I do want to mention, I know she got a rework, but I'm actually surprised to see even just 2 Jackies in one lobby in competitive.
Yeah, you don't really expect that kind of character to start showing up here like this. A character that really is all about the dive, right? Doesn't have that much crowd control for herself to get any of that lockdown in as a fighter. It's all just chase down potential. Can you get the slow in? Can you get the movement speed to actually run people down? In a lobby like this, it's working out, but we saw in the group stages that Jackie will struggle. So for Team Super Ultra Dino and CNJ Esports, assuming they do end up moving forward in this stage, how much time are they going to buy themselves securing their placements with these Jackie-centric compositions? That's what I also really want to know.
Yeah, okay, thank goodness. I would have really disliked Brush switching to the Elena, because I actually think Brush was solely responsible for them winning that last game. So I think pivoting off the Tia is just so ill-advised, especially because I think Elena is out of all the tanks in our current meta, I think can struggle the most in lobbies of this caliber. And I'm also surprised CNJ Esports is sticking to this comp. It was okay, but I definitely think they probably have other comps that they can play at their disposal. I just, like we were mentioning previously, I'm not that impressed by Kathy and this level of player.
Me too. I didn't really like it. 8ㅅCU. So remember yesterday the story I told about Green Apple, right? A Tsubame player that ended up kind of having to convert into becoming a Celine player just due to the way that Fauna wants to play the composition for Team Youngju Wales. It's the same case for 8ㅅCU actually, surprisingly enough. This player actually made his debut on a non-KEL / non-National League team with incredible Nadine gameplay, but now they're being forced to play something like a Kathy. Not entirely sure if I'm in agreement with that either. This player has way too much potential on something like a Nadine that putting him on Kathy just feels a little bit iffy. But let's see how it goes. If Kathy is good in a game, she can do some amazing work, but it's the setting up that Kathy being good part that's really difficult. No one's gonna let you do that for free, especially if they know there's one in the lobby. They dealt with that way too much back in the duos days.
I really like that you're mentioning this, because I think Kathy, we have a lot of characters in Eternal Return that very varied kits. Kathy's one of the characters I think is a lot better in uncoordinated environments, because I think Kathy relies a lot more on your opponents making mistakes, actually, than you making plays. I think a lot of her value comes from really bad positional errors that just won't happen as much at this level of play. And I think the same thing of Jackie, honestly, right? I think a lot of Jackie's also really reliant more on your team making mistakes. When you look at some of the comps that have been very prestigious, and ERM, it's usually gonna be these double backliner comps because there's so much consistency. You don't really rely on your opponent's making mistakes, yes, you can get somebody caught out and with the tank and then catch them out. But you just have so much consistency, even if they don't, right? Even if everybody's playing textbook, then it's really on your individual skill, right? Less on your opponent Mace playing and more on your ability to play better. And that's a big difference, right? Sometimes it's not about you, like characters like Kathy, it's your opponent's playing worse, which is, I think at this level, play something you don't really want to look for. Same with Jackie. Same with a lot of these dive characters, honestly. Same with Hisui even, in a lot of cases.
At least with Hisui, you're able to open up your own opportunities just because of how much playmaking potential that a character like Hisui has. But when you're playing something like a Kathy, you really don't have an out. That's the problem. At least with something like the Hisui, you can use the Nichiren cut. I know it's not the most optimal. We've already been talking about it for the past day or so, but it does give you some time to play with. With Kathy, though, on the other hand, you mess up once, you're in there. There is no outs, especially if you're playing Dagger. You don't have that second part of the dual sword, the dual blade weapon skill in order for you to get out with. On Dagger, once you're in, you're in. That's why it needs to work immediately from the get-go. I haven't seen that at all from Team CNJ Esports. A lot of the kills they've had in the last game were just more or less picks, where people are just split apart. CNJ Esports is able to capitalize on it, or a third party, which doesn't really go to kind of prove this Kathy works. It's a different story.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think it just, if you're gonna play a composition that like really catches people up, I feel like their original comp was fantastic at that. Like the game 1 and 2 comp. Like I think the Nia, Jackie, and Jan coming out looked really strong when teams were caught out. As these do see Girlbuck picking up a kill on JKR. Suture gonna land. Charm actually getting the follow-up. A little bit of a.
Come on, 0-3C, you do it.
Oh, okay.
No, that's too late.
And look at that ironclad value.
Very true. 0-3CU, he's probably going to be dead. Lily, do you have enough for this? Just takes the jump over the wall, even denies the white Lily. 0-3CU in a little bit of trouble himself. EMP Barrage even being invested from this side to get the kill on in. Yep, 0-3CU taken down by the flamethrower. A little unfortunate. I like the attempt, though. The fact that he at least tried going for the emergency surgery, I respect it.
Wait, Talassi was... Oh, that was really cool. I know they're probably going to end up losing the fight anyways. But I don't know if you noticed the spring trap to immediately get out. Like, was perfectly timed with the dive of the Pure Rage uppercut from the Nikki, actually. So, didn't really get any follow-up. That was pretty cool. Unfortunately, it didn't matter. But, you know, I'm impressed still. But we do see the signature fireball coming out. Going low wide because the white Lily coming out. And now we see Huang... Actually, KCW doing a lot of damage. So, Bubble going down. Cho versus KCW. And, yeah, this is a little unfortunate. Just fight coming out. Pretty poor for Team CNJ Esports, as we are gonna see 0-3CU just gonna take these wolves. Not a lot else they can go for, but does high roll the RNG. Hopefully is gonna be able to take that meteorite out of this area. Is gonna immediately slam, I assume, the Eclipse. So Eclipse. Yeah, probably.
Oh, it's Iron Maidens, huh? That's not what I would have expected for the first time on Cappy.
Yeah, definitely not.
Okay, well, let's see what they can start cooking up. Nimrod's Gate in, that's going to be a long cooldown on Unleashed Power. KCW does end up getting taunted, and I think that might, never mind, not do it. Blink as well as a jump invested Ping. Still looking for a little bit of blood. Good suture for 0-3C to push Ping back. With that, the fight is going to disengage. A transition in the hands of Alto, it's a meteorite. That means team inside of Factory are going to take a moment to chillax, get some items. Maybe then will they start fighting.
I do. What is your opinions on the strongest competitive Jackie? I've always thought it was two-handed sword because I think the value parry.
Yeah.
I do think obviously the carry potential of dual swords is definitely there, but we have a couple of different Jackies going on, so.
Aurora Longsword, in my opinion, is also a very, very valuable item within the entire arsenal that Jackie is able to bring, because let's take a look at some of the other alternatives, right? Axe, you don't really have that much. Santa Muerta it's fine, but it's whatever, and there's not that many good transitions. Axe of Pangu is okay, it's more of a Marcus item at this point than a Jackie item. You don't really run anything else on the Jackie. Dagger, there's also, I guess, the Fragarack, but that doesn't do really that much. And then, what's the other one? You have dual blades, that's what? I guess, Spring and Autumn.
Yeah.
Spring and Autumn, like Star Steel.
Safe
What was that gonna do?
For me, it's a save for Phantom Blades. Like if you're playing because DS Fury is actually not that bad, and I just think the DS dual sword transitions are kind of subpar, honestly.
Yeah.
But we do see some neutral coming out. Rush like, oh, nice Suture coming out. Does actually really mix up the timing on the. Oh yeah, I mean we're not on a lot of items, but is gonna be able to get the pick secured. I do like the mix-up timing on taking the Nimrod's Gate. I think there was a little bit of a false sense of security coming out from Brush because it took so long for 0-3CU to take the Nimrod's Gate, rather. So at that point, overextended a little bit and found themselves close to a wall against a Kathy, and then the Suture's going to come out. Now this is going to be an interesting matchup, though, because I think they can pretty quickly turn on whichever character decides to take the Nimrod's Gate. Yeah. And we do see Hessel actually going pretty close. 0-3CU is looking for the dive on our tail, but we still have the faith unwavering, and we do also just have a lot of kiting coming out. Hessel's just doing so much damage by themselves. Now with the follow-up coming out from Altail, it's just not going to be looking that great, as we can probably go into the other team fight with Team Achilles versus Team Jungle Sparkle, because this is going to be a pretty fielded zone. This is going to be complex versus Songkarang and Peng, but actually Chun is going to be able to pick up Lily, and now we are going to have a really hard time for Jungle Sparkle to actually pick up the skill. Complex is going to shoot the pea shooter a little bit at Peng. He's going to have the flash cut fully prepped, just looking for vision of Songkarang. It's going to settle, it's going to get Peng going out going down, and we already see Songkarang going down to Complex and Lily with the EMP barrage plus the damage coming out from the Adriana, and then Tron being able to interrupt any kind of set peel coming out from Peng with the flash cut. Really well played. I don't know, was the third even in the zone for
I think they started in it but died really early. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, this could genuinely be the end of all ends for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles. They needed that fight. Here we go, another one though. Hessel just gets obliterated. Kion actually, I think he just used overclock on the laser. That just disintegrated Hessel's HP. That was funny to watch. I don't really see a super laser coming out from Barbara nowadays. I know it got that one massive buff when Barbara first got reworked. It's like the 15 to 20% max HP bonus damage, but it's not something you tend to see often. Here we go. That's a little bit too far for 0-3CU. He's just stuck in the middle of nowhere. That is a day 3 death, and now CNJ Esports all of a sudden in trouble, free at last. Also knocking down 0-3CU. KCW in a whole heap of trouble. He needs to get the blink on out of there. Does he have the range to get away is the question. I think he does. But a minus 400 out of nowhere on a situation that I genuinely feel like CNJ Esports should have probably just lost one. 0-3CU going way too far with the Kathy.
Yeah, just an overcommitment. And this looks really like they were quite uncoordinated, because it looked like 0-3CU wanted to take the Nimrod's Gate in, and KCW was still lingering in the back.
You can tell, right? The communication is just not seeming right for some of these teams. It sucks to watch, but at this point, they've already played 4 games. If the games haven't been going too well for you, then it is what it is. Here we go. Team Odyssey looking for a little bit more order. Is going to be forced to initiate, and there just goes the Lenny Talasi taken down with the Spark Nade to lock it one down. Kim Yo still chasing. Same thing for Junragis. Everybody on Team Order being corralled into a corner. Junragis, I like the positioning of what he is doing, trying to limit everybody from getting that jump on in. Lenny maybe is going to get the res. Yes, they do. It's back to a 3-for-3 on the south side, but another fight up on the northern side. Third party coming in from Team Achilles. Can everybody in the fight get out? Daydream split apart right now as Hessel away from the fight. White Lily not going to take Altail all the way to the over the wall, but still fine. They are alive. Order still down a member in the fight. Shinonome still hanging around the outside. They're actually going to be able to find a flank. This fight is going for a very, very long time though.
Yeah, and we're seeing the corridor is really good for Theodore, but
Jesus.
There's the re-engage is actually great. Shinonome has just been stuck on Ghost for a while, but Ghost actually goes down. We do see the Peacemaker come out, and that's gonna be a lot of time alive. But Shinonome also has a play dead available, which it looks like they do. And now Talasi is gonna be chasing Kinro, and I think that's gonna be probably, I mean, maybe you get out, but I think you're very likely to run into another team if they keep up the chase for any longer.
Nobody's up on the northern side, but the problem is the one chasing right now is Lenny. Pretty good at running people down. Kim Yo, though, on the other hand, is a hard. It will be a give up for Team Order. 2-for-0 in exchange. They did end up losing down on Shinome earlier, or was it the Lenny? Yeah, it was Talasi that ended up falling. Overall, it's a 2-for-1, but much more detrimental for Team Odyssey because for them, they lose pressure over the entire bottom side of the map, whereas Team Order gets everything down there now.
And this is kind of a do or die win for CNJ.
Oh, really? We're doing this?
What? I really think this is quite ill-advised, actually, with their
Yeah,
point
me
lead
too.
right now, too. But, yeah, I mean, maybe they find the angle. Bobo is going to be throwing out the Nimrod's gates. When are they going to pull the trigger? This is a big item disadvantage, too, for Team CNJ. Look at Bobo already entirely out of the fight. With the follow-up from Sung Karong, that's a full build Celine. Full transitions. 0-3CU, you have to make a miracle play, or KCW miracle play. But look, before they're even able to get in, the just a disaster. I don't think they have any chance of winning this fight, as just too much damage from Alto and Sung Karong. They're just taking... It feels like even if KCW was able to get onto Alto, the auto trade might have just gone in the favor, let alone with a monkey wire included to peel back.
Yeah, if there's nothing that CNG Esports can do, they're going to get taken down. Be it for day number 3 rifts. Not entirely sure why we ended up risking it like this, but CNG Esports, they are going to sit on 56 points to round out the night for knockout stage number 1. Should theoretically still be able to get into knockout stage 2 just because of what their games 1 and 2 performance looked like. But 3 and 4 looked a little shaky, and I'm a bit worried. 0-3CU on the Cathy just doesn't seem to be it. For Gyeongnam Sparkles, they needed that fight, right? Look at their point total. It's at 18. They just picked up 3, and because that was a Night 3 rift, they also get the full points out of them. Plus 3 points going in favor of Team Gyeongnam Sparkles, plus the additional transitions you can get from that rift on top of it. This could be the possibility for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles to turn things around. It looks very rough. 14-point difference between Team Order and Gyeongnam Sparkles, with Order continuing to build up points on their end. But this could be the beginning for Gyeongnam Sparkles. They need to make this possible.
Yeah, and we were talking about CNJ is only, I mean, I don't want to say only, but 56 points. If a couple of teams have a pop-off kid, they could actually look to maybe not even make it. Hessel is going to get the turn, and this is the difference in the tank v tank matchup. That's not really a tank Nikki, that's a full damage Nikki. And look at the damage return coming out from Team Daydream. He's going to burn out the Peacemaker. Altail doing a great job kiting it out. Great interrupt coming out from Hessel. And this is the difference, I think, in this composition. Because you have the sustain coming out from Rami on the Johan, you can enable Hessel on the Nikki to actually build damage while supplemented by a Theodore. She's a carry in her own right, and I think there's maybe an overestimation from Team Odyssey in the ability for the Mai to actually walk up. He took a lot of damage from Hessel on this, as another blast energy field is going to come out from Huang, followed up by the Singer Shockwave. Cho is already out of the fight, but oh my goodness, his return on Chorbok is so strong, and the smoke screen to deny any extra damage. Huang is trying to turn it out, is going to get taunted, and now Song Krong is going to be able to follow up. Alto is going to be able to get revs. And the problem was Cho was already out of the fight, and this is going to be a wipe for Team Freya.
Yeah, this sucks for Freya. That's just not the tournament like they wanted. Down goes Freya. Thank you so much for playing in phase number 2, but that is the end of your run in knockout stage number 1. An early KO for Team Freya. Another top tier team just being left in the dust for phase number 2. Odyssey in a little bit of trouble. Blink invested from Kim Yor. Same thing for the exclusive. 2 big cooldowns being invested, but at least the heart is alive. Now, here is the situation for you, Kaz. We have some of our teams in the bottom half of the bracket at the moment fighting for their tournament lives. Gyeongnam Sparkle looking for something. Same thing for Team Daydream. Both of them trying desperately, playing their heart out to make sure they can get into the next stage of these tournaments. Altail, Hessel, and Rami picking up the wick line too. This really has to be their opportunity. It's going to be a rough road ahead for them, but it's possible. That possibility is all you're looking for.
Yeah, Daydream, this is the difference, right? They didn't take an early taxing on the Nikki credits versus last game where they took a minus 400. Now look at Nikki's items, right? Now look at Theodore's items. Now this composition really starts to look quite strong, right? If you can get a little bit of itemization on the Johan as well, it's very, very promising, as the EMP barrage is going to come out, and there's a couple teams in the school zone, so a great play by Gangnam Circle just to immediately use that safety drone to get out. You really don't want to fight at this point.
Oh, Team Achilles. I thought they were going to consider it. Never mind. They're not going to go for the cancel on the TPs.
Yeah, I think it's really risky at this point. And when you're all of these teams, like, these placements matter just as much as the kills, right? Because there's such a narrow point margin for this 4 to 6 slot. So any mistake, like also getting caught by the play with the scrum dog. Is the Hex gonna take him out? No,
it doesn't.
Real Last doesn't, but Song Harang is going down. And Shinonome is absolutely pumping damage. Peng and Song Harang going down. I think this spells curtains for Gangnam Sparkle. I'm not gonna lie to you, Shui.
There is Lumi right around, but people are starting to walk up. Alto sees that he cannot stay here any longer. Unfortunately, he just used the gadget points to put down that drone on top of it. I don't know if Alto has anything left. He's gonna hyperloop into Forest, but does he have anything else left in his arsenal? Does he have even the credits to get the reses back? Only onto 1, but as it turns into day 5, it is just gonna be cooked. Self-res over onto the Mai. If this is possible, then there is a chance Gangnam Sparkle can get every single member back. Oh, Super Ultra Dino opting to leave. Order not looking for the Mai either. Here it is. Mai's gonna get the self-res. If they can get themselves out of here and join up with the rest of their team, it's actually not a bad spot for Gangnam Sparkles. They still have a chance.
Absolute highway robbery, though. They do end up pulling
Oh, but not
now
this
they're gonna
way,
be
not
locking
this way,
into
not
the
this
waiting
way.
arms of Team Order, and that will be at least Peng going down this time for sure.
No, did he not have the gadget points for VLS? What an absolute tragedy for Team Gangnam Sparkles. They're going to be down a player regardless. Has about 2, maybe and a half minutes in order to get the res back onto the Mai, but their credits are in shambles. They're sitting in a zone where the Lumi just ran past. Was going to take forever for this thing to get back over here. The entire path, by the way, for Lumi, almost until gas station is completely left open, it's going to take a long time for Lumi to wrap back around.
Looking pretty strong is Chon, though, is able to get the Ice Shield online. This engage coming out from Team Daydream. Yeah, Team Order is actually bowling, even though Team Daydream was a team to take the Wicked line. Team Order is so strong.
Yeah, that's the team they need to knock down too for Daydream. That's the one gatekeeping that 4th place spot at the moment. Oh, it's not looking good. Achilles also needs Team Order to die right now if they want a chance to move up into that 4th place spot. Down by 1 on the wrong order. But Team Order sitting on 10 points. Team Achilles sitting on 7. There's a knockdown. Team Order actually losing out on a member. It's by Team Gangnam Sparkles. This is one of the teams that needs this. This was a 2v3, but they're finding some opportunity. Shinonome running away with the moving reload. They're already down to Lenny. They're down to 2. Do they have an angle on that Lumi, or is it going to be denied the entire game for the remainder of whenever it's up?
Yeah, it is really a miracle when you're at this level of play to get a Lumi res this late into the game. The zones are too tight. You need like all the timer in the world, right? And then you need to be able to make a hyperloop play. Is that... Wait. Speaking of hyperloop play,
Are they
have all the
going
timer.
to just...
Are they just wrapping, or are they... Because I think it might be possible to catch it at this corner. Maybe dip into warehouse a little bit. 50 seconds. I think Lumi will make it in time, and it doesn't look... No, but...
Look at
Here's the
Daydream.
thing, Team Daydream might notice it on the... But no, they're pretty deep into Uptown. I actually think Gangnam Sparkle might be able to get this off. The problem is if Team Daydream sees this Lumi stop, there's a lot of really easy access with... No, but they're walking to the opposite side. This is actually going to be the res going after Team
Yeah,
Daydream.
and Order's walking in down now, but they just see the Lumi stopping. I think it's too late for Team Order. They finally see it, are going to start backing away from that entry into Chapel. Team Order, there's a little bit of time. I think this is too close to where Lumi is going to start dashing around. That thing is going to go and zoom. Where will it stop? Is it going to be in favor of Team Order? Have they calculated the distance correct? Yes, they have, and that's going to be the res. It means we are back at 18 alive for every single one of our teams.
It's actually a miracle that 2 teams are able to get a Lumi res off. How often does that happen in an ERM game?
Almost never, especially in a situation like this where game 4, we're in the final straights of this game. The initiation is going to begin. We are going to see Payne going for a double initiation on the backside, but he's completely isolated. Exclusive comes out to buy themselves a little bit. It's a trade between the double front miners. Oh no, never mind, it's not even close. Altail goes down the flank from the other side. Team Order making their way in. Daydream, they are running out of time, and of all the teams to walk in from the back, it's Team Order. They have also recovered with all 3 members. Daydream down to 1 is looking like a terrible day for Team Daydream. It's nightmares for those players.
Absolutely. We do see Team Achilles versus Team Hope, but actually Sparknade comes out pretty strong, but was able to get a snare rather, but they are going to be able to disengage with the Amp Drone coming out from the EMP barrage from Complex. But here's Team Odyssey has a couple cooldowns still. Like, we're looking at the Peacemaker, right? And we're still looking at the exclusive. And that's the thing, like, this composition from Achilles is really reliant on being able to isolate a squishy and get a pick off. And look at the damage onto Lily, taking so much damage. But the timer advantage is actually in their favor. Blatka is going to come out, but Charn is trying to make it happen, but the taunt is so strong. Actually is going to be able to bring out the Peacekeeper. Is just trying to get a stack off for the Flash Cut. The Clean Cut, I don't know what they're looking for. Clean Cut does not land.
Got the
on
deal.
Oh my goodness, it actually is going to be a win for Team Achilles, as we do see Super Ultra Dino versus Team Order in the other side. Brush, are you going to be able to make another miracle play? The spring traps are not landing on Keon, but the pull from the play with us is going to land on a Brush. Brush is completely out of the fight, and the free at last is going to finish off the rest of the team. I don't think JKR has enough gas in the tank to 1v3. Or will be Team Order versus Team Achilles in the final zone.
I think with that, it does it. Achilles, they're always going to be down by 1 point. Team Order is up 6. If they even want to go for a tiebreaker, Team Achilles needs to down one person without losing any of their own, let the other team get the res off, and then kill all 3 of them again. I think it's a little bit of an overreach for a team composition like Achilles, who is too dependent on some of these ultimate cooldowns. Can Team Achilles pull off a miracle? 1 kill, let the rest happen, plus knockout onto all 3 of the members again is what they need to look for. The question is, Achilles even know that? Right? Because just getting the win here isn't gonna cut it. They need to get the kill, let the rest happen, and then all 3 again. Otherwise, it is cooked regardless. Complex! Oh, it's over. It's never happening.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. And it's gonna be really close too, because I think it comes out to like maybe a 1 kill differential too, actually. With the point calculation on Team Super Ultra. I know. But Sean is trying to make something happen. Perry comes out, doesn't need you. Oh, the pull it. Oh my goodness. Wow, that was so clean from Gong though. Did you see how they were perfect positioning on the Wilson to pull out immediately after the Sumabame Gaishi? It's really unfortunate. It's really sad.
Yeah, with that result, it is going to be a guaranteed top 4 finish for Team Order. And if I remember correctly as well, our 3rd or 4th place team, Super Ultra Dino, didn't really have that great of a run. And that middle of the pack was super close. There is a chance that Team Achilles still has made it in. I haven't done the math for it yet, but we might actually, unfortunately, have Team Super Ultra Dino being kicked out of the top 4, depending on what the leaderboard actually ends up looking like. A great run for Team Achilles as well as Team Order to cement their placements in the top 4. Congratulations to both of those teams if they didn't make it. But even more than that, you know, CNJ Esports also making it in, and there was one more team that guaranteed themselves for the top 4. I'm forgetting the name of that team. But regardless, hey, that's knockout stage 1 done, buddy.
Yeah, I'm wondering... I can't, like, the head math is struggling a little bit, but I'm wondering if Achilles barely overtakes Super Ultra Dino, or if Super Ultra Dino had... I'm wondering if it was a 1 kill difference, because if I'm doing the math in my head, it was 15 on top of 31, which 46, and I think Super Ultra Dino ends up on 46.5, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay, it's going to be pretty close.
It could be close,
then.
it's going to be pretty close, but I'm definitely... It could definitely be Achilles. Maybe I'm adding an extra 1, but I actually think it will be like a 1 point differential.
Okay. Well then, it's all going to be down to the leaderboard, and it should be coming up very, very soon to see which 4 of our teams are going to be moving on. But what an absolute shame for the teams that cannot, right? Daydream, they tried so hard in the last game, but it just wasn't it. I think this Nikki, Theo, plus the Johan composition, I think it's expired at this point. You just don't have enough damage. They tried doing something with putting more damage items onto the Nikki as well. I saw Cabana being built on that character a couple of days ago during group stages. It seemed to spark a little bit of light in that comp, but then they got third partied, and from there I just haven't seen them getting that spark of life ever since. I hope LCQ goes well for them, because we definitely aren't going to see them anymore in phase number 2. But Daydream's composition may have honestly already told its last tale, and we just didn't even acknowledge it at that time.
We'll have to see, because I think also we might be a little bias towards the last like recency bias with the first two games, or last two games rather. But the first two games, I don't think the Vanya. I mean, there were cool synergies for sure with the Vanya, Nathapon, and Bernice, but I think between the two, I'd definitely take the Nikki, Johan, Theodore comp, at least because you're putting Altail on Theodore, and I think Altail's Theodore is one of the best we have in ERM, but just maybe not their day. Also, just playing from a deficit, and that does things to you, right? If you're in a situation where you have to make things happen, you're so much more likely to make mistakes because all the onus is to be proactive. And we were talking about proactivity versus reactivity. Even though I think CNJ definitely did a little bit of a Hail Mary like toss at the end with the last two games. Like they had the confidence, I guess, that they were going to make it out anyways to try out a new comp. But they had the ability, they had that that little freedom when you're playing under pressure. And it will be Achilles actually overshooting Super Ultra Dino down. Yeah, it was a 1 point difference between Odyssey and Super Ultra Dino.
Yep. Well,
that one kill does matter.
A 1 point really did matter. We also had a -1 earlier in the series. I actually forgot which team was the one to end up taking that. If that also made a difference, then really, really brutal for the team that ended up in 5th. But now, we know the 4 teams that are going to be moving forward. It'll be Achilles, Order, CNJ Esports, and there was one more. I forgot which one it was, though. Yeah, what a great run today for some of these teams. Really brutal for the ones that didn't make it up. I think especially for Team Gyeongnam Sparkles, they're going to be really considering a lot of things after this phase. LCQ is going to be a tough run for those guys. A lot of good teams are going to drop in one by one from this phase. Things have to change for a majority of these guys. It's going to be an interesting run to the season finals after today. Or I guess even next week as well.
Lots of blood in the water if you're going into that last chance qualifier. That's like the nightmare place because it's not only the pool of everybody who's already pretty good at the game, but upsets happen, right? And then you just have like the absolute demons of ERM also somehow making last chance qualifiers. And then if you're a team that's, like trying to start up and, like making their first run and you're just getting sniped by some of these like former ERM finalists, former ERM champions, because it can't happen, right? Like it's not like impossible for them to end up in LCQ. It's just a nightmare.
Indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all the 4 games for Knockout Stage 1, which means we still have another set that we're going to have to watch, right? Knockout Stage 2 is being prepared, but we just need a little bit of a break to rest our throats. We need some water as well. We'll see you guys back after a break, about 15 minutes or so. So grab some water, go grab a stretch, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. Not go grab a stretch. You can't do that. We'll see you guys back here for games 1 and 2 of Knockout Stage number 2.
생존자가 사망했습니다. 이럴 줄. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 전설적입니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다.
ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가는 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 브이 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
선수가 앞라인 잘 맞아줬고요.
자, 보급 강자 싸움은 런터레벨즈와 부산 베스파.
자, 하고 돌면서 선수 선수.
좀 위험하긴 하거든요.
자, 이거 진주의 굴림.
다운이 됐고.
자, 이거 3일차 데스라서 좀
이러면은 로즈너 선수 이거
치명적인데요.
도망갈 수 있을까? 이거
네,
못
안
갈것
막았어요.
같습니다. 네.
이러면은 부산 벤차 터미네이트 위기인데요.
자, 런터레벨즈 끝까지 가면 이거 선열의 투착 맞으면 절대 안
이렇게
되는데.
맞아버리면 쉽지 않습니다.
아, 로즈너 그래도 버티고는 있습니다만은 3일차 데스 나머지 2명이기 때문에 툭툭 진행도 안 되고요. 자, 절.
바르코가 힘으로 밀어냈거든요.
오.
2대1 상황을.
정민 선수의 천명잠이 완성이 되었고요. 자, 스텝백.
이제는 더 이상 물러날 것이
그렇죠.
없다.
이제는 뭔가
아,
정말
근데 정밀 폭격이 잘 들어가면서 뒷라인이 아무것도 못하고 있긴 했어요.
자,
한번.
근데 이게 로저 선수가 너무 잘 버티고
그쵸.
먼저
라인이
펜시.
포지셔닝을 했거든요.
와, 이거 실비하기 때문에 더 쫓아가진 않지만 결국 2명을 잡아냅니다. 부산.
굉장히 복잡한, 굉장히 불안한 위치이다 보니까 계속 밀려는 것 같아요.
그리고 아직 본인들 밸류가 그렇다고 올라온 건 아니다 보니까 이거 잡아먹고 크겠다라는 생각.
자, 2대1구도. 자, 심세 선수가 먼저 잡힐 것 같죠. 로즈너의
로즈너
다르고.
너무 잘 버텨요.
자, 이거 다시 한번 킬실까지도 로즈너 선수가 잡아내고요.
이러면
남아있는
사출.
300. 네.
큰일 났습니다, 진짜.
자, 올웨진전 그리고 섀도우 골든라이트 그리고 서커스까지도 2초월 아이템을 아니 서커스 3초월 아이템입니다.
네, 좁은 곳을 몰렸기 때문에 오히려 걸어보는 오디세이인데요. 괜찮은 상황인 것 같습니다.
자, 하지만
먼저
센스 너무 좋았고요.
그렇죠. 순식간에 2명을 정리해버리는.
체크 안 한 상태에서 나머지 인원들이 오른쪽으로 오는 것도 다 파악해줄 거고요.
자, 3대3 구도에서 올웨지 인천과 부산 베스타. 하지만
아,
조금
근데
더 강한
체급이-
건데 이렇게. 자, 그리고 다르코가 뭔가 한번 메이킹을 해보려는 것 같거든요. 로즈너.
자, 그렇기 때문에 지금 아티팩트를 좀 깔끔하게 빼냈는데
오,
성공했거든요.
게다가 민 선수의 포지션이 너무 좋기 때문에.
자, 그리고 여기서 기적 실현 뒤늦게 한번 같이 들어가 주면서 맞물리기.
자, 이러면
저는
인천의
근데
승리가 보이고
찰럿이었기
있습니다.
때문에
네.
사이코 활용이 너무 좋았습니다.
네,
스케프를
아티팩트.
돌리는 걸까요?
네.
아무래도 안전 오브를 사용하려다가 실수가 나온 것 같습니다.
그렇죠. 자, 여기서 베어 선수 가스를 오디세이 킬로 들어가게 됐고요. 자, 올웨진 촌과 오디세이.
아, 이거 아티팩트 없는 거 꽤나 크게 굴러갈 거거든요.
네.
지금 저 앞쪽에 떨어진 유리 조각에 프리치아 쓰면서 들어가서 아티팩트를 써서 한 턴 더 벌어야 되는 그런 구도였는데 아티팩트 쿨다운까지 굉장히 남았습니다.
자, 그래도 유리도가 상당히 많이 떨겨주면서 다시 한 번 더 각을 보고 있습니다. 블라스터.
자,
와,
자.
아니 이걸
앞라인이 터져요.
자 이러면 사실 오디세이 입장에서는 힘을 잃었죠.
그렇죠.
자, 확실하게 하트까지도 잡아낼 수 있을 거고요. 자, 시간도 부족한 오디세이이기 때문에
자, 오 그래도 기관단총 영상 좋았지만
갈 땐 가더라도 한 명은 더 가져간다. 얘로 올웨지 인천을 만나게 됩니다.
자, 그래서 지금 뭐 이쪽 최대한 넓은 입구로 뚫어보고 있는데 너무 아프죠.
아, 게다가 지금 이 엑셀러레이션 로켓이 타겟팅처럼 다
그렇죠.
들어가고 있기 때문에 너무 큰 피해를 입었어요.
자, 이거 유리장벽을 제외하고는 거의 뭔가를 맞춰야만 또 떨구기 때문에 투고 들어갈 게 없거든요. 블라스터.
네.
자 이미 체력이 너무 많이 빠져있는 상황이고 임시안전지대에서 가젯 안전을 많이 썼기 때문에 가젯 포인트도 부족할 거거든요 인천. 그래서 걸어야 됩니다.
자, 근데 이거 꺼지고 난 다음에 나오는 유리 조각을 타고 들어올 거 예측 충분히 해줄 수는 있고요.
자,
자,
그래서
네.
블라스터 앞선?
아 이게 파라디소가 먼저 떨어지면서
와.
스파다 연계가 안 됐거든요.
음.
그렇기 때문에 인천도 한 턴 기회를 놓쳤고요.
자, 그 사이에 체력 회복하고 난 다음에 다시 한번 안전구역 크로노스피어 들어가도 충분한 상황.
그렇습니다. 힐링 스프레이 맞으면서 HP 회복했던 슈도 골든라이트고요. 올웨지 인천은 자, 샬럿이 있습니다.
이러면 코모덴 스킬이 돌아오기 전에 골든라이트도 뭔가 좀 해보고 싶긴
자
하거든요.
근데 골든라이트도 방금 오브를 좀 공격적으로 사용하게 되면 가젯 에너지를 많이 소모했고 이러면 금지구 시간 골든라이트한테도 좀 부족해질 수 있습니다. 지금 밀려난 이 시간이 굉장히 안타깝게
그렇죠.
될 수 있어요.
자, 그리고 좁은 지역에 이제 슬금슬금 유리 조각이 깔리거든요.
네. 자, 준비하고 있는
저 깔려있는
인천
것만으로도 너무 압박이 심해요.
블라스터. 자, 들어갑니다. 파란색.
아 그리고 영만 선수의 회신의 블링크 파란색까지도 답답했고요.
인간 루미널
침착해요.
암스까지.
정말 침착합니다. 올웨지
와, 도지
인천.
선수 반응을 못했습니다.
자, 이렇게 기적 실현까지 들어가면서 한 번에 터트리겠다라는 의지를 보여줍니다. 영만 잡아내고 벨시까지 잡아내면 체크메이트. 올웨이즈 인천 가져갑니다. K 점수를 바탕으로 현재 2위에 안착한 팀이기 때문에
이번엔 진입 좋은데요. 이번에는 에이든이 해볼만 한데요.
자, 심지어 강로까지 지금 자, 양각으로 일단 최대한
자, 갑자기
씹어봤는데
부산 베스타의 등장이면 오
네.
선배 하지만 나랑
이거고
놀죠. 같이
같이
갔어요. 네, 이러면요 로즈나 선수가 잡아내고 자, 근데 또 섀도우 골드라이트가 밀고
우리 앞라인 어디
들어오면서
갔어?
이거
말하는
그림이
거죠.
이상해집니다. 예, 기묘해집니다. 예.
보려고 했는데 방금 하늘날이 실수 때문에 이거 좀 위험합니다.
자, 앞라인 자 강하게 파고 들어갈
네.
각을 보고 있는 로즈너 이어서 나랑 놀자 각은 두지 않는 영만이었고요.
오, 그리고 오른쪽에서 만두 선수가 지금 2대1 상대로 2명을 잡아내고 있죠.
자, 하지만 그래도 여기서 베어 선수가 합류하게 되니까 좀 쉽지 않아 보이게 된 상황.
자, 이거 한번 애교 보겠다라는 거거든요.
자,
어이구.
근데
와, 만두.
만두?
와,
만두
만두.
결국엔 잡아냈고 근데 이러면 서커스가 오히려 잡아낸 거
잠시만요.
포괄하러
터미네이션 실패.
갔다가
터미네 이거 잘못된 터미네이트예요.
잠시만요.
박노수가 실패하게 되긴 했는데
그래도
다행이네요.
자가제세동.
자가제세동.
네, 실선수 자가제세동이
제세동. 예. 자, 다시 2대1 구도. 그런데 갑자기 자 왼쪽에 불청객의 등장. 골든라이트와 오디세이가 만납니다.
자, 오디세이 입장에서는 사실 11이 파고 들었을 때 충분히 11 먼저 터뜨릴 수 있는데 반대로 고스트 선수가 못 버틸까봐 그런 구도가 나오는 걸 좀 부담스러워하는 것 같고요.
앞라인 들어갈까?
시 선수가 생각보다
자,
수가
올감.
워낙 좋았기 때문에
강로 펜신
적중을 너무
정확해요.
좋아요.
그렇습니다. 이러면 자 준나가스 선수의 셀린이 살아갈 수가 있나요?
아, 이거는 일단은 뭐 끝까지 따라가면은 블라스트 웨이브 한번
와, 이 선수는
쓰기도 전에 잡아요.
없었습니다. 예.
네. 자 그리고 지금 보시면요.
끊겼어요. 잠시만요. 이러면은 무조건 금지구역 시간이 소모되겠는데요.
아킬레스 강하기 때문에요. 이 교전구도 너무나도 편합니다. 마루이안 잡아내고 자 엠마 근데 엠마도 가나요? 엠마인데 가나요?
시간만
그런데
쓰기에도
고양이와
충분한데.
아르다
이렘이라 가나요?
네, 이렘과 아르다여서
그렇죠.
아무리
갈만하다.
체인지 써봤자
네.
nim르드의 문으로 좀 크게 굉장히 크게 돌리는 것 같고요. 안전하고요.
저 이거 오브 안전까지 써서
예.
네. 굉장히 각을 넓혀서 상대 딜러들이 들어오지 못하게끔 만들고 있는 작전인 것 같은데 그러면 역으로 에이든 잡아라.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. That was the long break that you get for today, so you better have made it a good one, because now we're about to start going back straight into the action. The top 4 teams from Knockout Stage 1 will now be joined by the teams that placed 6th in each of the respective groups during the knockout stages, which means we have 8 teams for 4 more games to go tonight.
Yeah, and we had seen we've seen all these teams, right? But we are seeing very different looks from the teams, at least on Knockout Stage 2, right? Much cleaner performances, so I'm expecting the same thing for our teams that were placing 6th, right? I think for the teams that were placing 7th and 8th, they definitely brushed up their gameplay, so I'm hoping to see the same quality of games we saw with our first stage of knockouts coming into Knockout Stage 2.
Indeed. 2 very good teams also inside of the knockout stage number 6 as well, right? We have Seongnam Rocks as well as New Rise Gangwon, both KEL teams that are going to be sitting inside of this. It is going to be a rough ride. Once again, we talked about it before for the teams that are walking up from knockout stage number 1. But here we go, folks. Character selection is now underway for game number 1 of knockout stage number 2. Horrific back on that Fiora. This is a pick that I've been looking forward to see this entire post-release. Horrific on Fiora. The last time we saw this being a pick was a long time ago. We saw it during groups for phase number 2, and it was good results. It's just the problem of Horrific on Fiora. It's not even that. It's just Fiora relies way too much on their ultimate to make sure the damage comes out. Team Milky Way a little bit problematic on these third parties. That's why they are here. Let's see if it works out a bit better in knockout stage number 2, because it has to if they want to continue moving on. Milky Way with the Fiora, Yan, and the IREM, I should say. That's going to be the first composition they will lock in for game number 1.
No, I'm not seeing any bans coming out, I don't think. Doing another scan of the lobby. Looks like these teams will be able to play their team compositions. Wait, is there a Rio ban? No Rio ban, yeah. So maybe that's something Curry could look to do in the next game, though. Let's pivot to the Rio for 1 game and get a bend. But we won't be seeing any game bans coming into game 2.
There is.
And wait, there is?
Yes.
Oh, is it? Wait, what am I missing?
The Estelle. There's 3 teams playing the
there is 3.
Estelle.
So it's Odyssey. Yeah, I did not notice. What team did I not know? It must have been New Rise Gangwon. Yeah, I didn't even realize they were playing actually pretty close to mirror comps. So will be Estelle getting banned. I am glad CNJ Esports is switching back to this composition. They looked a lot better on it than the Kathy, Arda, and Jackie composition that they were running in games 3 and 4. Just maybe took the time to experiment and it didn't pay off, but I think anybody would realize that that was just not the showing that they were showing in the first 2 games.
Yeah, if anything, I'm genuinely surprised that we're not seeing them bring, O3CU on the Nadine, if anything else, because O3CU's Nadine is genuinely a monster in and of itself, so it is what it is. But folks, game number 1, we got 4 that are going to be lined up for you, and once again, same story as knockout stage number 1. Top 4 from here will move on onto next week's Friday set of games for knockout stage number 3. The bottom 4 will unfortunately get eliminated. That is just how ERM works. KCW gonna get taken down for the first blood in knockout stage number 2. Milky Way will be the one to take it inside of the gymnasium of school.
As we see, but like not as much, I'd say, like high progression as Pexu is actually also going to get cut out. Nia's Game World is coming out from Bono though, actually giving a decent amount of safety. Horrific also going to get caught out by the reset from the Jackie, and it will be CNJ Esports after on the back of KCW getting caught out, actually picking up a couple kills for themselves. We do see Team Circus going for the third party as we actually see a re-engagement onto Bobo from, I think, who was going on the third party? Must have been Milky Way, yep. So the re-engagement coming out from Milky Way after Circus looks for the third party angle will be Rachan actually going for a little more than they can chew, I think. BTB is going to try to give some safety. Blink going to be invested by Rachan. Sometimes I'm wondering if that's even worth though, because now you don't have that for any of these Night 2 fights.
All you have to do is just kind of dodge the fights then at this point and wait for the cooldowns. It is always those level 1 pesky ultimates because you don't really have that much CDR, plus the base cooldown is so long that Night 1, if you use it so early, you're just going to be praying that there are no fights continuing. Horrific, same situation as well. The Fleisch is actually going to end up being invested for the Fiora. She's not going to have that for any Night 1 fights unless they're able to get some cooldown reduction going in onto the fights. Pubba taken down on top of it, third party coming in. Ehuk in a lot of trouble as Circus will also lose a member. Down goes the Alex, all going to be into the hands of Team Seongnam Rocks, who is sitting on 3 kills for themselves alongside Team Milky Way to be the tiebreakers on the point leaders so far.
Yeah, that's definitely not probably what I think you might expect from just how reliant the team opposition could be on ultimates, but we do see Rachan getting caught out by Circus. Will be the kill going over to that team as, yeah, you were mentioning how reliant they are on the pledge. Wait, actually another catch out on Bobo. Bobo, even with the 1-up, is going to go down here. Separated from the rest of the team, looks like C&J Esports are looking to do a little bit of split farming as Tuhyuk is going to get into a fight with Shinonome, and Talassi is going to get the better end of it. Suwa still a little bit separated, I think, from the previous fight going on in school. But yeah, I think Milky Way is doing a pretty good job for themselves because we were just talking about how they were relying on the level, or rather, they are relying on their ultimates, and those level 1 ultimates do have quite a long cooldown timer, but actually, never mind. We will see Mondu get into a fight with the rest of Team, well, not rest, rather, Team Order will get into a fight with the rest of Team Circus, as it will be a 2v3 Talassi, and will be end up the only one going down, as Shinonome is going to be able to get out. No Doubt Owl is going to look for the engage on Satin, is going to have to invest the Astral Burst, rather. Youngie is doing a great job of healing. It will be Riori actually having to blow the Astral Burst themselves, and now we have Insane following up with the longbow autos. Will at least secure 1 kill. Kyungi isn't going to go down. That is actually going to be Curry going for a bit of a flank kill with the Electric Sift able to pick up a kill for themselves. Really, really hectic fight between Summonum Rocks and Team New Rise Gang 1 at the end of the day.
Long strings of fights happening over and over and over again. The action really hasn't stopped so far in this game right up until this point. We are just about to get that day 2 objectives going, but Talassi is going to be the objective in sight for Curry. Can he pick up this kill before anything bad happens? I think so, because everybody else on everybody else inside of Hospital is everyone but Team Order's roster. NRG looking for a bit more, maybe trying to follow up on at least the wolves that they can take. Songnam Rocks wants to contest this just in case there's an objective that falls down through, or maybe even the mastery for it. That's a fat W coming from Riori, a bunch of slows going in, which means Hyungi is going to be the sacrificial lamb that Team Songnam Rocks is going to opt for. Really good call from this team, just not even investing that much time, sacrificing immediately as soon as that is gone. It might actually not even be a sacrifice as Hyungi is still running away. He does end up getting out. Really well played from Songnam Rocks.
And Horrific finding themselves into a fight right now does have at least a transition to themselves. Will look to turn on Kinyo. Ultimate getting popped, Perry getting procced, whipped on the second hit though, second ultimate. And that will be a little unfortunate, whipped on the second recast, and will not be able to get into that third recast to finally get the burst off. Lily is going to get chased down by Songbin, but Songbin biting off a lot more than they shoot. Complex giving a lot of support with the Shuriken skill. Cal Traps is enabled, and it looks like it will just be a reset. Mondu's going to disengage, as we do see our two Alex teams actually really not getting anything, because Diak wasn't able to actually join in on the fight. Maybe might have been a difference if there was a double agent available to lock down any of those targets.
Everybody is still split apart though. A lot of teams opting to go for the split farm. Can't tell if Eok was just delayed because he was looking for some items, but no transitions. I don't know what they are split apart for right now. Seemed as if Team Circus came from that gas station in on towards Fire Station. Yeah, I don't know, but they are all grouped now. Most of the teams seem to be as well. I see NRG split apart a bit. 2 people on the Pond Bridge. The other one is Cemetery. Actually, both of those sides are about to get caught out too. Estelle by themselves caught out. There is the helipad stat sending them straight over onto the Rio, but there is also somebody chasing the Rio down as well. We'll finally group back up, maybe potentially look for a fight if they're confident. The credits just aren't there. The calls have already been made. Double 4 score most likely for Riori. But New Rise Gone not looking for a fight just yet. Look at that.
Horrific on the persona and the weapon transition. That's actually pretty strong. But the problem is, it's really hard to, I think, find an angle as if you're against New Rise Gang 1's comp because of the kiting potential from coming out from Riori and Insane. As you do see Rachan really trying to make a play going on. Horrific is going to be able to get the blink onto... Actually, yeah, I think that will be Insane going down. Really well played. Is going to be able to land 2 hits of the flange onto the Rio. I don't think there's white potential because there's a white lily available for Riori, but really well played. I thought it looked a little bad, honestly, because it didn't look like Rachan's Yana gauge got much merit, but I guess it just bought enough space for Horrific to actually go in, blink it, and then get the value out of that Fiora ultimate.
Yeah, you can only dodge too many things as a Rio, right? The Soar is there, the Fleeting Soul is there too, but eventually you're gonna run out of things to use. That's when the IRM Charm came in. It landed on the ground, too many visual effects for Insane to try dodging away from that one, which opened up the opportunity for everybody else on that team to get the kill. Nicely done. Another potential fight inside of Factory as Choen sitting on the front side completely whiffs the Tsubame Gaishi and the Flash Cut. Everybody else is split. Ryori isolated by themselves, but running away from a Hisui is not that bad as Ryori sitting on the Justida. They're still putting up the pressure. Parry comes out. I think Choen might eventually get taken down. On the backside, Insane comes in. Everybody on Team Achilles needs to be careful. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Choen will he get taken down? Did
But
he?
auto, yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
Didn't.
Yeah, was able to survive the last auto. Maybe just enough passive healing coming out from the food by the time the auto travels. That's such a weird thing, but like there's like a bullet travel time, right? So while that's happening, there's some HP regen coming out from the food. As CNJ Esports, I'm actually surprised they lost to Team Order. Because Peksu is quite strong, but I guess Peksu just did not find an angle. Wisdom Robes online, Chain of Thorns online. Do you know the new hat name? I always forget. I'm just like,
The Sailor, you mean? Is that what it is?
no.
What's the sailor?
The captain. Yes, it is the captain. The one.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Good
I
job.
didn't track what that was.
That's what they paid me for. That's what they paid me for. That's not what they paid me for, though. Apparently, as it is the captain, though. And yes, a lot of good transitions, but I guess just not able to find an angle is Peksu. As Satsun's a little caught out here, and we will see Shinonome going for the blink. Satsun immediately matching that, but the chase is gonna be hard on this kiting with the energy available. Not a lot of dashes left. You do have a decent amount of movement to be coming out from the Letty. I think actually Shinonome might be able to finally catch, but Satsun is really giving their all. And at this point, you're eating a lot of damage is Shinonome. They're still giving into this chase. This is a huge commitment onto Satsun. Satsun's passive energy will be able to come up. Really well kited out by Satsun. And really over eager by Order, honestly. Gonna invest a... I mean, speaking of investing a lot of time, that's gonna be Satsun on what, 3 seconds by the end of it? No, 4. That is a lot of time invested. Team... Wait, look at Kinyo. Kinyo is so strong already.
They're going to be in the Gamma Lab too. Actually using this quite early, if I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of times teams tend to hold on to this objective just because it gives them a free out later down the road. But nope, it's going to be Odyssey trying to snowball with this Gamma instead. A bunch of items on Kinyor, exactly as you said. Maybe looking for a couple more items onto the Haze for the remainder of this game. It will be the Mithril plus, I believe, the Meteorite. No, never mind. It's just going to be the Meteorite for this one. Hand it over to Team... Ooh, which one is it? Team Odyssey?
It was Team Odyssey.
Yeah, it is Team Odyssey.
We're giving out from Tron. Gonna try to flash cut in. Find a decent amount of time with the Tsubame guy. And then Bobo isn't going to go down. 1-up is still available. Peksu is able to get a reset, but look at this third party coming in from Team Odyssey. Just really unlucky timing from the team completing the Gamma Lab, rather. If KCW and Bobo get out, this is a miracle. Spirit Arrow is going to land. 1-up is not available. KCW, are you going to go down? Dashes over the wall, but running right into the wing of Team New Rise Gong 1 is going to be KCW. And now, actually, it looks like Team Odyssey has the potential to go down. But at the end of the day, minus 400 is CNJ Esports after winning a fight. That's always a tilter.
Yeah, that sucks for CNJ Esports. They saw 3 different teams in the time span of about 20 to 30 seconds in that bottom side of the map. Really rough for CNJ Esports. They should be able to recover in just a couple of moments though, unlike Shinonome, who is completely caught by themselves. There is nobody on their team within the closest vicinity. They're all up on the northwest side of the map. Not exactly sure why Shinonome was sitting here at all by themselves with no additional support. Order down a member, that's minus 200 credits. So whatever they just got from trying to split farm, that all went down the drain.
I think maybe, like, this is like my eureka moment. I think a lot of these teams that are getting caught on these night 3s, they're probably trying to see, like, greed for a free battle zone, saying like, okay, I can get up 350 credits or lose 200. I think that's probably why Shinonome was there, but still, it's definitely sometimes ill-advised. The Nishi cut actually gets a decent amount of value onto Ghost. Do see the Tsubame Gaishi going completely wide, but look at the damage on the onto Kinyor. Kinyor is going very down low. You do see the pulling coming in from Complex. Is going to land a really nice Getsurin slash into the flash cut. Isn't going to be able to get that last Iaido stack to be able to get the flash cut to recast onto Junragus, but is going to be able to stack the Genreki off this bird here. Mikoro rather is going to go for a blind, and we on the other side we did see Talassi. Actually, that's all the order going down. I'm not sure if it was just Talassi getting caught out, because we did see that was Shinonome getting caught out pretty early, and then maybe it was just Gong and Talassi getting caught out. No, Shinonome is down in alley as well, so I guess they were caught out on the res. There will be Fencing Mask being crafted by BTB. A lot of these strong teams are getting quite strong. No doubt now able to get a Viking helmet for themselves. That's always nice because you're not going to see a lot of items on your Misto.
For Order specifically, I genuinely have to ask, was it worth it, right, to get the split farm? Because Team Order was stuck in that situation and that top side of the map without being able to be proactive because Shinonome ended up dying on the opposite side of the map. You just don't have that much leniency when it comes to knockout stage number 2. We're not playing in knockout stage 1 anymore. The teams here are definitely going to be playing better than the ones that you just played up against. You're going to get punished for split farming this late into the game for Team Order. They're going to have to start reconsidering things. Oh, Team Milky Way didn't know about the push. Down goes BTV. Well played, by the way, on the Observer. I didn't even know somebody was in there. This actually might end up in 2 people falling down for Team Milky Way unless Horrific is able to turn something around. No, absolutely not. Pixu, too much healing on that front. Not checking that bush. Did they have recon drones? I don't know.
Save alive,
but if
save
they
alive.
did, recon drone, save alive. You gotta use it right around the purple box too. Even if there are no pings, you gotta keep yourself safe. If you don't use it, well, when are you gonna save it for? Next game? I don't know.
Just I feel like that is another cheese that I think happens quite a bit when the meteorite spawns in police station rather, as we do see police station and fire station rather, as we do see Riori getting into a little bit of a Justina off with Satan, both of them on quite a bit of items. So this poke is pretty prominent, so it really comes. What's interesting is I think it's actually the one that throws out the beam first is usually going to lose out on the trade because the other can reposition and then trade out with another. So it's like you want to get the poke off, but you also don't want to commit too much because while you're in that animation, they can counter with their own dash and then get you with the poke.
It's all about safety for these players, positioning and making sure that the distance is played right. You have a fair number of range characters in this game. You got the Haze, you got the Justina, you got the Rios. If you can position well and actually keep the distance against some of these long-range initiation characters like the Yan, like the Estelle even, should be okay for the most part, but a couple teams struggling with that has already spent the minus 200 credits trying to bring some of their members back. Nice initiations from Satan, small pokes here and there against Riori, not really responded in kind at all in the opposite side. Oh man, for Team Odyssey, down goes Kinyor, down goes the Rio. Now Ghost is in a whole heap of trouble. Can he actually take the Rift is a question, getting knocked up into the air. There's nothing left for Rajan! There's nothing left for Rajan, he cannot cancel it. That means everybody from Team Odyssey comes back. They all blew their bodies. Good stuff, man. Well played from Team Odyssey. Heads up play. What an amazing way to make that happen.
Yeah, we were saving out on 400 credits and a full wipe, honestly. It looked very likely that the Yan would be able to probably finish off. Just understanding that once those knockups are down, there's no way to cancel it. Who got the Wicked Line? It does look like it was able to go over to Team New Rise Gangwon, and now that's going to be a full chase. No doubt now, really committing to this. But maybe we just settle for our VF Blood and get out. Was it picked up by Sungnam Rocks? No, it looks like it. Wait, no, it was actually picked up by Sungnam Rocks. So it will be Half Blood Moon.
Yes, Half Blood Moon. Exactly, you're correct.
Half Blood Moon going out for Satan.
Or Blood Half Moon, I guess. Maybe
Blood
that's,
Half Moon.
Yeah.
It's alright. I mean, I don't think,
potato.
Wow, that poke!
Okay.
And we see the immediate value. Well, you just got slapped to the wall a little bit of a... Yeah, no, that's a lot of damage going on too. Insane. That armor pen plus now Satan has access to the Cataclysm that they did not have in the previous fight. Riori was gapping them in that regard. A little extra poke coming out from the Cataclysm. Now Satan is on more items than Riori. But that is still a Justina with the Wicked Line buff. Do you really want to take this fight?
Satan has to do a lot of work. When it comes to the poke battle, even earlier, right in this position, Satan was beating out against Riori in that front. If Satan is able to land some of these crucial skills and get the Cataclysms out, yeah, the damage over time is gonna be better into the hands of Team New-Rise, sorry, not New-Rise Gangwon, but over for Team Sungnam Rocks. I see why New-Rise Gangwon wants to back away. The item differentials are just way too big. Justina sitting with the Blood Half Moon in comparison to the lower tiered one. definitely a difference in DPS. EMP Barrage looking pretty good, but not that much utility left for Team Achilles to continue the fight, at least for the time being. There's the Fleeting Soul coming out. Complex trying to jump onto the backside. The damage is there, but it's not going to be enough. Pexu comes in like a heat-seeking missile. Jump on in. One instead. Two is dead. Ghost in trouble. Team Odyssey are probably going to wipe. The shield is not going to save you there, buddy. Ghost trying his best to run away, but there's another jump. There's another kill, and another team to jump in for Pexu. There's another kill going in. Another jump comes in for Pexu, and another third party. What the hell is going on? Chowen's gonna fall down. One person left on the side of Team Achilles. Milky Way trying to find a little bit more. There's a knock up over on towards Ania, but she is still a little bit safe. KCW with a quick spin, but down goes Pexu, obliterated, disintegrated into nothing. What just happened?
Reset City for Pexu, looking more like looking like getting a lot of jumps over and over again.
A little
and
insect
again and
action
again.
over there, man. Like,
Yeah. And then just like, what was that, 5 teams at the end of the day, give or take, and maybe 4, but just so many teams, and so many teams so low, and Lily is gonna get caught out. That is gonna be the full wipe, I believe, of Team Achilles. Very unfortunate, just running in as a Team Circus. Probably didn't expect the team to be waiting there. Now, the big question of the day is gonna be if CNJ Esports will find a Lumi timing. Where are they on the map right now? They are in Cemetery, maybe looking for the res in Factory. Is going to be KCW and
They need more
Bobo, but
credits.
do they have the credits? You're gonna have to farm really fast.
about a minute to go. Natural Generation isn't going to cut it. KCW looking for the Vision. You
More
just saw them.
farming.
Yeah, you just saw them on the recon drill, but walked up against them like nobody's business. KCW trying to play aggressive, but he may have pushed it a little bit too far. He just used. What is going on here? Okay, KCW, I see you. Same thing for Pubba. I like the fact that he was trying to support, but I don't think that play was right. Pubba trying his best to run away. Same thing for KCW. I don't think they're going to have enough credits, nor is Lumi ever going to be around. I see Lumi on that pawn bridge, but how do you get credits in a situation like this? KCW in trouble. He's going to try to jump onto the backside. Insane is there, but the problem is Helitax stat exists too. It was so close for KCW. Pubba has to blink out, but he has no timer, has to walk back in. This should be it for CNJ Esports. Nice attempt from KCW, but it doesn't get him anything but the ticket to the next game. Down they go. CNJ Esports down in 5th place. There we are with 12.5 points for this game.
Yeah, I do like the idea from Team CNJ Esports rather, because I think what they were trying to do is just the threat of KCW like throwing out all these knees probably feigned that they had a full team, right? Like that they were looking for an engage, and maybe not the time for the Lumi rest. As we do see a White Lily play, and look how caught out Curry is. I think this actually could be Curry going down to BTB and Horrific, as Rachan is trying their best to deal with Hyungi and Satsun by themselves. They're actually doing a pretty good job. At the end of the day, it's a trade, but when you look at the cooldowns and what characters are available, I'm a little worried for Milky Way. Maybe just wait for the full reset for that Fiora ultimate to come up. But Satsun will have the Asher Burst available. Hyungi will have the Helitax stat. And then also just getting on top. You're not going to be able to cheese another White Lily, are you? I think they got lucky with the first one, as we do see NRG versus Team Circus in the other zone. Asher Burst going out really early for Riori, and I'm not even sure how Sungbin went down. I think it was too Insane. Mondu trading out on Insane now, but it is going to be a 1v2. I don't think that the Rem has it in them, maybe, but we do see the re-engage actually on the other side. We do see Milky Way going for the engage. Horrific does not have any timer, and the Asher Burst saving Satsun, as Mondu's doing the best job they possibly can. It's going to go down to Riori, and now we're going to see the Usina versus Usina final zone, as Horrific and BTB just did not have enough gas intake to take down Satsun. Excellently played by Satsun and Hyungi, and then excellently played by Team New Rise Gangwon on the other side. It looks like these Estelle Usina comps are looking very strong in this first game.
You're playing double melee into a Justina that is almost never going to work out, especially in a tight corridor like Chapel on top of it. Milky Way just got completely scammed in almost every single front, from just the character matchup differences, the temporary zone in and of itself difference, the positioning difference. Everything was in favor of New Rise Gangwon. They were able to get, sorry, not New Rise Gangwon, but Songnam Rocks uses that to their fullest extent. Love the fact that they went for the trade, but that is all they are able to get. New Rise Gangwon, here we go going to try to push into Cemetery. The drone, oh, the Chronosphere moving to where? We don't know yet. Got about 15 seconds. If it moves to the right, NRG is in a pretty good spot. If it moves to the left, they're getting scammed. Is it gonna work out in favor for Songnam Rocks or not at all? It's still closing in. About 2 more seconds to go until that's gonna lock in. Here we go. The fight will begin. Saten still not under any threat. Astro Burst comes out from both of our Justinas. That's gonna be down probably for the remainder of this fight. Notanel trying to push forward, but his shield is just about to disappear, and the damage is there from Songnam Rocks to finish him out. It's a 1-for-0 trade so far. Insane trying to push his way on him, maybe get the res over onto the Estelle. The Chronosphere is gonna move right. Can they get a pick? Yes, they can. Curry taken down, but in exchange, Insane goes down. Ryori taking down a 1-for-3 exchange in favor of Team Songnam Rocks to take away game 1. 19 points for themselves. GG's.
I think a lot of that was the zone, and then also just a little bit of a mispositioning from Ryori. Had to burn that Astro Burst really early, and that's the safety for your Justina going down. Now there's a lot more threat from every bit of poke, every bit of Estelle walking up, right, getting a stun. Now you're actually under threat of death. And the other big story, I think, is also the differential in tank itemization. There was a little more items on the other Estelle compared to New Rise Gong. No, Songnam Rocks, right?
Yes.
Songnam Rocks was when these mirror matchups, it can be hard. I think it was only the Viking helmet versus a couple items, and it does make a differential, right? If you're, especially in these really poke-centric matchups, right? It's Justina versus Justina, and then you have the long-range auto attacks coming from both the Katya and the Rio. So when you have a little more HP to work with, a little more defenses, right? That matters quite a bit. And then also, I think we had the Half-Blood Mood on the side of the winning team, so the armor penetration also paying its dividends.
I'm honestly surprised that Uri's Kawan ended up opting to send it because they weren't really under any threat. The only problem with the positioning they had is if the drone was starting to close in, the thin corridor is where the fight would have most likely happened. The problem is Chronosphere actually did end up moving to the right after all of what Uri's Kawan did to try pushing their way on into that open area. The drone actually came to them. So a lot of the effort spent was kind of like 10 seconds too early. If they took a little bit more time, maybe establish positioning on the right and at least gamble for the Chronosphere movement, they might have had an even better chance with the positioning they had. But then you're pushing into a Justina instead, getting a little bit hasty with it. Satin, of course, sitting on way better items than the opposite side, as you mentioned. Even the tank sitting on the front side, the difference is there. Satin just landing more lasers and more meaningful damage, knocks down the Estelle, and starting from there, it is a 2v3. Just well played from Songnam Rocks. They understood exactly what they had to do in order to win out on that final zone, got the position, got the pressure, everything else just felt like dominoes after that.
And yeah, so with the Estelle ban coming out, like you mentioned at the beginning that I missed out on, I'm wondering if we're going to see similar compositions, maybe just plug and play the Mai. You know, sometimes that's how our Karina Eternal Return goes, you know, you just cycle the peel-oriented tanks, and then you have a mage and an ADC in the backline, or marksman rather.
Could definitely be the case, but that's going to be decided after we take a look at the leaderboard. Songnam Rocks in first place with 19 points, but the difference isn't that massive compared to the rest of the lobby. 16.5 for Circus and 16 for Uri's Kawan. 14.5 for Team Milky Way. A decent distribution over the top 5 teams, but you can definitely tell that with this kind of result, it's still fair game for a lot of the teams in the bottom half. It's not over yet, especially just because what we watched was only game number 1.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what they'll be bringing out into game 2, because there will be a bit of composition switch-ups, but I think a couple teams got unlucky, so I don't think you have to necessarily switch all your team compositions, only the teams that got the cell ban, but that will change the dynamic of the lobby by itself.
Shouldn't be that big of an issue. There are other tanks to go around. I would be surprised at this point, considering how well these Estelle compositions worked, if they decide to change things around completely. I don't think I would give that kind of advice to any of these guys. Estelle did a lot, yes, but the core parts of those compositions were how the Justina and the Rio or Katya contributed to everything. I think you keep the identity of the roster, just change that front line.
I think you're right.
Okay, well then, if that's the case, what kind of substitutions could you possibly think of? Mai is one that you did bring to the table. We did actually, as a matter of fact, I think it was yesterday, see the Alonso? Right? I think we saw one. It might have been yesterday or the day before. I could have sworn I saw one. There was also a Magnus coming in, but that was Super Ultra Dino just kind of messing around with their compositions just because it was groups. Right? We saw that yesterday. What other tanks have been played? Not that many Lennoxes, now that I think about it too, right? No real Lennox players around in this phase. Any others of importance? We even saw 11. Now that I think about it too, from Shadow Golden Light, when Youngman ended up bringing that out to the field yesterday. That was fun.
Yeah, I'm pretty low on Alonso right now. I think I'm surprised Yomana even won a game on the 11. I've been pretty low on 11 in terms of competitive. I think Mai comes to mind. I think even Nikki. You could always just play like Ghost Bride Nikki for utility. I'm trying to think. Because really, I think Estelle is pretty premier in the current meta, at least, based on what I've been watching. But there are... Yeah, I even think Darko is sometimes better than Alonso. I think the tank Darko build has a lot of value, too. Making a lot of pick potential with the intimidation tactic. But we'll see, right? Because we're seeing Jukai, which I'm... Well, how do you feel about Jukai? I feel like for a while he's been falling out of favor. I even think Alex, and again, but we're seeing two teams actually look at the Jukai right now.
Yeah, it's not bad. I don't think it's bad just simply because he's still there to provide the support. And ever since he got 2 charges of his W, he is able to provide a lot more than he used to do in the past. The only problem I have with Shukais is that there's too many Shukais in the ERM that think they are, an unstoppable wall that just keeps pushing on through and keeps using their walk it off into the fight, completely isolating themselves. Shukai is great. He has a lot of health. You don't need to use health to use your skills anymore. It's great and all, but you don't have damage reduction built into the kit. You can't sustain for a decent amount of time. All you have is just your HP number, and that is it. If you are isolated and are eating all the damage sources from the enemy team, you are going to die very, very fast. So I'm hoping for Team Odyssey, Ghost doesn't just send it. If he does, this comp will fall out really, really fast. Hayes and the Rio is not going to be able to support something immediately the moment the fight goes if he just sends it all the way. Ghost needs to play this game very, very smart. Other than that, I think the Shukai pick is not that bad. It's okay. It's fine.
I think it's some great insight. I really think quite lowly of a lot of tanks that don't really have immediate peel utility outside of maybe lending their CC ability, right? I think part of the reason Estelle and Mai are so strong is that unconditionally you can at least give some support to your backline in case third parties happen, right? Off angles happen, right? These things happen in internal return, and I think when you don't have access to that and you have to rely on landing like a knockup, right, from the Jukai or having the point available for the Alonso, right? I think it makes it. I mean, Alonso has the ultimate, but I just think Alonso's kit in the current meta is a little weaker. But I think even Nikki, right? The pure rage uppercut, if somebody's diving, you can immediately press that R and give that peel. I think that's a big difference, right? And so even though the heal utility is available for the Jukai, I think that is a big difference between Jukai and some of these other premier tanks that we see in ERM quite often.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about whether the frontline wants to be an initiator or if they want to be a wall. And good frontliners, I've said this in the past, and I will continue to say it time and time again, a great frontliner, okay, so here, let me say it. A good frontliner knows how to tank. A great frontliner knows when they need to be the wall or the initiator. I think that's what differentiates between a good frontliner and a great frontliner. There's a lot of times when I see certain tanks being the person that initiates. Nikki, in a lot of cases, like you mentioned, is a great example of that, because there's cases where you can use a pure rage uppercut to initiate, but there's also cases where you can use it to disengage or peel. If you're able to differentiate between that as a frontliner, you are just an incredible player. That's some of the players in ERM. If you can see some of that, it will be absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately for Team Circus, we're going to start out with a very, very unfortunate start. Everyone is going to get wiped. It is still day number 1, so death timers aren't going to be too long. It's all good and dandy for them. Small picks here and there are happening across the board, though. New Rise Common losing 1, Odyssey losing 1, probably bound to lose a couple more before we go into night number 1.
Milky Way having a pretty explosive start again for themselves, though. Already sitting on 2 kill score, which means they've gotten 4 kills for themselves, so that's pretty good. And it looks like it's not going to slow down anytime soon, as we do see Youngie getting cut out by Horrific and BTB. Follow-up is pretty strong. We do actually see a great... Is that a stun coming out from Sutton? Or maybe the explosion shot coming out from Curry? Whatever it was, it did a really good job of giving the space. And now the turret is actually available. BTB and... Yeah, BTB will be going down, and we saw the Yon going down earlier. We do see a bit of a chase coming out from Mondu onto Lily. White Lily is available, but now Chon is able to rejoin. You do have the flash cut available. It has to blink away from the flash cut to avoid the knockup from the Hisui and all that damage coming out from the Hisui. Iaido stacks are stacking up. Genreki available. Second Genreki gets Rune Slash, does go a little wide. Is going to land an EMP rush. Now Sunbin is going to join it, and you do see Alex coming to rejoin as well. Very available. Nichirin cut will be available, but yep, they just click away. Wait, another Nichirin cut actually coming out really quickly from Tsubame Daiichi. Really well played by Chon to stay alive for so long, just isn't able to pick up a kill for themselves. As we do see the White Lily to get away from Horrific's ultimate, but Satan will be going down. Does look like the blink is going to go on to Hyungi, and that will be the run back from Milky Way onto Sangwon Rocks, and this time it does go in Milky Way's favor.
Wonderful play from Mandu, by the way, because he kept baiting skills left and right. Chon as well as Lily both have to use a lot of skills that are skill shot based, so it can miss. It can miss in a lot of cases. Mandu played it really well because he kept baiting out some of those bigger crowds, bigger cooldowns, whether it be the cocktail party or even the oil slick, to make sure that none of the damage actually stuck until reinforcements came. A big fight inside a cemetery, CNJ Esports versus Team New Rise Kangwon, and Peksu has gotten access to Insane on the backside. Nodanel doesn't have anything to support. Down goes the Rio. Mai trying their best to run because also a trade actually ended up coming in. Riori gets the kill over onto KCW, but the problem is Nodanel has nothing left in his tank. Overall, a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Team CNJ Esports, but the fight still continue. One up on the northern side, Temple about to finish as the Nichirin cut is not enough to keep Chon alive. Complex is going to fall down in just a moment here as well. Down they go. Tree of Life secured by Team Circus up on the northern side. Over on the western side though, it's still going to go on. The fight is neutralized. Milky Way trying to get position on towards that meteorite, whereas Team, Songnam Rocks, looking to get their own taste of the pie, cannot get the secure onto the meteorite. The Horrific has to run away, sacrifices there the Yan, but meteorite not obtained. The sacrifice was in vain. If Horrific gets taken down, it's going to be even worse. Parry into the Wolf, not going to work. Down goes two members of Team Milky Way, and the meteorite goes in favor of Songnam Rocks to get everything at the start of day 2.
And we will see Insane picking up a kill on Lily on the back half of that. Was there a meteorite in the zone? Maybe that's why they were there. Will be, if anything, any RNG going over to New Rise Gangwa. As we see Chun getting caught out again in a pretty awkward position. Will be regrouped. No, that is actually, I think, the enemy Alex going in from Circus. You do see the combat pings. Milky Way getting caught out again. Horrific. Gonna try to make a play. Does try to go for the turn with BTB, but BTB going down way too fast. Now we see KCW right on top of Curry. Is a lot of damage going out onto the Nadine. And now we see Pektu with access to Satan. This could be a really early wipe actually for Team Sun on Rocks, as Hyungi is caught out by the Nia's Game World, going out before even Night 2. Peksu getting a reset onto Rachan. That is going to be another kill. Is Horrific going to get spotted out? No, it does look like Mondu is going to be able to respawn in time. Not Mondu, rather. But it will be a res coming out from Milky Way in time. No worries. Even if Horrific did go down, they would have been fine. But huge wipe onto Songnam Rocks coming out from CNJ Esports, getting the snowball rolling really early into this game, as we see an engagement coming on from Team Odyssey. Okay, I was wondering which team was running. I was wondering which Zukai team it was, but it is Team Odyssey onto Team Achilles, and it will be Chun going down again. Just really far behind on the mastery is Chun in this game, because they've been dead for so often. Achilles has been losing a lot of fights and a lot of segmented deaths. They haven't even been able to get the force core call in on the Hisui. Luckily, Lily did get a call in from their Alex. Complex was able to call in the force core for the Persona and the Sanguine Gunbai. But if you're looking at the zone, it's looking a little dire for Team Achilles, as the enemies are on 3 items a pop. Mondu on a lot of items. Actually, not a pop, but we do see 3 transitions on the Arem, also getting force core call-ins from their tank player.
Well, at least luckily for them, it's not the ones that they're fighting. It's CNJ Esports that'll be duking it out up against Team Circus. Can they do anything? Quick spin going down from KCW, trying to buy a little bit of time, and it seems to be the case. As one goes down, Mandu unfortunately falling down. The one with the most amount of transitions goes down. Ehyuk as well as Suwa follows Su. Well played from CNJ Esports. Nice time bought from KCW. That quick spin actually ended up countering a lot more damage than I thought it was going to against Team Circus, and it bought enough time for the Nia's game world to be prepared. Wonderfully played from Team CNJ Esports, as they are going to secure that Dimensional Rift plus 1.5 extra points going into their hands. Well played.
That means I actually think lucky break for them. I think they were the other team going into the zone. I think actually secured a free one, so that is nice because when I was looking at it, the camera panel made it look like they were in the same zone, but I actually think, well, actually Mandu getting got out by KCW on the run back after the zone. That will be another kill going into CNJ Esports, and they're looking really strong this game. If we take a look at Peksu's item, Peksu's sitting on everything but the shoe slot rather, and that shouldn't only be. What are they running? Are they running play boots?
Could be. I know Jackies tend to run a lot of different things. I've even seen Galaxy steps here and there. Sometimes they could go for Hermes if they really wanted to. I've even seen things like Alexander. It just depends on what you're going to be going with your build. I can't predict this one. A lot of times I can predict what kind of boots people are going to go, but yeah, I don't know about this one, Chief.
Cowboy boots and repaired slippers in the inventory. That's an interesting one, but yeah, that will just be a meteorite call-in, so that's really close to full build on Peksu. Doesn't mean they can start funneling into the Nia from Bobo, and once Bobo gets this, I think this has been the meta shift for Nia. Once the haste changes have happened, the CDR changes, now they just stack CDR. They go Elegant Gown into the Dragon Fury, into often the Tellurian as well. The Tindalos Monarch, and they just end up with like 50% CDR and like a 30-second Nia's game ruled by level 16. It's incredibly strong for chain fighting. It really makes Nia quite oppressive, and it means they can never really reset against the comp as well. KCW prepping up and engage onto, or at least looking at the angle onto Team Order. This is a team that's kind of awkward to chase into though, because you have the kiting potential of the Sicella and the Jenny. Tetragon's gonna go out and the pull, yeah, KCW overreaching just a slight bit. That is gonna be the free at last coming out. Peksu's gonna break a damage coming out from Bubble, actually able to pop the play dead. If there was a little less of an overeager turn from, or rather dive coming out from KCW, that might have actually been a winning fight for Team CNG Esports.
I'm honestly surprised that CNJ Esports still continues to try pushing their way in on towards Order. They have gotten themselves royally screwed over multiple times trying to overdo it into Team Order. It just doesn't work. I don't think with CNJ Esports composition you can ever get a safe secure on anybody on that team. Even if you're able to catch out someone like a Cecilia, the amount of time that they're able to buy with the amount of investment you need to make to get those kills, you don't have a response to the acceptance speech coming from Jenny. Well, what are you going to do after you've invested the blink, your dashes, your jumps? You got nothing left. So I'm amazed that CNJ Esports still continues to try up against Team Order. I guess the confidence is there, good for you, but that confidence can erode away once you start spending 700, 800, sorry, not 700, but 800, 1,000, 1,200 credits on the same team in the same tournament over and over again.
Absolutely, we're gonna see some teams posturing around. It also was interesting that CNJ Esports still wanted to try to run for the Omega, or trade for the Omega rather, as we do see Team Achilles versus Team Milky Way, both of them trying to contest for this ability to go into the Rift. It will be going over to Team Achilles. Is there an enemy going into the zone? Sometimes it's a risk. Yeah, it is always a risk, right? And that's kind of the meta game, as we do see a great engage coming out from KCW, definitely landing this time. Nia's Game World also coming out. The play dead is available in Shinonome, but you're stuck in the gamer's world, so Peksu is going to be able to get a reset onto Talassi. Gong going to be able to use the play with us to at least pull themselves over. Does look like it might be a force core going over to actually Bobo. No, is going to be the Hermes. Bobo, are you going to be able to get, oh, so close, maybe a fraction of a second earlier coming out from Bobo, and Gong's VLS would have been cancelled, and that would have been the full wipe. We'll be able to use a mobile kiosk or something for themselves to be able to call the rest of the team, but that is going to be a minus 400 going over to Team Order.
Great timing for Team CNG Esports to take the fight against Order. I talked about it earlier, the responses are just going to be way too good for Team Order, but not when you have very little information. It just turned nighttime. The additional vision that was kind of ruined for Team Order definitely lost them the fight. Tight quarters everywhere too, so the Yen's gonna have an easier time picking something like the Cecilia because they have ways to jump the walls. Cecilia doesn't have an easy way to do that herself, aside from play with us. Even then, you need to set that up. That takes time. Really well done from Team CNG Esports. Does have control over the western side of the map. School, if there are things left, is all theirs. But on the eastern side, Achilles versus Team Milky Way. Are they going to look for anything horrific? Already taken down to 2/3. The White Lily taken, and the fight will begin. Oh, it's looking pretty good early on, but the flash cut just does absolutely nothing. Horrific on the way out. BTB on the way out, but Rachan is a little bit too late to leaving the party. Tomahawk round does to keep him alive, but the cocktail party still come on through. Hex is on mine. Down goes the Yan. 1-0 in favor of Team Achilles, but they still need to deal with Team U-Rise Kangwon. With those recon drones, they should figure out that somebody is hanging around. Insane is also up on the top side. It's, oh, double safety drone. I hate to see it.
Minus 40. We gotta get better about that. I've been seeing that a lot coming out from teams. I get in a stressful situation that you might panic and press it, but you really don't want to be losing that resource as John cheaping right into Pexu. The waiting arms, the Nichiren cut is going to buy a lot of time. The top of skill from KCW is just going to return any damage. And now Lily and Complex didn't even TP on top of them, so they're actually in beach as well. So you're going to have a hard time. Never mind. They did just have the credits available. Thankfully, one teammate didn't waste all the credits from the safety drone and was able to call in the mobile kiosk and get out KCW overreaching a little far. But we do see the Nia's Gaming World coming out. Cho rather using the flash cut onto the walls to get out, but now look at all the value that Bobo has been able to get on this Nia. Lots of point sinks rather coming out. Lily no time, Complex no low on time as well. Will be able to get out, but that Nia's Game World isn't on that long of a cooldown at this point, honestly.
It was really scary for Team Achilles though. 1 second left for Lily. I love the call out from that team. As soon as they figured out that the red was the only way out, everyone started disengaging and the time was just bought from the Alex. He has the utility to get out after all. Well played from Team Achilles to get out of a very, very tight corridor. But it doesn't change the fact that Team Achilles, Lily is still sitting on that 1 second left. Quite frankly, probably even less than 1 second. It'll be a problem if they start fighting out a couple of these teams that they're not confident in. They're going to be the ones that have to aggress. Otherwise, you have no way back. You have no escape. You have to walk in towards the red. Lily will guarantee die.
And Boba has been really on point with these point sinks. Oh, they are going to go for the zone.
They have time.
They've been taking a lot of these risks. I respect to take Achilles because it's always risky when you take those zones. As we do see a fight break out between Team New Rise Gangwon and Team Circus. But Insane is already down. Riori's just going to have to completely run away and give up on this fight. Any chance of getting a kill. Now, is Riori going to be able to sneak the zone and get the res off? No, isn't going to go for it. There is a team waiting for them. So that is definitely rather fortunate. Otherwise, you would have been in the waiting arms of Milky Way. Team Achilles is actually going to get into a fight with Team... Wait, did Team Milky Way take it? Was it just horrific?
Yeah, I actually like this strategy because it's worth taking the risk, especially during night number 4. Minus 200, of course, is going to suck. Why is that Tetragon down? Okay, that's a little bit weird. But back to my point, I think the risk is still worth it. If you get it for free, the amount of value that you get out of that rift for free is going to be so much better than that risk of having the minus 200. It's the risk versus reward kind of thing. It's just that in this game, it didn't work out in favor of Milky Way. A little bit unlucky, but it's going to happen when you take these risks every now and then.
I don't think it's too bad. Like, it can be a pretty notable trade because you can get a force core out of it or something. Yeah, okay. But the only problem is if you are not able to find a safe place to res afterwards too, maybe a res gets contested or they see pings, and then it's actually a little bit like maybe an ill-advised risk. But not too big of a punish going out on Milky Way, just the minus 200. As we do see neutral between New Rise Gangwon and Team Circus. Sungbin is on a lot of good items for themselves. I assume that's probably the prominence plus the
probably
Peacemaker?
It could be Nova Shield. I know that
Nova Shield,
Team
yes,
Insider,
Nova Shield,
yeah,
sure.
tends to run
Yeah,
Nova
you're
Shield
right.
a little bit more. Shinonome trying to chase on through. Ghost still a little bit healthy. He does have the health bar. Safety drone being utilized by Team Odyssey, they will get themselves on out. Over on the eastern side, map still being fought over inside a pond. One player is already dead. Insane, falling down in that corridor. It doesn't seem like something we see for the first time this game. Down goes the Mai, Riori in a whole heap of trouble. It is a Justina, but she is just running out of time and space to run. There's the hop on in. The Hungry Shark finds the target once again. Pixus hops in, says thank you very much. We'll clean out the entirety of Team Yurai's Kangwon.
I think Riori did a great job of trying to kite it out, but unfortunately just was in the waiting arms of Team C&J Esports, and C&J Esports definitely looking quite strong coming into the end of this game. Team Circus looking strong for themselves. Some of these other teams maybe on some disjointed purchases, disjointed buys, maybe has to spend some credits rather on reses, but Team Odyssey also looks very strong. So we're going to see a couple of strong teams and then some teams on more fragmented items.
It's all about the difference in execution. We talked about this earlier today, Kaz. Even if you're a little bit stronger than some of the other teams, as long as the execution is there, it can work out in your favor. We've seen Wick teams getting screwed over completely just because they didn't check some of these bushes and maybe got caught out by a surprise. Maybe some mispositionings here and there ended up ruining the chances with these frontliners. Not being able to support the backliner who just gets disintegrated in, quite frankly, half a second. A lot of possibilities still exist, so you still have to check your T's, cross your dots, make sure that everything is there for your team when it comes down to it. Like Team Odyssey, a lot of things have to be checked. Nice information on Pixu with the vision plant. Knows where the Jackie is. Good poke out onto Bubble as well, taking down to about a quarter of their HP before the fight even begins. But for C&J Esports, they've drawn out a big cooldown. Fleeting Soul is gone. That means for Team Odyssey, that's not a utility they have in the fight. Another fight inside of Pond Grid. Once again, Milky Way in a whole heap of trouble. Down goes two. Horrific, the last one alive on their side. C&J Esports still duking it out on the southern side. Odyssey not willing to let the zone go for free.
And Bobo is just looking for any point sync, I think, because if a point sync lands, there will be immediate follow-up from KCW. But we do, and Pexu, but we do see Team Achilles actually also fancying the cemetery zone. And now it's a little awkward for Team Odyssey if you get into a fight. Wait, Horrific using the amp drone just to get yeah, and that's gonna be unfortunately the full wipe of Team Milky Way, using the amp drone just to get back into the zone. But the positioning is a little awkward. I do actually like this from Bobo. Force them into the choke that will put them in the middle, because if you let them walk, Team Odyssey walk through that pathing, then actually Team C&J is the middle team. So now we're seeing Team Odyssey in between Team Achilles and Team C&J Esports. It really comes down to how early this fight goes, and now actually Team Circus is walking in too. This could be a really fiesta final zone. Team Order is kind of getting away with murder, but I think they probably did a good job of pushing teams out with the Cicelo, with the threat of the Lenny Spring Traps. But they're honestly one of the weaker teams, so I'm surprised they were able to force a team out.
Might have been just a Wick buff that allowed them to do it pretty well, even if it's going to be a bit rough. Wilson is pretty good. There's, again, a backliner jumping in way too far. Team Circus hasn't been able to capitalize on it just yet, but the third party's going to come in, and oh my god, the double backliner for Team Odyssey just gets ripped to shreds in Nia's game world. But the fight still continues. Third party turning into an A-B fight instead. Down goes Asua immediately before the fight can even begin. Pexu just barely gets on out of there and heals off of the 4. Is going to be enough HP for him to continue the fight. Down goes yet another. Bandu gone, Ihak gone, Circus taken out of the fight. C&J Esports, what a huge fight for this team. The question is, can they continue this is the question. Needs to wait on a couple of these cooldowns. All of the members are coordinated together, but has a long way to go and 30 seconds left on their time. Ultimate timer should be coming back in a couple of moments. They're going to be down the blink on the Yando. That is actually a really massive cooldown for C&J Esports. They're not going to have access to in this fight because Lily needs to die in order for both Yan and the Jackie to be meaningful in this fight.
And we do see the Tetragon coming out and the double agent immediately to disengage. We do have the safety orbs, but look at this. Chun getting cut out a little bit. Flash cut, is it available? Nia's Game World's coming out. Complex trying to do all that, but that's a no item, Alex. You're not going to be able to do anything. But in the pick going out to Chun, Pexu's trying their best to get on top of Lily. Lily cutting out as well as they can, but again, just Complex has no damage threat onto Bobo. Bobo just facing the entirety of Pexu, or not Pexu, sorry, Complex's damage. That's a full, again, that's the Prince build. It's full Purple Rain on Bobo. There's just no damage coming out. It's a peace shooter coming out from the Alex, and really well played by CNJ Esports. And we're seeing the value of this team composition. The cooldowns aren't that low for them in terms of ultimates, especially when they're chain killing like this from the previous third parties. So they had their ultimates up relatively fast enough where they weren't really strapped for timer after waiting for their ultimates. It was only, what, maybe 5 seconds off, 6 seconds off, and they were able to find the engagement pretty quickly anyways.
CNJ Esports decision making in these fights are so incredible. They have improved so much from their group stage performance, but one more team to go, right? CNJ Esports slowly making their way towards Order. They have position on top of the Chronosphere. It's one of the worst compositions Team CNJ could ask for, but they've done it before. They need to do it one more time. Can they knock out the members of Team Order? Items are a little bit on the weaker side. The zone is open. KCW on the backside does get a double knockup over onto 2 members. It does push somebody back, but I don't think there's any more they can do. It just does it. Team Order, the bane of existence for CNJ Esports. This Jackie and Yan cannot hold their own up against this Jenny. Well played to Team Order. A slow game of 15.5 to round out game number 2. Well played. GG's.
The engage from KCW almost looks so good. Really unconventional angle, actually. Cut a lot of distance with the blink. But the problem was, one of the big things is the Nia's Game World fell a little short once they kited back, right? So while they're already taking so much damage just trying to run down the Cicella and the Jenny, Nia's Game World isn't actually doing any follow-up damage because they've already kited past it. And that's really gonna be the difference maker, I think, in the matchup between Team Order and Team CNJ Esports.
The biggest problem with this one, I'm just going to say it blunt, team composition rock, paper, scissors, right? One just is better than the other. You're not going to be able to beat Team Orders 99 times out of 100, right? As CNG Esports. The one time that we did see it was inside a school, but that was in a very tightly enclosed area during nighttime with next to no information from what I saw for Team Order. They were just reacting to things as the fight went. But this time, they had full information because they were in that final zone a lot earlier than CNJ Esports, and it was an open area, just so much more opportunities for that team to play around with. As you said, KCW, the initiation was fantastic. Double knockup with the leaping knee, but Nia's not there to support. She's way too far away. Really well played from Team Order, just understanding the range in which they need to stay. The poke was there. Really nice initiative from CNJ Esports, but composition difference really shined true in this one.
Yeah, the utility available to Team Order to peel off against a double dive composition is just really strong. And despite the fact that there was definitely a credit differential, it doesn't matter when the characters' kits are just so, again, like you mentioned, rock, paper, scissors, right? You're getting checked a lot in what you're trying to do, and the reactive options for Team Order are quite strong in terms of that matchup.
It is what it is. For CNJ Esports, I would say that whatever happened inside of Cemetery, they're at least going to be able to utilize that to make up for whatever difference they weren't able to get in that final zone. It's okay. After all, game number 2, not that big of a deal. CNJ Esports has also been doing pretty okay so far in this series in comparison to the last one. They should be okay. It's not going to be a massively like we saw during phase number 1. It's the consistency that matters. And for these guys, I would have to say their gameplay so far today, and in this series specifically as well, has been pretty consistent. We'll take a look at the leaderboard to see where they actually stand in comparison to all the other teams. I think they'll be okay, though, at least going into the half.
Yeah, it does look like it.
Does look like it indeed. 40.5 points for Team CNJ Esports, 9.5 in the lead up against Team Circus. 23 points for Songnam Rocks, and 19.5 for Team Milky Way. I swear this is the it's the same borderline points that we saw earlier in Knockout Stage 1 after the half. 19.5 for the 4th place team and 19 for the 5th place team. We're seeing it again, I guess.
Yeah, and even despite the win with the rough start in game 1, Order really didn't move much up.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit brutal, but that is the name of the game. At least they've set themselves that foundation, as I talked about earlier. That foundation is going to be important because Team Order just played better and better earlier when the series went on. Guys, that was game number 2, which means you know what time it is. It is time for us to go on a break. So we'll be back here with games 3 and 4 of knockout stage number 2. Grab some water, grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It's the last time you can do it for this weekend's ERM phase. We'll see you guys back here for the next couple of games.
생존자가 잠시 후 안전지대가 이동합니다. 인지 안전지대를 활성화합니다. 깨질 것 같아? 곧 크로노스피어 중 잠시 후 안전지대가 이동합니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이잖아. 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안에 들어. 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠. 으이. 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
선수가 앞라인 잘 맞아줬고요.
자, 보급 강자 싸움은 런터레벨 조합 부산 베스파.
자, 근데 하고 돌면서 선수 선수.
좀 위험하긴 하거든요.
자, 이거 진조의 굴림.
다운이 됐고.
자, 이거 3일차 데스라서 좀
이러면은 로즈너 선수 이거
치명적이네요.
도망갈 수 있을까 이거
이게
못갈
안
것
막았어요.
같습니다. 네.
이러면은 부산 베스파 터미네이트 위기인데요.
자, 런터레벨즈 끝까지 가면 이거 선열의 투착 맞으면 절대 안
이렇게
되는데.
막아버리면 쉽지 않습니다.
아, 로즈가 그래도 버티고는 있습니다만은 3일차 데스 나머지 2명이기 때문에 급투 재생도 안 되고요. 자, 절.
바르코가 힘으로 밀어냈거든요.
오,
2대1 상황을.
정민 선수의 천룡잠이 완성이 되었고요. 자, 스텝백.
이제는 더 이상 물러날 곳이
그렇죠.
없다.
이제는 뭔가
아
정말
근데 정밀 폭격이 잘 들어가면서 뒷라인이 아무것도 못하고 있긴 했어요.
자,
한번.
근데 이게 로저 선수가 너무 잘 버티고
그쵸.
먼저 펜시.
을 했거든요.
와, 이거 실비하기 때문에 더 쫓아가진 않지만 결국 2명을 잡아냅니다. 부산.
굉장히 복잡한, 굉장히 불안한 위치이다 보니까 계속 밀려는 것 같아요.
그리고 아직 본인들 밸류가 그렇다고 올라온 건 아니다 보니까 이거 잡아먹고 크겠다라는 생각.
자, 2대1로. 자, 심세 선수가 먼저 잡힐 것 같죠. 로즈너의
로즈너
나르코.
너무 잘 버텨요.
자, 이거 다시 한번 킬실까지도 로즈너 선수가 잡아내고요.
이러면
남아있는 300. 네.
큰일 났습니다 진짜.
자, 올웨진전 그리고 섀도우 골든라이트 그리고 서커스까지 또 2초월 아이템을 아니 서커스 3초월 아이템입니다.
네, 좁은 곳을 몰렸기 때문에 오히려 걸어보는 오디세이인데요. 괜찮은 상황인 것 같습니다.
하지만
먼저
와 센스 너무 좋았고요.
그렇죠. 순식간에 2명을 정리해버리는.
체크 안 한 상태에서 나머지 인원들이 오른쪽으로 오는 것도 다 파괴줄 거고요.
자, 3대3 구도에서 올웨지 인천과 부산 베스타. 하지만
아,
조금
근데
더 강한
체급이-
건데 이렇게. 자, 그리고 다르코가 뭔가 한번 메이킹을 해보려는 것 같거든요. 로즈너.
자, 그렇기 때문에 지금 아티팩트를 좀 깔끔하게 빼냈는데
오,
성공했거든요.
게다가 민 선수의 포지션이 너무 좋기 때문에.
자, 그리고 여기서 기적 실현 뒤늦게 한번 같이 들어가 주면서 맞물리기.
자, 이러면
이거는
인천의
근데
승리가
샬럿이-
보여.
Welcome back from the break, folks. We got 2 more games left in Masters ERM Season 8 Phase number 2 knockout stage number 2. After these 2 games, you guys know the rules, you guys know the drill. 4 teams will continue to move on to the games for next week, while the other 4 are going to be eliminated. Let's take a look at what the character select is going to look like for our 3rd game of knockout stage 2. No bans yet at all. Every single one of these teams just kind of playing their own thing. Never mind, there was an Estelle ban after game number 1. Forget what I said, there's been an only Estelle ban, which will most likely repeat itself after what we saw in game number 1, a very, very important pick.
Yes, it was really important. It's pretty pivotal rather, to New Rise Gangwon and Sungnam Rocks both making it to the final zones. But as we do see, there is no real. I guess Odyssey. Wait, I don't think was Odyssey running this conversation. I think they were, right?
I believe they were running Ghost on the Estelle earlier.
They
so
were.
Funnily enough, yeah, there is actually no bans going into our final game. This is going to be an interesting setup. Everyone has the possibility of playing exactly what they want in the final game as well.
It is really funny. I feel like this is the most I've seen Alex be played in ERM. Like it's interesting how I think there was an Alex ban as well last night, and there was always potential for an Alex ban in this lobby too, because both Circus and Achilles are looking to play it.
I think one of the biggest problems with that is that Alex has been very popular as of late, right? It is definitely not a common character you see, but internationally there has been an uprising of Alex players just opting to play it for a lot of various different ways. We've seen Pen coming through, we've seen Tank coming through, a mix of two at the same time. Alex has just been sprouting out every now and then here and there. So personally, I'm not surprised, but I could definitely see where you are coming from. Guys, here we go. Game number 3 now locked and loaded. The first of the 2 games left to decide the fates of these teams. Will they move on or will they get eliminated? Possibly have to play for LCQ. Not entirely sure. CNG Esports as well as Hongnam Rocks have a lot to prove for this game and the series as a whole. They need to make it through at least once in order to maintain their fans' happiness and probably their own. The expectations are high for these players.
Absolutely. But again, there's a lot of teams that you could see in the finals. Like, you could see this a good half of this lobby in the finals of ERM, and here they are in knockout stage 2. So really, season 8 has been delivering on all ends.
Something else, really. I tweeted about this earlier, but this is not the this is not the result you would be expecting after quite literally any kind of tournament. It's almost an exception. That is how incredible this kind of a series has been so far. I love to see it. I do also see Horrific sitting on, I believe that was Rapier, interestingly enough. This is going to be an interesting way to set up for the Fiora, unless I saw wrong. I see the parry. It's probably two-handed sword. Let's be real here, that makes a lot more sense. Horrific finishing up a couple of his items. Yep, there it is. The position in which he's holding that weapon out, that is definitely two-handed sword. Is it going to matter a lot in this fight? Not entirely sure. For now, Kinyur on the backside, just completely isolated, freely dealing damage by themselves. As is Nadine, there's so many low HP bars executed for Team Milky Way. The break is there. Songbin, just one more auto attack. Kinyar is just single-handedly ruining the chances for everybody inside of school, and he's the one that lives? Last, are you kidding me? A single-handed third party, and he's the one that wipes out everybody. What a weird way to start game number 3. Incredible plays from Kinyar.
Kinyar playing Lone Wolf and being able to win out on the zone. Got the practice on the new mode that you guys can keep up at any time. Not any time, but rather at certain select times you can queue up for Lone Wolf and relive the early access days of Eternal Return, pre-official launch when we became a squads game. As we do see Mondu going in on 2. Is that insane? Yeah, it is insane, and we'll be able to get one while No Down Al and Riori are going to be able to trade out and get that res off. Is going to be a bit of a longer timer because Mondu was able to ping 8, which means you are going to be down for a little longer of a time. Vexu is going to try to turn on Complex, but this is a very low HP Jackie, just not able to sustain through. Not enough HP to actually start to snowball the fight with a little bit more lifesteal. As Chon is going to miss the flash cut, probably just going for a Hail Mary. The Getsurin slash is going to land into the Nichiren cut, but you're just not enough damage or healing or tankiness against both the backliner and the frontliner, rather. As we do see, Odyssey is able to pick another kill. Kinyar is having a game for themselves in the beginning of round 3 of Knockout Stage 2.
Can I just give you a little bit of a number 2? Despite the fact that Kinyur was the only one on this team sitting inside a school, he actually ended up picking up the most amount of points out of any of the 2 teams fighting in that. Picked up the fight up against Yan. I think he was actually able to find the final shot onto somebody else that the Yan was fighting, and then rotates back around, kills 2 to 3 people on extra, finds yet another one in night number 1. This Nadine is fed, my friends. Another fight inside a cemetery. Unfortunately, Horrific missing out a couple of these skills that are vital to get the damage out as if you are early on, but the third party is here. Another single-handed third party coming in. This time it's KCW who is able to pull it off. Chon on the backside, Tsubame Gaeshi not going to be able to finish. You can see the health bars on Shinonome extremely low. Gong also having to run away. That's the play with us over the wall into the pool. 2 for 1, I believe, in favor of Team Achilles. It's just Chon that fell.
Yeah, a lot of value coming out of that Tsubame Gaeshi. Metron goes down, was able to put out a lot of damage as we have a full combo coming out from Junaga. But the problem is, the Nia's Game World comes out, but Bobo is just taking all of the damage from Junragas with the buff from the ultimate coming out. KCW just Oh, that is very illegal, I think, for this Yan to get a tree after their teammates die in archery range like that. But I think KCW has been doing a great job doing this all night, honestly. He's just bluffing that he has his whole team with him.
Well, Mandu trying to find the pick on his own, but the Halitax stat is there. Can he get the cap punch? Yes, he can. These 1-for-1 trades for this IRM actually working in favor. Nicely done for him. Sathin's going to get taken down, but will get rest back up immediately. Chon isolated by himself. Again, split farming for this team. Will end up getting taken down. It's going to be ordered to pick that one up. Talasi just kind of running around, grabbing a couple of items, all happy as this Lenny can be. I just want to say this as well, by the way, for Team Odyssey, I know I'm kind of coming back onto this roster quite often. The reason why I am is because you take a roster, you take a look at it, it's just very much a heavy late game scaling comp, but because of all the shenanigans that happened early game, Kinyar is very accelerated. I don't know if he's running Wolf Mask or Bear Mask. Regardless, he has so many stacks of those. Plus, do you remember that you get Wild Hunt stacks for actually killing players now too? He has stacks up the wazoo, max stacks on bears at day number 2. And he's also very close to max stacks on the Wild Hunt. This guy is accelerated as Kingdom Come. Pixu about to hand over another kill to this team. Makes it even better for Kinyar, about 20-something stacks away from max on Wild Hunt.
Yes, that is really like a big amount. That's like a huge lead, especially because the thing is, you're not super accelerating credits, but in terms of other raw stat value from other things in Nadine's kit, plus the Wolf Mask's stat value, I think is the highest actually.
Yeah, 80 is the max that you can go for, so.
Oh no, I mean like in terms of effective value, maybe it's Boar Mask that gives you a little more, but you get so much attack speed from the fully capped Wolf Mask, and it's really high value. Because I think Bear Mask only gives you 8 adapt. Well, actually, we're going to look at a fight first. When we see Hyungi going all in on Sungbin, and Sungbin taking so much damage, we are going to use the EMP Barrage just to get out Ace Circus. Mondu not going to be able to cancel, I think, any of the TPs into the Rift, as it's going to be Team Sundom Rocks versus Team CNJ Esports finally getting their call-ins for themselves, but they're a little bit behind on the items compared to Sundom Rocks.
Or is it going to be Team Achilles that has to fight up against CNJ Esports? Not entirely sure. Never mind.
Yes,
the fight
it is
begins.
Achilles.
It is Milky Way versus Team Sangam Rocks. Curry gets obliterated by a Fenty that just eats him straight in the face. Down goes yet another member of Sangam Rocks. A clean 3-for-0 for Milky Way on one of the Dimensional Rifts. The other one will finally begin. Achilles versus Team CNJ Esports. Nice combo over on towards Chon. The problem is, this is a Hisui. The lockdown isn't there just yet. The MP Barrage is going to deny it, but the crowd control over onto 3 is going to make it much more easier. Down goes Chon, down goes Complex, hop pop pop like a bunny or an insect with specific razor-like claws. Never mind, sorry, that's the wrong game. Pixu will be able to finish out a couple of the kills. CNJ Esports picks up the Dimensional Rift for the 2nd time in this series. They are just running up a storm, man. Pixu is having the time of his life, leaping one target to another. It's great.
Yep. Yeah, I wanted to mention this a little more, and I think we'll have some, maybe an opportunity unless Chon gets cut out, but maybe that's just a one. I hope it, yeah, okay, well, gonna go down to the last scene because the Spring Trap's gonna come out, and you just don't have the damage to it. I mean, doing a good try with all the clean cuts, but I did want to mention, I think one of the things that's really strong about CNJ Esports comp is actually their chain fighting capabilities, right? In case they run into multiple teams, and you've actually seen it a couple times, where because of the Jackie resets and then how Bobo builds the Nia, the cooldowns aren't that long. And with the Jackie resetting, you can actually take a fight, get third party, and still have a good chance of winning the third party as well. And that's incredibly strong in competitive eternal return. Having a composition that can chain fight. There's, I'd say, a lot that can't. Even like the best comps can't. So having a composition that you crafted that can do that is incredibly powerful.
It's one of the reasons why at the beginning of this series, as well as even during knockout stage 1, I was told, oh, not that one. Okay, how is the response for this? Lily taking dangerously low. That white Lily actually puts them in a very, very tough situation. Complex gets out. Same thing for Lily, but they need to eat a lot of damage and get themselves the heck on out of here. Chon actually opting to go in, but the flash cut ends up missing. The parry doesn't help either. Achilles, that white Lily, what the heck was that? Really brutal. Loses out on the meteorite, minus 200 in the dirt too. Achilles in a whole heap of trouble. Ehawk by himself, luckily, is not going to be something that Achilles has to worry about. But yeah, I don't know about what just happened over there. That is really, really unfortunate.
You've heard about an arrow to the heel, but what about a sniper bullet? Yeah, there's just a lot of damage coming out from the Katya as the engagement is coming out. Complex again on the Princeville, just full purple rain, just not tanky enough to live through that as Mondu is going to get the knock up on Hyungi. And yeah, another kill going over to Sungnam Rocks from the end of Achilles. Achilles is going to be so broke for the rest of the game now.
Yeah, there's a part of me that wants to call these all purple builds for whether it be tanks or even Alex's going to late game blueberry builds. At this point, because it might be called a blueberry, but it looks purple. So yeah, I'm gonna start calling it a blueberry build at this point. Once we start going into the mid to late game, if somebody has a full purple build, I'm gonna do it. So make sure you guys make it a thing as well. Oh, the eggplant build, that also works as well. That'd be pretty funny. Eggplant or blueberry.
I don't know if I want to see a bunch of eggplant emojis in Twitch chat.
That is very fair. Blueberry honestly seems to be fine. I mean, we'll confirm this. We still have a lot of time remaining for today anyways. We'll figure it out later. For now, New Rise got one trying to run away from the fight, at least for the time being. Sungnam Rocks trying to pressure them down. Everything was spent. And Curry trying to push these players away. Do they still have in the blitz? No, they do not. So this is going to be a raw fight taken from these two teams. Bush control is going to go in favor of Team Sungnam Rocks, but this is over a purple box, which is outside. Both teams using that Soul Stealer, but the damage output onto Soul Stealer, Sungnam Rocks is just way better. Riori pushing people away. Purple box not secured by Team Uri's Kangwon. Positioning wise, it's in favor of Sungnam Rocks now. Satan trying to do what they can. Fleeting Soul going to completely wide. Can Hyungi find the time to grab it? No denial. Did get the open, just didn't pick the item up. He does now, which means purple box is gone. Does Sungnam Rocks want to push this? They want to try, but New Rise Kangwon is out. Well done from New Rise Kangwon.
And on the other side, we saw Sungbin taking Circus taking out the entirety of Odyssey. Despite the early lead they've been getting, they've just been having a miserable session in this knockout stage 2. They've just not really been able to get anything started, even with the lead they were able to secure for themselves. Beautiful carpet into the acceptance speech to disengage, and now Sungbin is going to have to use the Don Quixote to get out, as we do see the EMP barrage onto Rachan. Is this just... Yeah, this will just be Rachan going down for Milky Way. As a re-engage from Circus, EMP barrage going out, but look at the damage on Sungbin. I think the play with us coming out from Gong, just completely owning, and then if we see the free at last also being able to secure the kill, I think this will actually be Circus, Team Circus going down. The slow lands from the Sicela auto and the passive, and yes, that will be Gong picking up the kill. Really, maybe ill-advised re-engagement coming out from Circus, biting off more than they can chew. Order is a very hard team to chase into.
Yeah, as we said earlier, right, CNG Esports has already dealt with that numerous number of times, but this time around, somebody else has to try to deal with it. Well, it doesn't work out in their favor, as we can see. Unfortunate. Two teams down, 6 more to go. One of these teams are going to be able to win the game. Unfortunately for Team Odyssey, that does call their entire run, at least in round number 3. 5.5 points when they're in 8th place. Not really going to work out overall. Hopefully, game number 4 is going to work out for them if they want another chance in the knockout stages, but it just seems a little bit grim. Same thing for Team Circus, although they're in a little bit of a better spot. 31 points. Going into our final one, they'll be sitting on 39.5. It all comes down to where the rest of the lobby on whether or not they can actually equalize those number of points or try to pressure them a little bit more in comparison to now.
We will see what Horrific is going to be able to acquire for themselves. Is this going to be the fabled Rose Step scheme? Let's go! The Rose Step's finally coming out. Nice. It is actually quite strong on the Fiora.
Yep.
You do want that armor penetration, 20% armor penetration on your ultimate. Fiora is entirely gated by the ultimate cooldown, so that's really not a non-issue. You will be playing with the damage, like that extra damage on your ultimate is what Horrific is looking for to burst down a target.
One of very few characters in this game that the Rose Step is better than, like even Red Shoes. Let's say if they opt to go for it, Horrific. I wanted to see it. I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to see BTB hop the wall. I wanted to see Horrific just blink over the wall, go for the fight, but not just yet. It's a little bit too risky. I see it. Team Milky Way gonna go for the safer pick here instead. They're still gonna try to corner Team Achilles as much as possible. The items on Choen and Lily is not that great, and now it's a multi-pronged attack from one side and the other. White Lily in on towards the back. Lily has to completely book it. She is out. Damage output onto Choen, looking pretty good. The problem is it's a 1v2. Choen not looking good at all. Down he goes thanks to the work of that Venti. Lily also taken down by the by the Irem of Mundu, I believe, 2-0 in favor of Team Milky Way. KCW down, as well as I believe that's Pexu down, CNJ Esports down in their dirts themselves as well. But they're not out just yet. They still have plenty of time to get the reses.
Yeah, the team order. CNJ's kryptonite is team order. They've just gone down to that team every time, and that will be those VF call-ins that they were waiting to get being denied, right? They had to spend 400 credits about to res their teammates, and now a lot of them were waiting for that VF call and weren't as strong as they could be, and just an inopportune fight to fight the probably worst matchup in the lobby. As we do see Team New Rise Gangwon trying to contest team order on this wicket line, but it looks like it's going to be a full disengage, and order is going to be able to secure the wicket line for themselves.
Phase.
Yeah, no, I think they got it. Will be probably the retros onto Shin and Ome, unless they want to maybe give. Oh, never mind. We're going to see an engagement though before I can even talk about itemization. Let's on Songnam Rocks onto Team Milky Way. Hurry, chasing down BTB, but Irem is a very slippery cat. You're gonna have to land some of these sniper shots from. Ooh, wow, the ballistic advantage almost coming out and taking down BTB. Quite strong is Milky Way, but still, that's a really traditional comp to fight, and I think they might have had a hard time finding their angle into the Estelle, Justina, and Katya coming from Songnam Rocks.
Really looking for BTB. Dodging out on that second shot does allow him to get out. Will regroup back up inside of Chapel, but the fight could honestly go back again. Songnam Rocks feeling a little bit more confident after that fight just now are going to be able to take advantage, especially with that CCTV. Oh, so important for these ranged characters to have. Milky Way, Rachan hanging around that White Lily. Not explosion shot. Ballistic advantage going in the completely other way. Rachan on the flank side looking for Satin, but there's the Astro Burst. A lot of good damage in exchange. BTB taking down the half HP. Curry is safe. Same thing for Satin. Safe. A lot of ultimates invested from both sides of the coin. BTB trying to run. Is there one more auto attack? I do not think so. Luckily for Milky Way, good attempt, number 2, but they do all get out. It's a lost team fight overall, but all of them have their lives intact. Horrific needs to wait out for the flash. They're just waiting for these cooldowns. Not going to be given to it too easily.
Yeah, unfortunately, because you're itemizing 2 one-shot, you actually don't have as much CDR as some other builds will afford you on the Fiora, right? You're seeing on the Dragon Scale and the Persona, which are incredibly strong items, but the one thing they don't have is CDR on them.
It's a little unfortunate. The fact that we haven't been able to see Fiora so long in a competitive scene, we can definitely see that these players are struggling, even with a one-shot comp, or I should say a one-shot build. Horrific is struggling right now to one-shot any of the squishies in the backline. People are just dealing with it so well. Again, reactions are perfect from so many of these teams. It's all of a sudden that the sudden reaction is just looking so great from these guys. I love it.
And yeah, we're just seeing KCW constantly trying to hit wild animals to be able to find a flashing or blink engage angle rather. And it's just when you're seeing a Jan start throwing out the knees, you know what's coming. If you're a player at this caliber, you're not gonna get caught by that. So really, it's often from KCW's actually using unconventional, like just blink tetragons and other things that find engagements on targets that are caught out. As we do see an engagement coming from New Rise Gangwon onto Team Order, but they're actually taking a lot of damage, but the acceptance speech is really good, and look at the damage from that free at last, absolutely owning Insane. Hex is gonna go off. Does the Hex... Yeah, the Hex won't finish off. I don't think Gong's going to get in range, so Riori will be able to disengage. What are the credits looking like on Team New Rise Gangwon? Absolutely no chance of the res.
Yeah, where can Riori even go at this point? He's going to try to take the VLS down towards the south side, but there's a couple teams where he is aiming to go. Milky Way duking it out a pick and Songnam Rocks this time. They actually do end up getting the pick over onto Saten. Down goes Curry. It's a 2-for-0 clean from Team Milky Way. Biding their time on the southern side of the map will finally be able to take something over Team Songnam Rocks. Youngie in a whole heap of trouble. It's night number 5. Running out of time to get the res. Do they have the credits? Absolutely not. Songnam Rocks down to the Estelle for the remainder of game number 2. Oh, game number 3. I apologize.
And yeah, so I was so New Rise Gangwon was able to get the res, but look at this. Riori was able to get the res on his teammates, but Team CNJ was immediately able to find them, and now it's going to be a full wipe. Full terminate, going over to CNJ immediately off the res, probably just caught out on the Lumi res, going down to school, and unfortunately CNJ was in the area. But now, third party coming in. We do have some resets from Pexu, but look at the damage onto Bobo. One up is coming out. We have some point seeks. But the Molotov is gonna be good from Lily. Do they have the ability to get the res? Where is the Lumi right now?
10 seconds. They're trying to hyperloop onto a spot where maybe the Lumi is going to be, but look at the timer for KCW. I think this has got to be something else. They don't even have the credits. No, not like this. KCW is going to have to walk into Team Order. They know exactly where he is. That's another player falling down for CNJ Esports. It's all down to Beksu, who gets found out by yet another. Milky Way will be able to finish out Team CNJ Esports, finishing a job that they started themselves. Well done for these guys. CNJ Esports out. Milky Way sitting on 12.5 for not being the point leaders just yet. Order has that title with 14.5. Another fight begins inside of Chapel as Choen gonna send it in first with the flash cut. Can they get anything done? Absolutely not. Rachan just obliterates Choen. Down goes the Hisui. It's a 2v3 at the moment. Damage output is still there. Horrific does have a lot of the damage in. Rachan on the flank side. Yeah, okay. Okay, our Yans and KR are a little bit cracked.
They really are. It's so cool. It's like watching a fighting game character. It's like they just have some really sick combos. As we do see Hyungbi just accepting the fate. You got the third place. That's really the best you were hoping for from Songnam Rocks, right? Is that third place rather, and we're gonna be seeing. Is there anything else coming out for team? Nope, nothing coming in terms of credits or Milky Way. Does have some extra credits or traps, is horrific. Did look like they called in some double guillotines maybe, or maybe that was some vision. But this is going to be a really terrible team composition to fight in.
Again. It's a dive comp, man. It's a dive comp against Team Order. Team Order eats these kind of team compositions for breakfast. It's another team comp RPS that most likely Rachan is just going to be struggling with. The moment he goes in as Yan, it's the same story as KCW, right? Order just looking for maybe a different angle of attack. They're going to end up spending 2 safety drones for it. Rachan still has no idea where these players are going to be coming from. Both of them actually have no idea. They haven't seen each other just yet. Maybe Rachan just sees it, but no, not just yet. Now they know about it thanks to that camera inside of the dust. Where is Team Order going to take this? Milky Way looking for a flank. Indeed. They don't know about this just yet either. The only information they have is inside the bush. Nice recon drone to check out Horrific. Great blink away from him to dodge out on that spring trap. But that means a blink is gone from the team that needs to go in and be proactive.
Yeah, great coordinated turn from Team Order to make sure that Horrific is blowing that blink, threatening them off the flank angle. And now it looks like Mondu might be fancying a flank angle.
Yeah.
You just cannot play this in an honest front to back or like any kind of style. You have to cheat. You have to look for a flank angle. I like that what they're doing. The explosion drone's coming out. Rachan going for the blink in. Huge Tetra combo. Look at the acceptance speech. It's completely obliterating Horrific. It's just too hard for Team Milky Way. The anti-dive tools are just way too strong on Team Order. You can't try to reset the fight. Wait, look at Kong's timer though. If you don't kill, okay. Whoa, wait, no. This is not looking good for Team Order if they get shoved out of the zone at all. But look at Team, never mind. But the timer on Team Milky Way, Rachan too low, Rachan going down. It's just too clean from Team Order. Shinonome with a perfect acceptance speech to just completely disengage any type of playmaking that Milky Way could have made.
As somebody who mains melee characters, I get it, right? It sucks having to go into a team composition like this. Team Order, once again, just eating these dive compositions for breakfast. Second game in a row for these players. Well played. It's all textbook for these guys, but of course the execution is still going to matter. You can win 99 times out of 100, but if you just mess up a few times, that one could come to fruition a lot more frequently than you might think. Well played to Team Order. 2 consistent games for these players up against the Yan composition. I think it was better played, if I'm going to be real with you, by this team just now. Hunan did do it correctly, where he just waited out the acceptance speech for Shinonome. The problem is that Horrific ate it. I think that's the bigger issue there. He ate it. A lot of the damage actually went in on him instead of the parry being able to block him, maybe soaking up some of the damage that would have gone into him instead. Nah, he just ate that acceptance speech straight up. Lost about 70 to 80% of his HP during the duration of the charm. Couldn't fight anymore, and the fight was just done. It was over after that. You got nothing left.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate because it looked almost playable, and then you just saw Horrific go down to like 20% HP. And that's not a team composition you can reset against. They will just push you out. You're not going to be able to get that rest off. And it looked a little dicey when we looked at Gong's timer, but they had the resources because they saved up their gadget energy throughout the game, so they had that extra safety drone. And that was probably the difference maker, right? They were able to actually push out, deny the rest, and because they were conservative with their gadget energy, did not get punished for chasing them out, right? And at that point, you saw Hunnam couldn't even walk in, right? 8 seconds, but was on like 20% HP, just died to some random stray Wilson damage.
Same thing for Horrific. That man had nothing else left in this kit. It's really bad. You don't even need to chase in that kind of situation as Team Order because Scylla also has the free at last. Something that a lot of people forget about free at last is that it's still damage marks and it prevents the rest. I think that was one of the biggest factors into why Team Order was able to control the final zone in that last few seconds so well. Free at last denied the rest for both Horrific as well as Hunnam. Double melee sitting on 10%, 20% HP going into and pushing back into a Scylla Lenny. That is not happening. Never in a world are you going to be able to find something like that work in your favor. Once again, textbook gameplay from Team Order. They're just doing it well and actually executing their roster perfectly up against teams they should theoretically win 99 times out of 100.
Yeah, and the percentage plays have been in favor of Team Order, but still, even despite that, Team Order actually not sniping the first place yet.
That's unfortunate, but C&J Esports still holding on to that lead. It's the same situation we saw in not phase number 1, but knockout stage number 1. They had a really good first couple of games, might have started struggling in the latter half, but the points that they amassed is enough to at least secure them in that spot for the time being. 47.5, but that gap has closed. 4-point difference for Team Order in second place. Circus sitting below again, 4-point difference as well. This is where it gets really interesting. Half a point difference for Team Milky Way to Team Circus, a 6-point difference between our 5th place team and 4th. 38 is going to be the gatekeep for the top 4 after game number 3. That means all the teams below need to look at their eyes and say, Milky Way, we are coming for you.
We're going to see, because it's still pretty close, and it can really be anybody's game still. I'd say from, 7th to 4th, but I think maybe for Odyssey, it looks a little insurmountable. I'm not going to lie. The 24-point gap to begin with, and then any other team could pick up, Milky Way could pick up a couple points, and then it's even more dicey, right? But who knows?
Miracles can still happen. It's just so unfortunate that the game they theoretically should have won, right? Kinyar getting all of those kills inside of school and even more on the western side of the map is just the devastating loss I think Team Odyssey had to take. Usually it's the games that goes well in the early stages you would expect to win, but those tend to be the ones that you lose. I don't know what it is. I always win the ones where I have a terrible start, and I lose the ones where I have a great start. It's just weird eternal return mechanics. It's just weird patterns that I see every now and then. Odyssey fell for the same thing as well. Now, the final game is just looking like it's a near impossibility. There is still a chance, but that 24-point difference plus possible more almost seems unsurmountable. If they have a performance like C&J Esports in the first games for both Knockout Stage 1 and Knockout Stage 2, there might be a possibility, but that is just a pop-off style of gameplay that I don't know if Team Odyssey's comp can do.
I love that you mentioned it, because they're not really playing a comp to do that, so maybe they need a pivot comp. That's a scaling composition that wins Final Zone, but often has pretty low kill games, unless a lot of teams make it to those Final Zones when they've outscaled. It's definitely a really hard mountain to climb for Team Odyssey. And I think the term I'm going to think of when you have those games where you're really is you get complacent, right?
Yeah.
You start to think that maybe the game plays itself, and then you make one mistake, and that can spell doom. And I think maybe a little too comfortable with the lead was Team Odyssey, and that just ended up being their downfall.
Yeah, also a couple of times I feel like whenever you're fighting a little bit too much in the earlier stages of the game, you tend to miss out on those buy timers. Buy timers are very important in ER. And I don't even just mean in competitive. In solos, it's also extremely important to getting those force core buy-ins in the middle of day number 2 so you can contest for night 2 objectives. It allows you to snowball assuming the timings are correct. Here, yes, it's going to matter a whole lot. You can see how much contention there is between these objectives. If you don't have your objectives, if you don't have your transitions by the time these thresholds are met, you're going to be playing down a ton of credits. That's why these teams, even if you go fight early on and get a lot of kills, still have to pace themselves correctly. Although for Team Odyssey, they might have lost the leniency to do that. We'll default back over onto Kinya or on Bernice. We'll have to see if this composition is going to work out for them. The Mai for Go still continuing to be the pick of choice.
Yeah, I do like Theodore and Bernice in a lot of well, not in a lot of compositions. Oh, it's always just like that plus a tank, right? Often we've seen the Alonso in previous seasons, but it's just a really strong synergistic combo, right? You allow the Bernice to have a lot of extra movement speed, you have the sustain, and it kind of becomes like this mid-range, so front, mid-range, then super range style of funneling, right? That enables the Bernice to stay in the fight for longer, which enables the front line to push in a little more. You have the Bola to set up too. It's really quite... I mean, there's a reason it has been a meta comp before, and I think it's a better chance at snowballing than I think the previous comp, right? Because you have the go buttons with both the Bola, the energy field, and the Mai, right? And I think you need to be able to catch out players on a composition like this.
Indeed. Here we go, folks, though. Final game to set things up. After this, we are done for this weekend, and we know our 4 teams that are going to be playing in knockout stage number 3. It is all down to these teams. Even for Team Odyssey, they might have that chance, which, by the way, I want to elaborate on this team composition a little bit more. The Theo and Bernice is actually not that unique of a setup in ERM. This is actually a composition that the old roster of Seongnam Rocks ended up running. If you guys remember, DDO plus a couple others. I think it was normally, back when they ran something like this, it was without DDO. I could have sworn Nodenal was on that roster too. It usually was Theo, Bernice, and the Alonso, or even the Shukai was what they opted to run a long time ago. Just kind of play for the late game and make sure you can get control of the final zone. That was the textbook style gameplay of the old Seongnam Rocks. This time again, for Team Odyssey, they're not really being given the leniency to do that. They need points, which means kills are on the menu for these players. Otherwise, it's just looking doomed.
Yes, and I do think that if you're going to go for a composition that still scales, I think adding a Bernice and maybe substituting like a Nadine or some other marksman rather that usually people will play, as we do see a fight breaking out, full team fight actually between Milky Way and Circus. Looks like Team Circus is getting the better end of it until a great jump, actually not a great jump pad coming out from Hunan to get the knockback into the wall. BTB posturing with Gurk, and we do see Chun going for the Nichirin cut. Always, yeah, Achilles is always found at least one member dead because they do love to split farm, it looks like.
If Team Achilles didn't get punished for some of these early game incursions, I really wonder what the difference would actually be for these guys, right? Split farming is there for a reason. It's a really good strategy. If you don't get punished for it, the value is absolutely massive. Fortunately for some of these players, it's not going to matter. E-Hug, oh, nice execute over onto BTB, but once that flash is set up, E-Hug might not have too much longer to live, and his teammates not going to come back in time. Extra death timers for the IRM and the Sua. Really unfortunate, because I saw 2 seconds for the IRM, maybe 3 for the Sua. They were almost back up, but now has to eat the full timer again.
It's not the worst though, because none of them dinged 8 yet, so they don't have that super delayed death timer. So we will Gong getting caught out by Achilles, finally getting some dividends on their split farming strat. One thing I wanted to mention actually on the split farming is you're not really picking up kills when you're split farming, and sometimes in a tourney format, especially in these late tourney scenarios where you're at the end and it's the last game of the set, you actually really do want the ability to pick up these early kills and get these early points, because that can be the difference maker. As Chon is doing a great job 1v1ing Mandu. Do you have enough gas in the tank to beat out Sungbin? Probably not. Was going to try to look to stack up for a clean cut for the shields and a little bit extra damage. That max health damage does pay a lot of dividends in these Bruiser v Bruiser matchups that the Hisui can find herself in, as KCW is going to engage onto Mandu. Good Tompa skill does actually end up killing... Oh, Bubble came in from the other side. I was like, what magic did KCW to do to kill from that range? And now we do see Sungbin in the Nia's game world. Doing a pretty good job of dodging out on all the point sinks, but once one lands, we got the follow-up from KCW and then the KO from Nia to get the execute.
That sucks. Circus eating more death timers again, the entire team wiping. It's just not the great start for their game. Another fight starting as Team CNJ are going to have to duke it out up against another one. Uri's got one looking to fight up against this team. Execution over onto KCW as that Ashen Reaper shot is going to obliterate KCW's health bar. Nicely done from Team Uri's got one. Eastern side of the map is going to be solely in control of Team Uri's got one, but Team Circus is inside a factory. They have pre-position inside of this as well. 5 seconds until those wolves are going to spawn. Can Insane overwhelm Team Circus and have control over these wolves? That is the question. Uri's got one knows all about the information here. What does Team Circus have? EMP barrage goes down. Uri's got one is pretty safe on this. Ryori will finally join another party, but the only damage Circus has done is up against the tank. Can they get any more meaningful damage? I don't think so. Not just yet.
Now, with a lot of these important cooldowns coming down from Team Circus, might be a little rough as Nikok is just so caught out. And No Down Al is going to go for
no.
Oh wait, are they going to wipe? Because we did just see the taunt going out on the Arem. Mondu is so slippery on this Arem, I don't think it will ever be a wipe. But even though it isn't a super ultimate reliant composition coming out from Circus, the EMP Barrage does help a lot with their ability to threaten the backliners in a front to back fight, because then you disposition them at least a little bit. But because it was burnt so early, Insane and Ryori were able to just walk up with No Doubt Out and not really get sectioned off at all, and then it's really hard, I think, for Circus to play that team fight out.
I think that EMP Barrage would have been perfect of a placement if it was placed maybe 2 seconds after it actually started going. The position of everybody else on Team Circus just wasn't there to intercept. That was the problem. Timing was a little bit off. Rachan eating a decent amount of flames. Lily's going to end up eating a little bit of damage on her own as the quick spin is going to reflect a little bit of that. Backline access for Choon. Down goes the Yan. Horrific. Trying to run away as much as he can. White Lily is there for him to run away. Out he goes. Fiora stays alive, but down goes the Yan. 1-0 in favor of Team Achilles. Trying to turn their face around too, right? Sitting in 7th place. They still have a chance, but 2 points for now. Day number 2, 2 points. It's not that bad of a pace. They need a lot more where that came from, though.
I gotta say, it looks so hard when I watch Choon play, because it's like you can play the fight almost perfectly, but you miss one flash cut and suddenly your character just feels so bad.
Yeah, and he's missed a lot today. I hate to really do this to Choon because he is probably the best Hisui in the world, but it's just not it today. You know what I mean? He's playing it correctly for the most part, except the ones that he misses, obviously. But those misses are actually crucial. They're actually fight deciding for the most part. Those are the ones that we are all going to remember as well. That's the part that sucks about it.
Yeah, ever since the change where Hisui no longer just gets to get 2 Iaido strike stacks and then just get a free dash from the flash cut, now that it's reliant on you hitting the target, it's made Hisui all the harder. It was a pretty old change now, but it really did make the character like almost a one-trick exclusive character now, I feel.
It's still affecting her. You can see even Choon struggling with it despite being such a great Hisui player. We saw it during Season 7. 2 different fights in the Dimensional Rifts. KCW trying to go in, but the Explosible is there to receive. Rajun Ragus using the Energy Blast Field actually as a safety net instead. Kinyar trying to do the damage. Yes, he does. Pexu's going to get taken down first. KCW in a whole heap of trouble. There's the execution damage. Pulling from the Nia, but it's just not enough. +1 is there. It's not going to do anything. Down goes CNJ Esports. Down goes Milky Way. Over on the right, too. Dimensional Rifts covered and taken down for both of the teams of Circus as well as Team Odyssey.
Yeah, it's Odyssey's comp is another, like, you know, I'm rock and then I meet paper, you know, like you just, it's too hard, I think, when you're trying to, you know, go for a dive composition when you have the Theodore, when you have the Bernice and I'm high.
I'm sorry. I just saw my favorite item in the game at this point. I saw Blackfire Cannon on the Kadia, man.
I mean, that when the initial change to reload came out, I think Blackfire Katya was one of the most impressive things I've seen come out from like post like official release of Eternal Return. That was ridiculous. It's obviously been tuned since, but it is still quite strong.
I kind of still want to see it on Bernice. I don't think Odyssey is running it. They're probably running something like Polaris or the Intervention. I don't know. I feel like Team Odyssey could use it better than Uri's Conwin, if I'm going to be honest with you. The amount of peel that you need in order to make this composition work, if something goes wrong, Blackfire Cannon is just going to add on top of it, but I don't think it's gonna be there. It's one of the reasons why Bernice ends up running things like the heavy knee pads. It's the added security of having that CC reset, as well as the bonus movement speed when the shield pops. Blackfire Cannon, they might consider a little bit overboard. The fight's gonna begin. Oh my god, is able to jump over the wall. Shinonome does end up popping the play dead. The follow through from the Yan, not gonna be there. Nicely done for Team Order to get out of this fight, but look at this, another fight as, oh my god, shoved into the wall for everyone. Uri's Conwin is just gone. That's it. That's their tournament over. They can't do anything more about this. They're at 28 points, nowhere near enough to move up into the top 4. Uri's Conwin, one of our KEL teams, gone in the blink of an eye.
That's really tragic. Again, this is maybe a team that you wouldn't expect to be in this situation, but anything can happen. As the Nijiri cut is actually massive from Chong this time. Does end up getting... basically all the hits off on most of Circus, and then the follow-up from Complex and Lily is pretty good. Sungbin gonna go down, and it will just be Mondu getting out. Was able to get the res on the hook, but it's looking a little dire for Team Circus.
Beautiful play though from Team Achilles. They're still fighting for their tournament life. Kaz, it's going to be a rough road ahead again. 23.5 is all they walked in with for this game. They need 15, about 14.5 points in order to make it the difference. But this is the step-by-step process you need to go through. Horrific, taking down a half HP, both of the Blitz shot. That's a lot of damage from the Katya. Fleisch even invested from Horrific to get out of this. They can't fight this anymore. Team Milky Way are just running away as much as possible, but Curry is not about to let this happen for free. Sandstorm taken and taken to the left. Milky Way trying to run, but there's another person inside of Chapel. Why is there just a random KCW in the zone? What is going on here?
Yeah, and we do see Team Order kind of in a pretty awkward and precarious situation, especially walking into Team Odyssey that's incredibly strong. That's a lot of time we're going to take. Do they hear this VLS in time? Can they stop it?
Ghost. Yeah, good try.
We did just see C&J popping a flare for themselves. I'm wondering, there's a lot of slots to be filled for all of them, honestly. Pexu, Bobo, and KCW could all benefit from a blood item. I think in this case you probably want to give it to the Nia. If it's a Queen of Hearts, it could actually completely change the game for C&J Esports. That Queen of Hearts item on Nia is absolutely insane. It makes the Nia's game world cooldown non-existent.
You talked about it earlier, but that 50% CDR threshold is a definite possibility with Nia. Quite recently, there was also an issue with the cooldown that was being applied really wrong. That actually helped the Nia for a certain amount of time too. That was the funniest part about this. Nia was even better than she is now. The amount of CDR she had was absolutely disgusting. She's still able to replicate some of that power as long as she's able to get those item marks. Queen of Hearts, definitely expensive, but a possibility with this much amount of time in the game remaining. Let's see how this goes. Choen sitting up in the front line, using the Getsurin slash out of the fight for the time being. Tsubame Gaishi not really tagging anybody important on top of it. No executes coming in. Flash cut gonna land over onto this Hongbin, but the Don Quixote is there to counter out at least the crowd control part. Damage on the other hand, you can't counter that. Down goes the Sua. Manju trying to run Complex Gauss Pistol, doesn't do enough damage for that. Dead Drop will also pull away Complex for the time being. Lily needs to be careful. Lily needs to be careful. Blink on out of there, but I don't know if you can live. Pay attention to your screen, man. No. Too late of a reaction means Lily goes down for free. That is just a terrible, terrible situation for Team Achilles.
For sure. Just lots of really unfortunate, maybe the pressure getting on some of these players, just uncharacteristic slip-ups. We did see, actually, Bobo did get the Queen of Hearts, like we mentioned. This is going to... Yeah, I think we are going to actually tip over if they are able to get the rest of their columns and into that 50% threshold, where I think Nia becomes I think Nia is not an insanely strong mage in the current meta. I think there's some mages that might contest her, but that threshold is actually pretty warping for Nia. I think it makes her so strong.
She has it right now. Look at that. There's a red item on her chest piece. Queen of Hearts online for the Nia. That is going to be really valuable in the next couple of moments. Fight's going to begin inside of hospital. I apologize. Double frontliners going in onto the opposite sides of the fight. One is about to die. The other, same thing as well. Ghost, unfortunately, is out of the fight now. Kinyar also has to sacrifice his life for it. It's going to be Team Songnam Rocks maintaining the status quo, trying to push themselves into that top 4, making sure that the KEL teams are not eliminated for free. Songnam Rock sitting on, how many points is that right now for themselves? 6, making good headway into the top 4. Just needs a few more to make it happen up against Team Milky Way.
And there will be, I think there's still some chances for some really interesting shifts in the leaderboard. I don't really like to play spoiler for myself anymore, so I'm not trying to like run the numbers off the top of my head. Also, I'm too tired to do that anyways. But we're gonna see some of these teams get really compact as we do see the Wicked Line contest start soon. There's at least 3 teams looking at the Wicked Line right now, and that can easily snowball into another team, because if you take too much time on any of these neutral objectives, you know you're very likely to be third party to an internal turn.
I'm scared about this too. Why is Chone so split away from the rest of his team? I saw that Alex inside of Forest. Guys, it's Wicked Line here. Where's Complex? Red box inside of Forest, sure, but now he has to take the VLS. At least Wicked Line is walking down. Does this change the mind of the Alex? Does he want to walk down, or is he still going to take the VLS? It will be the VLS. How much information is this VLS able to give Team Achilles? Not that much. The amount of area vision for Complex, nothing good. Healing phase was already done by Wicked Line, by the way. That's not going to be a factor anymore for the remaining of this HP bar. But who can actually take it? It's up on the top side. Songnam Rocks will be able to lock it down. Chone completely isolated. KCW going a little bit too far. He's going to get obliterated before he can react to anything. Pixu out of the fight. Pubba out of the fight. They need to get the res back onto the EN if they want to have a fighting chance in this game anymore.
Yeah, it's just a disaster. I think both teams just very split decisions on a lot of teams across the board, because we saw Chone also really try to go for like the Wicked Line steal, which I just don't think Hisui really has without the Subama Gaishi available, or rather the Monhoshi's out prepped in advance. And then we saw KCW just really segmented from the rest of the team.
That works if the Nia was Arda, because then you can bring Bubba into the fight and the Jackie would be able to at least add to the chaos, but that's not the case. It's a Nia instead. CNJ Esports making a pretty big oopsie, losing a lot of positioning inside of Chapel. It's going to force them out towards the bottom side of the map, especially considering the fact that it's Songnam Rocks that also has the Wicked Line buff for themselves. That entire east side of the map that is remaining, all into the hands of probably the strongest team in the lobby, not just with the buff, but from the items as well. CNJ Esports needs to get the heck on out of here. They're going to take the VLS and leave.
Luckily, that's not a composition that's not fast at canceling the VLS. There's no like point. Honestly, CNJ is better. Like the point sync is really good at canceling that. And there's also some like the dead drop from Alex that can also do it. But we are going to see some posturing between Team Achilles and Team Milky Way. You gotta be careful though, because if you over-aggress, Rachan can turn, and with the follow-up from DCB and Horrific, you can get bursted down really quickly if you're out of position from aggressing a little too hard. Nice decision to take the White Lily to reposition. You were sandwiched rather between two teams, so you definitely don't want to be in that position for any longer than you need to be. Take control of Chapel, then probably just walk out of the zone and try to control Forest Vision for the time being, because these zones are going to start tightening very quickly.
Songnam Rocks is also playing the map extremely well. They cleared out the entirety of Hospital, removed any possibility of a flank, and now started pushing their way into Cemetery for early vision grab on their side. They're just playing the map at this point because they know how strong they are. They just need to make sure the additional placement points are there, possibly play for that first place spot, getting the additional kill credits for the first place team, killing the second place team on top of it. They're pretty close to the top 4. Is it just going to be enough I believe they need to find points, and Team Order needs to die. Not Team Order, but Milky Way needs to die pretty early. Team Order versus Circus on the south side of Forest. Down goes Gong extremely early into the fight. Jenny trying to do whatever she can, but the play dead going to be popped after the Alex get traded out. Problem is, there's cameras everywhere. Down goes the Jenny. Talasi, last one alive on that side. Achilles in a whole heap of trouble. CNJ Esports running complex down. Down goes the Alex. Chone cannot support this any longer unless he can. Flash cut does land over on the backside, but now Lily's in trouble. Escape is going to be done. Complex trying his best to live. KCW taken very low, and a third party coming from the other side inadvertently. Circus walks into the fight out of nowhere. Complex trying to do what he can. Nichirin cut to buy more time. Can Chone save this fight, or at least save himself? Yes, he can. What a play from Team Achilles. They are alive and kicking in this game still.
Chone doing one of the really important things I think that we're gonna have to note about that was able to secure the last hit on KCW, which meant they got the terminate, which sped up the res, right? And also gave the heal to the whole team, which was, I think, plus the movement speed, what got them out of the situation. Chone was absolutely 1v9 lit. That we were just talking about, you know, if you don't land the flash cuts, that character looks so rough, but when you land every flash cut, Hisui looks absolutely incredible and getting some value out of the Nichiren cut. This is why you really want like an absolute master of the character, because the carry potential is through the roof if they're on point. And that was one of the fights where you can really see how fantastic Chone is and how powerful Hisui is when a pilot like Chone is on it.
Now, I know you said you didn't want to do any math, you don't want to spoil yourself, but I will just say this. Right now, there's a couple of ties going on in this lobby, and there's two teams trying to still fight for the top 4 spots. Is it going to be possible? There's still a long road ahead. In my personal opinion, it's going to be one or the other. One of the teams are going to be fighting now. Achilles trying to duke it out up against Team Milky Way. Rachan on the backside trying to keep himself alive up against Complex. It seems to be possible, although Chone getting a jump over on towards the Fiora. Down goes Horrific. Down goes Rachan. BTB in trouble himself. There's a third party coming in with Team Circus hopping on in there as well. Milky Way out, and that does it. 4th place team, at least looking at the current leaderboard, is gone. It all comes down to Team Songnam Rocks and Achilles. Can they overcome the adversaries, or is it too much for these teams to overcome? Not entirely sure. There's still a little bit of the game left. All 3 teams sitting inside of Cemetery. We're going to decide the game from this zone alone.
Yes, there won't be any time for the rest of the lobby to VLS, so we're gonna see actually a 3-way contest. I think Songnam Rocks really wanted to get some extra kills to maybe secure their chances, because I think they were nervous because look at the team's alive. Circus is alive. Milky Way went down 4th, and I think when they went for that play, they probably didn't know which team was out yet, and now it's gonna be
need to kill
really
everybody.
Dicey. Yeah, you need to kill everybody, and actually I think every team wants to kill everybody, so this is gonna be a really climactic final zone.
Achilles needs to do it. They're pretty close. Subame Gaishi does tag out on multiple people. The problem is third party starting to come in now. Crowd control over onto Cho, and he gets taken down. No Nichiren cut to buy yourself more time. Lily goes down as well. Down goes 2 members of Achilles. This is looking rough. Circus also losing out on a member. It could be it. Songnam Rocks might have the points to get into that top 5. I'm not entirely sure, but he's trying to do it. Complex goes down. Last one alive is Cho, and I don't think that Hisui is going to be able to do it. Songnam Rocks takes away that 1st place spot, and 19 points for this team. The question is, will it be enough?
I like the decision making from Songnam Rocks. You gotta play that meta game sometimes. You didn't have enough tourney points. I think if you just play for the consistent win, you gotta take that risk. And they did end up rewarded for it. They got like every kill from that third party, right? Even though you would think positionally maybe they weren't going to be the team. Maybe also the other players could have maybe used some safety drones to delay walking into that temp zone. So maybe it's a little more even in terms of who gets the opportunity to be player C, because obviously that's the biggest advantage you can get. But it will be Songnam Rocks taking that game and getting, I'd have to assume, enough points to make it out for themselves. And a big thing is actually Achilles got 2nd that game, which could be a big difference maker.
Both Achilles as well as Songnam Rocks were the 2 teams trying to eye for that top 4 spot. Order fell down pretty early. Same thing for Team Milky Way. Milky Way got a decent amount of points though, off of just the kills and the placement points alone. It might be a little difficult for that, but it all comes down to Order. Maybe one more team that are already staying on the top 4. It's going to be a very, very close leaderboard at the end of this cast.
Yeah, that's why some of these early eliminations that some of these teams face is so brutal for them, because at any point, that one bad game, when you only have a 4-game series, that can make the difference between you making it to round 3 or making it, or rather stage 3 of the knockouts, or making it to the last chance qualifiers. It's every game matters so much more when there's a smaller sample size and no like checking point format or something like that.
Exactly. You're never really going to be playing up against the same pool of teams either. There's a certain opportunity where you can at least get some people from the previous group, but it's only 3 others. Now you're always going to be paired up with 4 new ones, no matter how many times you play over and over and over again. It's a rough ride. It's one of the reasons why at the beginning of knockout stages I said it's going to be a long road ahead, especially in this phase, because of how many teams were just kind of jumbled into whichever knockout stage they were tossed into. I don't think this is a knockout stage that kind of just should look like this in a normal ERM. A lot of shenanigans happen during the group stages, which is why we're in this position today. The teams that are going to get knocked out, as we said earlier, New Rise Gangwon, one of our KL teams, they're gone. They're gone. One of the best teams in KR is just gone from knockout stage number 2. It's not something I would put on my bingo card if I were to make one for ERM. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely really, really disappointing result for Team New Rise Gangwon, and they're definitely going to be kicking themselves in the foot until they get in the shins, or whatever you want to call it, until they're going to be able to play again in that knockout stage, or not knockout stage, rather last chance qualifiers, and again, another do or die situation. So it's really frustrating.
Very rough road ahead for a lot of these teams. I don't even remember, if I'm going to be honest with you, what the circuit point board looked like for the season as a whole. If New Rise Gangwon is even in the top 12 right now at all. If you can get to the 11th and the 12th place spot, at the very least, you're guaranteed to play in the last chance qualifiers finals. If you're not even at the top 12 by the end of phase 2, you have to play qualifiers for the last chance qualifiers. That's also a doozy in and of itself. I think there's like 6 groups or something like that, and 2 teams from each group makes it up all the way. No, sorry, maybe it might be 1. I'm not entirely sure. All I know is it's hell. I don't want to go there. They don't want to go there. If you don't have to play in LCQ qualifiers, I'd rather not.
Yeah, when you got qualifiers or qualifiers, something's a little fried,
weird,
especially when you're a KEL team. Like, that's just not the result you should anticipate for yourself and the standard you hold yourself to.
KL is still around the corner though. For Team New Rise Gangwon, at least there's still more things to look forward to. The teams that aren't in KL though, it's probably going to be it for the most part in this season, especially the ones that get knocked out early in knockout stage. Very difficult and a low chance for those guys to make it and do well in LCQ. Might be the last time we see a couple of these teams in this season. So hopefully if you guys are fans of some of them, well, go back and watch some of these games. Unless we see them in LCQ onwards. Let's take a look at what the results forecast for knockout stage number 2. Which 4 teams are going to be moving on? It is CNJ Esports, Circus, Seongnam Rocks, and Milky Way by half a point up against Team Order. What an unfortunate loss for Team Order, but for Circus, wow, what a play. Seongnam Rocks as well, making it just barely by a hair. What a tragic end for Team Order. Shinonome, Talasi, as well as Gong. Really, really good attempt today, but phase number 2 was just not yours to take.
Really unfortunate when you were winning out on some of the games, but the problem was the manner in which you were winning, right? You didn't get a lot of kills, and then the games you went out, or the games you did lose, you went out really early into the game with not enough kills to make that difference. That is a heartbreaker, to be honest, but it does mean that we got a pretty spicy group going into round 3, and we're going to see how the meta develops going into these next couple of weeks, how different team comps will come into play. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. CNG Esports as well, just before we start going into some of these banners, obviously this one is support your KEL team, some really nice emotes as well as profile banners, so make sure you guys go check those out. CNG Esports is still on the road to redemption. The Golden Road is a possibility for that team. 2 first places in Knockout Stage 1 and Knockout Stage 2, both combined. It's a great start for their Knockout Stage run, although I will say First 2 games, very solid for CNJ Esports. The last 2, on the other hand, for both the stages, was a little bit shaky. So as long as they're able to kind of solidify their ending of these knockout stages, I can give them a very, very fair chance to make it all the way to the finals. All right, for KEL, for this one, it's just going to be a little bit more on the priority entrance tickets for KEL. When is this? It's going to be on the 21st to the 25th. So it's actually technically going on already right now. If you're interested in getting some of these, if you're in Korea, then make sure you guys go sign up for this stuff and check the notification. Otherwise, you're cooked. Yeah, I can't go to KO. I don't live in Korea. That sucks. And well, this one, skin boxes, nothing too surprising, right? Some pretty interesting distribution of skins that do exist. So make sure you guys go grab those if you want some extra skins in your crafting menu. Some pretty good ones too exist. Lone Wolf, oh baby. Have you been having fun with this, by the way? I haven't been able to actually take the time to enjoy Lone Wolf too much myself, but I know NA actually did end up running an event yesterday, so hopefully that all went well. How's your experience with it so far? What are you?
I didn't get to play too much yet. I played a few games. I do prefer Eternal Return as a squads game because I think some of the variance that comes from solos can be kind of crazy, but it is really fun. I do enjoy solos still as a more like side thing, and I'm glad that that's the direction they're taking Lone Wolf. It doesn't look like it's going to be like competing with squads as the competitive mode.
Yeah, no, it
maybe
can't.
Lone Wolf tournaments here and there would be fun, and I think changing the pacing of solos to be more like really fast paced and really about fighting is really cool. I do like it.
Yeah, I've also heard some really nice things about the fact that the customs lobby setup, right? How you can search lobbies up now. The timing in which it kind of came out with Lone Wolf really makes it possible for these Lone Wolf lobbies to pop. So good stuff on Nimble Neuron to make 2 really big mechanical changes to the system itself, to the client itself, at the same time to make sure both of them can actually be supportive of each other. Fantastic. Last thing here is going to be some kind of, I think it's like a late night stream that the KR does a little bit now and then, just like a Q&A meetup kind of thing that they do here and there. Nothing of relevance, at least over here on the Eternal Return game channel. But for you and I, Kaz, that's going to do it. Thank you so much for joining me, by the way, in the past couple of days. Really enjoyed having your presence here, like always. Love having you on the cast. Love hearing your voice, because I said it yesterday, it is the voice of the angels. Ah.
Very, very high esteem coming out from my goat. Thank you so much for having me. It's always fun. I'm like out of the casters, I feel like I'm Mr. Worldwide. You can just catch me on any different content for Eternal Return. You usually catch me on the YouTube channel primarily, but I'll be filling in whenever people, have a card game tournament, family emergencies, and other situations. But thank you so much for having me. It's always a blast. I'm glad that a lot of y'all stayed up with us pretty late. If you're on NA timers or if you're a European, thank you for waking up, because I don't know about y'all, but I think the last thing I want to wake up to is the sound of Cass Cross. So when I'm the one waking you up, I do appreciate it. That is a very high honor to have. And any global viewers, of course, as usual, outside of the Western audience, we are so thankful if you decided to drop by our stream. Obviously, check out the TPE streams, the JP streams. Do we have any other streams set?
I know the Chinese one, but that's on Bilibili. KR, obviously, that one's on Chichijik or Afrika TV. So, yeah, do check those out. You can always get the link from that on the announcement for ERM. They will typically post those on the website. So, make sure you guys go check that out if you are interested. Last but not least, the code on the screen one last time for this weekend is going to be for the common season fragments as well as a drop token is 0824 THWEM. Somebody already typed it in the chat. Thank you very much. The replays are going on the KR site, so we're going to call it a night. Thank you so much for making us a part of your weekend. We will see you guys next week with Superior back until 4 Knockout Stage 3 and 4 onwards. Until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Sunday. We will see you guys next time. Do join us right here on the Eternal Return Game channel for ERCS later tonight as well at 6 p.m. Central Time. Have a good night, everybody. See you guys. Bye-bye.